The Spirit of Laws. Montesquieu. Book 21. Of Laws in Relation to Commerce, considered in the revolutions it has met with in the world. 1. Some general considerations. Though commerce be subject to great revolutions, yet it is possible that certain physical causes, as the quality of the soil, or the climate, may fix its nature forever. We at present carry on the trade of the Indies merely by means of the silver which we send thither. The Romans carried annually thither about 50 millions of sesterces, and this silver, as ours is at present, was exchanged for merchandise, which was brought to the West. Every nation that ever traded to the Indies has constantly carried bullion and brought merchandise in return. It is nature itself that produces this effect. The Indians have their hearts adapted to their manner of living. Our luxury cannot be theirs, nor theirs our wants. Their climate demands and permits hardly anything which comes from ours. They go in a great measure naked, such clothes as they have the country itself furnishes, and their religion, which is deeply rooted, gives them an aversion for those things that serve for our nourishment. They want, therefore, nothing but our bullion to serve as the medium of value, and for this they give us merchandise in return, with which the frugality of the people and the nature of the country furnish them in great abundance. Those ancient authors who have mentioned the Indies describe them just as we now find them, as to their policy, customs, and manners. The Indies have ever been the same Indies they are at present, and in every period of time those who traded with that country carried specie thither and brought none in return. 2. Of the people of Africa. The greatest part of the people on the coast of Africa are savages and barbarians. The principal reason, I believe, of this is, because the small countries capable of being inhabited are separated from each other by large and almost uninhabitable tracts of land. They are without industry or arts. They have gold in abundance, which they receive immediately from the hand of nature. Every civilized state is therefore in a condition to traffic with them to advantage, by raising their esteem for things of no value, and receiving a very high price in return. 3. That the wants of the people in the south are different from those of the north. In Europe there is a kind of balance between the southern and northern nations. The first have every convenience of life, and few of its wants, the last have many wants, and few conveniences. To one nature has given much, and demands but little, to the other she has given but little, and demands a great deal. The equilibrium is maintained by the laziness of southern nations, and by the industry and activity which she has given to those in the north. The latter are obliged to undergo excessive labor, without which they would want everything, and degenerate into barbarians. This has neutralized slavery to the people of the south, as they can easily dispense with riches, they can more easily dispense with liberty. But the people of the north have need of liberty, for this can best procure them the means of satisfying all those wants which they have received from nature. The people of the north, then, are in a forced state, if they are not either free or barbarians. Almost all the people of the south are, in some measure, in a state of violence, if they are not slaves. 4. The principal difference between the commerce of the ancients and the moderns. The world has found itself, from time to time, in different situations, by which the face of commerce has been altered. The trade of Europe is, at present, carried on principally from the north to the south, and the difference of climate is the cause that the several nations have great occasion for the merchandise of each other. For example, the liquors of the south, which are carried to the north, form a commerce little known to the ancients. Thus the burden of vessels, which was formerly computed by measures of corn, is at present determined by tons of liquor. The ancient commerce, so far as it is known to us, was carried on from one port in the Mediterranean to another, and was almost wholly confined to the south. Now the people of the same climate, having nearly the same things of their own, have not the same need of trading among themselves as with those of a different climate. The commerce of Europe was therefore formerly less extended than at present. This does not at all contradict what I have said of our commerce to the Indies, for here the prodigious difference of climate destroys all relation between their wants and ours. 5. Other differences. Commerce is sometimes destroyed by conquerors, sometimes cramped by monarchs. It traverses the earth, flies from the places where it is oppressed, and stays where it has liberty to breathe. It reigns at present where nothing was formerly to be seen but deserts, seas, and rocks, and where it once reigned now there are only deserts. To see Colchis in its present situation, which is no more than a vast forest, where the people are every day diminishing, and only defend their liberty to sell themselves by piecemeal to the Turks and Persians, one could never imagine that this country had ever, in the time of the Romans, been full of cities, where commerce convened all the nations of the world. We find no monument of these facts in the country itself. There are no traces of them, except in Pliny and Strabo. The history of commerce is that of the communication of people. Their numerous defeats, and the flux and reflux of populations and devastations, here form the most extraordinary events. 6. Of the commerce of the ancients. The immense treasures of Semiramis, which could not be acquired in a day, give us reason to believe that the Assyrians themselves had pillaged other rich nations, as other nations afterwards pillaged them. The effect of commerce is riches, the consequence of riches, luxury, and that of luxury the perfection of arts. We find that the arts were carried to great perfection in the time of Semiramis, which is a sufficient indication that a considerable commerce was then established. In the empires of Asia there was a great commerce of luxury. The history of luxury would make a fine part of that of commerce. The luxury of the Persians was that of the Medes, as the luxury of the Medes was that of the Assyrians. Great revolutions have happened in Asia. The northeast parts of Persia, viz., Hyrcania, Margiana, Bactria, and C, were formerly full of flourishing cities, which are now no more, and the north of this empire, that is, the isthmus which separates the Caspian and the Euxine seas, was covered with cities and nations, which are now destroyed. Eratosthenes and Aristobulus learned from Patroclus that merchandise of India passed by the Oxus into the Sea of Pontus. Marcus Varro tells us that at the time when Pompey commanded against Mithridates, they were informed that people went in 7 days from India to the country of the Bactrians, and to the river Icarus, which falls into the Oxus, that by this method they were able to bring the merchandise of India across the Caspian Sea, and to enter the mouth of Cyrus, whence it was only 5 days' passage to the Phasis, a river that discharges itself into the Euxine Sea. There is no doubt but it was by the nations inhabiting these several countries that the great empires of the Assyrians, Medes, and Persians had communication with the most distant parts of the east and west. An entire stop is now put to this communication. All these countries have been laid waste by the Tartars, and are still infested by this destructive nation. The Oxus no longer runs into the Caspian Sea. The Tartars, for some private reasons, have changed its course, and it now loses itself in the barren sands. The Jaxartes, which was formerly a barrier between the polite and barbarous nations, has had its course turned in the same manner by the Tartars, and it no longer empties itself into the sea. Seleucus Nicator formed the project of joining the Euxine to the Caspian Sea. This project, which would have greatly facilitated the commerce of those days, vanished at his death. We are not certain it could have been executed in the isthmus which separates the two seas. This country is at present very little known. It is depopulated, and full of forests. However, water is not wanting, for an infinite number of rivers roll into it from Mount Caucasus, but as this mountain forms the north of the isthmus, and extends like 2 arms towards the south, it would have been a grand obstacle to such an enterprise, especially in those times, when they had not the art of making sluices. It may be imagined that Seleucus would have joined the two seas in the very place where Peter I has since joined them, that is, in that neck of land where the Tanas approaches the Volga, but the north of the Caspian Sea was not then discovered. While the empires of Asia enjoyed the commerce of luxury, the Tyrians had the commerce of economy, which they extended throughout the world. Bockert has employed the first book of his Canaan in enumerating all the colonies which they sent into all the countries bordering upon the sea. They passed the Pillars of Hercules, and made establishments on the coasts of the ocean. In those times their pilots were obliged to follow the coasts, which were, if I may so express myself, their compass. Voyages were long and painful. The laborious voyage of Ulysses has been the fruitful subject of the finest poem in the world, next to that which alone has the preference. The little knowledge which the greatest part of the world had of those who were far distant from them favored the nations engaged in the economical commerce. They managed trade with as much obscurity as they pleased. They had all the advantages which the most intelligent nations could take over the most ignorant. The Egyptians, a people who by their religion and their manners were averse to all communication with strangers, had scarcely at that time any foreign trade. They enjoyed a fruitful soil and great plenty. Their country was the Japan of those times. It possessed everything within itself. So little jealous were these people of commerce, that they left that of the Red Sea to all the petty nations that had any harbors in it. Here they suffered the Edomians, the Syrians, and the Jews to have fleets. Solomon employed in this navigation the Tyrians, who knew those seas. Josephus says that this nation, being entirely employed in agriculture, knew little of navigation. The Jews therefore traded only occasionally in the Red Sea. They took from the Edomians Elath and Eziongeber, from whom they received this commerce. They lost these two cities, and with them lost this commerce. It was not so with the Phoenicians. Theirs was not a commerce of luxury, nor was their trade owing to conquest. Their frugality, their abilities, their industry, their perils, and the hardships they suffered, rendered them necessary to all nations of the world. Before Alexander, the people bordering on the Red Sea traded only in this sea, and in that of Africa. The astonishment which filled the globe at the discovery of the Indian Sea, under that conqueror, is a sufficient proof of this. I have observed that bullion was always carried to the Indies, and never any brought thence. Now the Jewish fleets, which brought gold and silver by the way of the Red Sea, returned from Africa, and not from the Indies. Besides, this navigation was made on the eastern coast of Africa, for the state of navigation at that time is a convincing proof that they did not sail to a very distant shore. I am not ignorant that the fleets of Solomon and Jehoshaphat returned only every 3 years, but I do not see that the time taken up in the voyage is any proof of the greatness of the distance. Pliny and Strabo inform us that the junks of India and the Red Sea were 20 days in performing a voyage which a Greek or Roman vessel would accomplish in 7. In this proportion, a voyage of 1 year, made by the fleets of Greece or Rome, would take very nearly 3 when performed by those of Solomon. 2 ships of unequal swiftness do not perform their voyage in a time proportionate to their swiftness. Slowness is frequently the cause of much greater slowness. When it becomes necessary to follow the coast, and to be incessantly in a different position, when they must wait for a fair wind to get out of a gulf, and for another to proceed, a good sailor takes the advantage of every favorable moment, while the other still continues in a difficult situation, and waits many days for another change. The slowness of the Indian vessels, which in an equal time could make but the third of the way of those of the Greeks and Romans, may be explained by what we every day see in our modern navigation. The Indian vessels, which were built with a kind of sea rushes, drew less water than those of Greece and Rome, which were of wood and joined with iron. We may compare these Indian vessels to those at present made use of in ports of little depth of water. Such are those of Venice, and even of all Italy in general, of the Baltic, and of the province of Holland. Their ships, which ought to be able to go in and out of port, are built round and broad at the bottom, while those of other nations, who have good harbors, are formed to sink deep into the water. This mechanism renders these last-mentioned vessels able to sail much nearer the wind, while the first can hardly sail, except the wind be nearly in the poop. A ship that sinks deep into the water sails towards the same side with almost every wind. This proceeds from the resistance which the vessel, while driven by the wind, meets with from the water, from which it receives a strong support, and from the length of the vessel which presents its side to the wind, while, from the form of the helm, the prow is turned to the point proposed, so that she can sail very near the wind, or, in other words, very near the point whence the wind blows. But when the hull is round and broad at the bottom, and consequently draws little water, it no longer finds this steady support. The wind drives the vessel, which is incapable of resistance, and can run them but with a small variation from the point opposite to the wind. Whence it follows that broad-bottomed vessels are longer in performing voyages. 1. They lose much time in waiting for the wind, especially if they are obliged frequently to change their course. 2. They sail much slower, because not having a proper support from a depth of water, they cannot carry so much sail. If this be the case at a time when the arts are everywhere known, at a time when art corrects the defects of nature, and even of art itself, if at this time, I say, we find this difference, how great must that have been in the navigation of the ancients? I cannot yet leave this subject. The Indian vessels were small, and those of the Greeks and Romans, if we accept those machines built for ostentation, much less than ours. Now, the smaller the vessel, the greater danger it encounters from foul weather. A tempest that would swallow up a small vessel would only make a large one roll. The more one body surpasses another in size, the more its surface is relatively small. Whence it follows that in a small ship there is a less proportion, that is, a greater difference in respect to the surface of the vessel, compared with the weight or lading she can carry, than in a large one. We know that it is a pretty general practice to make the weight of the lading equal to that of half the water the vessel could contain. Suppose a vessel will contain 800 tons, her lading then must be 400, and that of a vessel which would hold but 400 tons of water would be 200 tons. Thus the largeness of the first ship will be to the weight she carries as 8 to 4, and that of the second as 4 to 2. Let us suppose, then, that the surface of the greater is to the surface of the smaller as 8 to 6, the surface of the latter will be to her weight as 6 to 2, while the surface of the former will be to her weight only as 8 to 4. Therefore, as the winds and waves act only upon the surface, the large vessel will, by her weight, resist their impetuosity much more than the small. 7. Of the commerce of the Greeks. The first Greeks were all pirates. Minos, who enjoyed the empire of the sea, was only more successful, perhaps, than others in piracy, for his maritime dominion extended no farther than round his own isle. But when the Greeks became a great people, the Athenians obtained the real dominion of the sea, because this trading and victorious nation gave laws to the most potent monarch of that time and humbled the maritime powers of Syria, of the Isle of Cyprus, and Phoenicia. But this Athenian lordship of the sea deserves to be more particularly mentioned. Athens, says Xenophon, rules the sea, but as the country of Attica is joined to the continent, it is ravaged by enemies while the Athenians are engaged in distant expeditions. Their leaders suffer their lands to be destroyed, and secure their wealth by sending it to some island. The populace, who are not possessed of lands, have no uneasiness. But if the Athenians inhabited an island, and, besides this, enjoyed the empire of the sea, they would, so long as they were possessed of these advantages, be able to annoy others, and at the same time to be out of all danger of being annoyed. One would imagine that Xenophon was speaking of England. The Athenians, a people whose heads were filled with ambitious projects, the Athenians, who augmented their jealousy instead of increasing their influence, who were more attentive to extend their maritime empire than to enjoy it, whose political government was such that the common people distributed the public revenues among themselves, while the rich were in a state of oppression, the Athenians, I say, did not carry on so extensive a commerce as might be expected from the produce of their mines, from the multitude of their slaves, from the number of their seamen, from their influence over the cities of Greece, and, above all, from the excellent institutions of Solon. Their trade was almost wholly confined to Greece and to the Euxine Sea, whence they drew their subsistence. Corinth was admirably situated, it separated two seas, and opened and shut the Peloponnesus, it was the key of Greece, and a city of the greatest importance, at a time when the people of Greece were a world, and the cities of Greece nations. Its trade was more extensive than that of Athens, having a port to receive the merchandise of Asia, and another those of Italy, for the great difficulties which attended the doubling Cape Malea, where the meeting of opposite winds causes shipwrecks, induced every one to go to Corinth, and they could even convey their vessels over land from one sea to the other. Never was there a city in which the works of art were carried to so high a degree of perfection. But here religion finished the corruption which their opulence began. They erected a temple to Venus, in which more than 1,000 courtesans were consecrated to that deity. From this seminary came the greatest part of those celebrated beauties whose history Athenaeus has presumed to commit to writing. It seems that in Homer's time the opulence of Greece centered in Rhodes, Corinth, and Orchomenus. Jupiter, he says, loved the Rhodians, and made them a very wealthy nation. On Corinth he bestows the epithet of rich. In like manner, when he speaks of cities that have plenty of gold, he mentions Orchomenus, to which he joins Thebes in Egypt. Rhodes and Corinth preserved their power, but Orchomenus lost hers. The situation of Orchomenus in the neighborhood of the Hellespont, the Propontis, and the Euxine Sea makes us naturally imagine that she was indebted for her opulence to a trade along that maritime coast, which had given rise to the fable of the Golden Fleece, and, indeed, the name of Minyaios has been given to Orchomenus as well as to the Argonauts. But these seas becoming afterwards more frequented, the Greeks planted along the coasts a greater number of colonies, which traded with the barbarous nations, and at the same time preserved an intercourse with their mother country. In consequence of this, Orchomenus began to decline, till at length it was lost in the crowd of the other cities of Greece. Before Homer's time the Greeks had scarcely any trade but among themselves, and with a few barbarous nations. In proportion, however, as they formed new colonies, they extended their dominion. Greece was a large peninsula, the capes of which seemed to have kept off the seas, while its gulfs opened on all sides to receive them. If we cast an eye on Greece, we shall find, in a pretty compact country, a considerable extent of sea coast. Her innumerable colonies formed an immense circle round her, and there she beheld, in some measure the whole civilized world. Did she penetrate into Sicily and Italy, she formed new nations. Did she navigate towards the Sea of Pontus, the coast of Asia Minor, or that of Africa, she acted in the same manner. Her cities increased in prosperity in proportion as they happened to have new people in their neighborhood. And what was extremely beautiful, she was surrounded on every side with a prodigious number of islands, drawn, as it were, in a line of circumvallation. What a source of prosperity must Greece have found in those games with which she entertained, in some measure, the whole globe, in those temples, to which all the kings of the earth sent their offerings, in those festivals, at which such a concourse of people used to assemble from all parts, in those oracles, to which the attention of all mankind was directed, and, in short, in that exquisite taste for the polite arts, which she carried to such a height that to expect ever to surpass her would be only betraying our ignorance. 8. Of Alexander, his conquests. 4 great events happened in the reign of Alexander which entirely changed the face of commerce: the taking of Tyre, the conquest of Egypt, that likewise of the Indies, and the discovery of the sea which lies south of that country. The empire of Persia extended to the Indus. Darius, long before Alexander, had sent some vessels, which sailed down this river, and passed even into the Red Sea. How then were the Greeks the first who traded with the Indies by the south? Had not the Persians done this before? Did they make no advantage of seas which were so near them, of the very seas that washed their coasts? Alexander, it is true, conquered the Indies, but was it necessary for him to conquer a country in order to trade with it? This is what I shall now examine. Ariana, which extended from the Persian Gulf as far as the Indus, and from the South Sea to the mountains of Peloponnesus, depended indeed, in some measure, on the empire of Persia, but in the southern part it was barren, scorched, rude, and uncultivated. Tradition relates that the armies of Semiramis and Cyrus perished in these deserts, and Alexander, who caused his fleet to follow him, could not avoid losing in this place a great part of his army. The Persians left the whole coast to the Ichthyophagi, the Orotai, and other barbarous nations. Besides, the Persians were no great sailors, and their very religion debarred them from entertaining any such notion as that of a maritime commerce. The voyage undertaken by Darius's direction upon the Indus and the Indian Sea proceeded rather from the capriciousness of a prince vainly ambitious of showing his power than from any settled regular project. It was attended with no consequence either to the advantage of commerce or of navigation. They emerged from their ignorance only to plunge into it again. Besides, it was a received opinion before the expedition of Alexander that the southern parts of India were uninhabitable. This proceeded from a tradition that Semiramis had brought back thence only 20 men, and Cyrus but 7. Alexander entered by the north. His design was to march towards the east, but having found a part of the south full of great nations, cities, and rivers, he attempted to conquer it, and succeeded. He then formed a design of uniting the Indies to the western nations by a maritime commerce, as he had already united them by the colonies he had established by land. He ordered a fleet to be built on the Hydaspes, then fell down that river, entered the Indus, and sailed even to its mouth. He left his army and his fleet at Patala, went himself with a few vessels to view the sea, and marked the places where he would have ports to be opened and arsenals erected. Upon his return from Patala he separated the fleet, and took the route by land, for the mutual support of fleet and army. The fleet followed the coast from the Indus along the banks of the country of the Oratai, of the Ichthyophagai, of Carmania and Persia. He caused wells to be dug, built cities, and would not suffer the Ichthyophagai to live on fish, being desirous of having the borders of the sea inhabited by civilized nations. Nearchus and once Acritus wrote a journal of these voyage, which was performed in 10 months. They arrived at Susa, where they found Alexander, who gave an entertainment to his whole army. This prince had founded Alexandria, with a view of securing his conquest of Egypt. This was a key to open it, in the very place where the kings his predecessors had a key to shut it, and he had not the least thought of a commerce of which the discovery of the Indian Sea could alone give him the idea. It even seems that after his discovery he had no new design in regard to Alexandria. He had, indeed, a general scheme of opening a trade between the East Indies and the western parts of his empire, but as for the project of conducting this commerce through Egypt, his knowledge was too imperfect to be able to form any such design. It is true he had seen the Indus, he had seen the Nile, but he knew nothing of the Arabian seas between the two rivers. Scarcely had he returned from India when he fitted out new fleets, and navigated on the Iulius, the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the ocean. He removed the cataracts, with which the Persians had encumbered those rivers, and he discovered that the Persian Gulf was a branch of the main sea. But as he went to view the sea in the same manner as he had done in respect to that of India, as he caused a port to be opened for 1,000 ships, and arsenals to be erected at Babylon, as he sent 500 talents into Phoenicia and Syria, to draw mariners into this service whom he intended to distribute in the colonies. Along the coast, in fine, as he caused immense works to be erected on the Euphrates, and the other rivers of Assyria, there could be no doubt but he designed to carry on the commerce of India by the way of Babylon and the Persian Gulf. There are some who pretend that Alexander wanted to subdue Arabia, and had formed a design to make it the seat of his empire, but how could he have pitched upon a place with which he was entirely unacquainted? Besides, of all countries, this would have been the most inconvenient to him, for it would have separated him from the rest of his empire. The caliphs, who made distant conquests, soon withdrew from Arabia to reside elsewhere. 9. Of the commerce of the Grecian kings after the death of Alexander. At the time when Alexander made the conquest of Egypt, they had but a very imperfect idea of the Red Sea, and none at all of the ocean, which, joining this sea, on one side washes the coast of Africa, and on the other that of Arabia. Nay, they thought it impossible to sail round the peninsula of Arabia. They who attempted it on each side had relinquished their design. How is it possible, said they, to navigate to the southern coast of Arabia, when Cambyses' army, which traversed it on the north side, almost entirely perished, and the forces which Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, sent to the assistance of Seleucus Nicator at Babylon, underwent incredible hardships, and, upon account of the heat, could march only in the night. The Persians were entire strangers to navigation. When they had subdued Egypt, they introduced the same spirit into that country as prevailed in Persia. Hence, so great was the supineness of the Persians in this respect, that the Grecian kings found them quite strangers, not only to the commerce of the Tyrians, Edomians, and the Jews on the ocean, but even to the navigation of the Red Sea. I am apt to think that the destruction of the first Tyre by Nebuchadnezzar, together with the subversion of several petty nations and towns bordering on the Red Sea, had obliterated all their former knowledge of commerce. Egypt, at the time of the Persian monarchy, did not front the Red Sea. It contained only that long narrow neck of land which the Nile covers with its inundations, and is enclosed on both sides by a chain of mountains. They were, therefore, under the necessity of making a second discovery off ocean and the Red Sea, and this discovery engaged the curiosity of the Grecian monarchs. They ascended the Nile, and hunted after elephants in the countries situated between that river and the sea. By this progression they traced the sea coast, and as the discoveries were made by the Greeks, the names are all Grecian, and the temples are consecrated to Greek divinities. The Greeks settled in Egypt were able to command a most extensive commerce. They were masters of all the harbors on the Red Sea. Tyre, the rival of every trading nation, was no more. They were not constrained by the ancient superstitions on the country. In short, Egypt had become the center of the world. The kings of Syria left the commerce of the south to those of Egypt, and attached themselves only to the northern trade, which was carried on by means of the Oxus and the Caspian Sea. They then imagined that this sea was part of the Northern Ocean, and Alexander, some time before his death, had fitted out a fleet in order to discover whether it communicated with the ocean by the Euxine Sea, or some other eastern sea towards India. After him, Seleucus and Antiochus applied themselves to make discoveries in it, with particular attention, and with this view they scoured it with their fleets. That part which Seleucus surveyed was called the Seleucidian Sea, that which Antiochus discovered received the name of the Sea of Antiochus. Attentive to the projects they might have formed on that side, they neglected the seas on the south, whether it was that the Ptolemies, by means of their fleets on the Red Sea, had already become the masters of it, or that they discovered an invincible aversion in the Persians against engaging in maritime affairs. The southern coasts of Persia supplied them with no seamen. There had been none in those parts, except towards the latter end of Alexander's reign. But the Egyptian kings, being masters of the Isle of Cyprus, of Phoenicia, and of a great number of towns on the coast of Asia Minor, were possessed of all sorts of conveniences for undertaking maritime expeditions. They had no occasion to force, they had only to follow the genius and bent of their subjects. I am surprised, I confess, at the obstinacy with which the ancients believed that the Caspian Sea was a part of the ocean. The expeditions of Alexander, of the kings of Syria, of the Parthians and the Romans, could not make them change their sentiments. Notwithstanding these nations described the Caspian Sea with wonderful exactness, but men are generally tenacious of their errors. When only the south of this sea was known, it was at first taken for the ocean. In proportion as they advanced along the banks of the northern coast, instead of imagining it a great lake, they still believed it to be the ocean, that here made a sort of bay. Surveying the coast, their discoveries never went eastward beyond the Jaxartes, nor westward farther than the extremity of Albania. The sea towards the north was shallow, and of course very unfit for navigation. Hence it was that they always looked upon this as the ocean. The land army of Alexander had been in the east only as far as the Hypanis, which is the last of those rivers that fall into the Indus. Thus the first trade which the Greeks carried on with the Indies was confined to a very small part of the country. Seleucus Nicator penetrated as far as the Ganges, and thereby discovered the sea into which this river falls, that is to say, the Bay of Bengal. The moderns discover countries by voyages at sea, the ancients discovered seas by conquests at land. Strabo, notwithstanding the testimony of Apollodorus, seems to doubt whether the Grecian kings of Bactria proceeded farther than Seleucus and Alexander. Were it even true that they went no farther to the east than Seleucus, yet they went farther towards the south. They discovered Siger, and the ports on the coast of Malabar, which gave rise to the navigation I am going to mention. Pliny informs us that the navigation of the Indies was successively carried on in 3 different ways. At first they sailed from the Cape of Syagra to the island of Patalina, which is at the mouth of the Indus. This we find was the course that Alexander's fleet steered to the Indies. They took afterwards a shorter and more certain course, by sailing from the same cape or promontory to Siger. This can be no other than the kingdom of Siger mentioned by Strabo, and discovered by the Grecian kings of Bactria. Pliny, by saying that this way was shorter than the other, can mean only that the voyage was made in less time, for, as Siger was discovered by the kings of Bactria, it must have been farther than the Indus. By this passage they must therefore have avoided the winding of certain coasts, and taken advantage of particular winds. The merchants at last took a third way. They sailed to Canes, or Oslis, ports situated at the entrance of the Red Sea, whence by a west wind they arrived at Muziris, the first staple town of the Indies, and thence to the other ports. Here we see that instead of sailing to the mouth of the Red Sea as far as Syagra, by coasting Arabia Felix to the northeast, they steered directly from west to east, from one side to the other, by means oft monsoons, whose regular course they discovered by sailing in these latitudes. The ancients never lost sight of the coasts, except when they took advantage of these and the trade winds, which were to them a kind of compass. Pliny says that they set sail for the Indies in the middle of summer and returned towards the end of December, or in the beginning of January. This is entirely conformable to our naval journals. In that part of the Indian Ocean which is between the peninsula of Africa, and that on this side the Ganges, there are two monsoons. The first, during which the winds blow from west to east, begins in the month of August or September, and the second, during which the wind is in the east, begins in January. Thus we set sail from Africa for Malabar at the season of the year that Ptolemy's fleet used to put to sea thence, and we returned too at the same time as they. Alexander's fleet was 7 months in sailing from Patala to Susa. It set out in the month of July, that is, at a season when no ship dare now put to sea to return from the Indies. Between these two monsoons there is an interval during which the winds vary, when a north wind, meeting with the common winds, raises, especially near the coasts, the most terrible tempests. These continue during the months of June, July, and August. Alexander's fleet, therefore, setting sail from Patala in the month of July, must have been exposed to many storms, and the voyage must have been long, because they sailed against the monsoon. Pliny says that they set out for the Indies at the end of summer, thus they spent the time proper for taking advantage of the monsoon in their passage from Alexandria to the Red Sea. Observe here, I pray, how navigation has, little by little, arrived at perfection. Darius's fleet was 2 years and a half in falling down the Indus and going to the Red Sea. Afterwards the fleet of Alexander, descending the Indus, arrived at Susa, in 10 months, having sailed 3 months on the Indus, and 7 on the Indian Ocean. At last the passage from the coast of Malabar to the Red Sea was made in 40 days. Strabo, who accounts for their ignorance of the countries between the Hypanis and the Ganges, says there were very few of those who sailed from Egypt to the Indies that ever proceeded so far as the Ganges. Their fleets, in fact, never went thither. They sailed with the western monsoons from the mouth of the Red Sea to the coast of Malabar. They cast anchor in the ports along that coast, and never attempted to get round the peninsula on this side the Ganges by Cape Comorin and the coast of Coromandel. The plan of navigation laid down by the kings of Egypt and the Romans was to set out and return the same year. Thus it is demonstrable that the commerce of the Greeks and Romans to the Indies was much less extensive than ours. We know immense countries, which to them were entirely unknown. We traffic with all the Indian nations, we even manage their trade and carry on their commerce. But this commerce of the ancients was carried on with far greater facility than ours. And if the moderns were to trade only with the coast of Gujarat and Malabar, and, without seeking for the southern isles, were satisfied with what these Icelanders brought them, they would certainly prefer the way of Egypt to that of the Cape of Good Hope. Strabo informs us that they traded thus with the people of Taprobane. 10. Of the circuit of Africa. We find from history that before the discovery of the mariner's compass 4 attempts were made to sail round the coast of Africa. The Phoenicians sent by Necho and Eudacus, flying from the wrath of Ptolemy Lathyrus, set out from the Red Sea, and succeeded. Pseudaspes sent by Xerxes, and Hanno by the Carthaginians, set out from the Pillars of Hercules, and failed in the attempt. The capital point in surrounding Africa was to discover and double the Cape of Good Hope. Those who set out from the Red Sea found this cape nearer by half than it would have been in setting out from the Mediterranean. The shore from the Red Sea is not so shallow as that from the Cape to Hercules Pillars. The discovery of the Cape by Hercules Pillars was owing to the invention of the compass, which permitted them to leave the coast of Africa, and to launch out into the vast ocean, in order to sail towards the island of St. Helena, or towards the coast of Brazil. It was, therefore, possible for them to sail from the Red Sea into the Mediterranean, but not to set out from the Mediterranean to return by the Red Sea. Thus, without making this grand circuit, after which they could hardly hope to return, it was most natural to trade to the east of Africa by the Red Sea, and to the western coast by Hercules Pillars. The Grecian kings of Egypt discovered at first, in the Red Sea, that part of the coast of Africa which extends from the bottom of the Gulf, where stands the town of Hiram, as far as Dira, that is, to the strait now known by the name of Babel Mandel. Thence to the promontory of Aromatia, situate at the entrance of the Red Sea, the coast had never been surveyed by navigators, and this is evident from what Artemidorus tells us, that they were acquainted with the places on that coast, but knew not their distances, the reason of which is, they successively gained a knowledge of those ports by land, without sailing from one to the other. Beyond this promontory, at which the coast along the ocean commenced, they knew nothing, as we learn from Eratosthenes and Artemidorus. Such was the knowledge they had of the coasts of Africa in Strabo's time, that is, in the reign of Augustus. But after the prince's decease, the Romans found out the two capes Raptum and Prasum, of which Strabo makes no mention, because they had not as yet been discovered. It is plain that both those names are of Roman origin. Ptolemy, the geographer, flourished under Adrian and Antoninus Pius, and the author of the Periplus of the Red Sea, whoever he was, lived a little after. Yet the former limits known Africa to Cape Prasum, which is in about the 14th degree of south latitude, while the author of the Periplus confines it to Cape Raptum, which is nearly in the 10th degree of the same latitude. In all likelihood the latter took his limit from a place then frequented, and Ptolemy his from a place with which there was no longer any communication. What confirms me in this notion is that the people about Cape Prasum were anthropophagi. Ptolemy takes notice of a great number of places between the port or Emporium Aromatum and Cape Raptum, but leaves an entire blank between Capes Raptum and Prasum. The great profits of the East India trade must have occasioned a neglect of that of Africa. In fine, the Romans never had any settled navigation, they had discovered these several ports by land expeditions, and by means of ships driven on that coast, and as at present we are well acquainted with the maritime parts of Africa, but know very little of the inland country, the ancients, on the contrary, had a very good knowledge of the inland parts, but were almost strangers to the coasts. I said that the Phoenicians sent by Necho and Eudoxus under Ptolemy Lathyrus had made the circuit of Africa, but at the time of Ptolemy, the geographer, those two voyages must have been looked upon as fabulous, since he places after the Sinus Magnus, which I apprehend to be the Gulf of Siam, an unknown country, extending from Asia to Africa, and terminating at Cape Prasum, so that the Indian Ocean would have been no more than a lake. The ancients who discovered the Indies towards the north, advancing eastward, placed this unknown country to the south. 11. Of Carthage and Marseilles. The law of nations which prevailed at Carthage was very extraordinary. All strangers who traded to Sardinia and towards Hercules Pillars this haughty republic sentenced to be drowned. Her civil polity was equally surprising, she forbade the Sardinians to cultivate their lands, upon pain of death. She increased her power by her riches, and afterwards her riches by her power. Being mistress of the coasts of Africa, which are washed by the Mediterranean, she extended herself along the ocean. Hanno, by order of Senate of Carthage, distributed 30,000 Carthaginians from Hercules Pillars as far as Cerne. This place, he says, is as distant from Hercules Pillars as the latter from Carthage. This situation is extremely remarkable. It lets us see that Hanno limited his settlements to the 25th degree of north latitude, that is, to 2 or 3 degrees south of the Canaries. Hanno being at Cerne undertook another voyage, with a view of making further discoveries towards the south. He took but little notice of the continent, He followed the coast for 26 days, when he was obliged to return for want of provisions. The Carthaginians, it seems, made no use of this second enterprise. Scylax says that the sea is not navigable beyond Cerne, because it is shallow, full of mud and seaweeds, and, in fact, there are many of these in those latitudes. The Carthaginian merchants mentioned by Scylax might find obstacles which Hanno, who had 60 vessels of 50 oars each, had surmounted. Difficulties are at most but relative. Besides, we ought not to confound an enterprise in which bravery and resolution must be exerted with things that require no extraordinary conduct. The relation of Hanno's voyage is a fine fragment of antiquity. It was written by the very man that performed it. His recital is not mingled with ostentation. Great commanders write their actions with simplicity, because they receive more glory from facts than from words. The style is agreeable to the subject, he deals not in the marvelous. All he says of the climate, of the soil, the behavior, the manners of the inhabitants, correspond with what is every day seen on this coast of Africa. One would imagine it the journal of a modern sailor. He observed from his fleet that in the daytime there was a prodigious silence on the continent, that in the night he heard the sound of various musical instruments, and that fires might then be everywhere seen, some larger than others. Our relations are conformable to this. It has been discovered that in the day the savages retire into the forests to avoid the heat of the sun, that they light up great fires in the night to disperse the beasts of prey, and that they are passionately fond of music and dancing. The same writer describes a volcano with all the phenomena of Vesuvius, and relates that he captured 2 hairy women, who chose to die rather than follow the Carthaginians, and whose skins he carried to Carthage. This has been found not void of probability. This narration is so much the more valuable as it is a monument of Punic antiquity, and hence alone it has been regarded as fabulous. For the Romans retained their hatred of Carthaginians, even after they had destroyed them. But it was victory alone that decided whether we ought to say the Punic or the Roman faith. Some moderns have imbibed these prejudices. What has become, say they, of the cities described by Hanno, of which even in Pliny's time there remained no vestiges? But it would have been a wonder indeed if any such vestiges had remained. Was it a Corinth or Athens that Hanno built on those coasts? He left Carthaginian families in such places as were most commodious for trade, and secured them as well as his hurry would permit against savages and wild beasts. The calamities of the Carthaginians put a period to the navigation of Africa. These families must necessarily then either perish or become savages. Besides, were the ruins of these cities even still in being, who is it that would venture into the woods and marshes to make the discovery? We find, however, in Scylax and Polybius that the Carthaginians had considerable settlements on those coasts. These are the vestiges of the cities of Hanno. There are no others, for the same reason that there are no others of Carthage itself. The Carthaginians were in the high road to wealth, and had they gone so far as 4 degrees of north latitude, and 15 of longitude, they would have discovered the Gold Coast. They would then have had a trade of much greater importance than that which is carried on at present on that coast, at a time when America seems to have degraded the riches of all other countries. They would there have found treasures of which they could never have been deprived by the Romans. Very surprising things have been said of the riches of Spain. If we may believe Aristotle, the Phoenicians who arrived at Tartessus found so much silver there that their ships could not hold it all, and they made of this metal their meanest utensils. The Carthaginians, according to Diodorus, found so much gold and silver in the Pyrenean mountains, that they adorned the anchors of their ships with it. But no foundation can be built on such popular reports. Let us therefore examine the facts themselves. We find in a fragment of Polybius, cited by Strabo, that the silver mines at the source of the river Betis, in which 40,000 men were employed, produced to the Romans 25,000 drachmas a day, that is, about 5 million livres a year, at 50 livres to the mark. The mountains that contained these mines were called the Silver Mountains, which shows they were the potasse of those times. At present, the mines of Hanover do not employ a fourth part of the workmen, and yet they yield more. But as the Romans had Not many copper mines, and but few of silver, and as the Greeks knew none but the Attic mines, which were of little value, they might well be astonished at their abundance. In the war that broke out for the succession of Spain, a man called the Marquis of Rhodes, of whom it was said that he was ruined in gold mines and enriched in hospitals, proposed to the court of France to open the Pyrenean mines. He alleged the example of the Tyrians, the Carthaginians, and the Romans. He was permitted to search, but sought in vain, he still alleged, and found nothing. The Carthaginians, being masters of the gold and silver trade, were willing to be so of the lead and pewter. These metals were carried by land from the ports of Gaul upon the ocean to those of the Mediterranean. The Carthaginians were desirous of receiving them at the first hand. They sent Himilco to make a settlement in the isles called Cassiterides, which are imagined to be those of Scilly. These voyages from Baetica into England have made some persons imagine that the Carthaginians knew the compass, but it is very certain that they followed the coasts. There needs no other proof than Himilco's being 4 months in sailing from the mouth of the Beaties to England, besides, the famous piece of history of the Carthaginian pilot who, being followed by a Roman vessel, ran aground, that he might not show her the way to England, plainly intimates that those vessels were very near the shore when they fell in with each other. The ancients might have performed voyages that would make one imagine they had the compass, though they had not. If a pilot was far from land, and during his voyage had such serene weather that in the night he could always see a polar star and in the day the rising and setting of the sun, it is certain he might regulate his course as well as we do now by the compass, but this must be a fortuitous case, and not a regular method of navigation. We see in the treaty which put an end to the First Punic War that Carthage was principally attentive to preserve the empire of the sea, and Rome that of the land. Hanno, in his negotiation with the Romans, declared that they should not be suffered even to wash their hands in the Sea of Sicily. They were not permitted to sail beyond the Promontorium Pulchrum, they were forbidden to trade in Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa, except at Carthage, an exception that proves there was no design to favor them in their trade with that city. In early times there had been very great wars between Carthage and Marseilles on the subject of fishing. After the peace they entered jointly into economical commerce. Marseilles at length grew jealous, especially as, being equal to her rival in industry, she had become inferior to her in power. This is the motive of her great fidelity to the Romans. The war between the latter and the Carthaginians in Spain was a source of riches to Marseilles, which had now become their magazine. The ruin of Carthage and Corinth still increased the glory of Marseilles, and had it not been for the civil wars, in which this republic ought on no account to have engaged, she would have been happy under the protection of the Romans, who were not the least jealous of her commerce. 12. The Isle of Delos. Mithridates. Upon the destruction of Corinth by the Romans, the merchants retired to Delos, an island which from religious considerations was looked upon as a place of safety. Besides, it was extremely well situated for the commerce of Italy and Asia, which, since the reduction of Africa and the weakening of Greece, had grown more important. From the earliest times the Greeks, as we have already observed, sent colonies to Propontis and to the Euxine Sea colonies which retained their laws and liberties under the Persians. Alexander, having undertaken his expedition against the barbarians only, did not molest these people. Neither does it appear that the kings of Pontus, who were masters of many of those colonies, ever deprived them of their own civil government. The power of those kings increased as soon as they subdued those cities. Mithridates found himself able to hire troops on every side, to repair his frequent losses, to have a multitude of workmen, ships, and military machines, to procure himself allies, to bribe those of the Romans, and even the Romans themselves, to keep the barbarians of Asia and Europe in his pay, to continue the war for many years, and of course to discipline his troops. He found himself able to train them to arms, to instruct them in the military art of the Romans, and to form considerable bodies out of their deserters. In a word, he found himself able to sustain great losses, and to be frequently defeated, without being ruined. Neither would he have been ruined if the voluptuous and barbarous king had not destroyed, in his prosperous days, what had been done by the great prince in times of adversity. Thus it was that when the Romans had arrived at their highest pitch of grandeur, and seemed to have nothing to apprehend but from the ambition of their own subjects, Mithridates once more ventured to contest the mighty point, which the overthrow of Philip, of Antiochus, and of Perseus had already decided. Never was there a more destructive war, the two contending parties, being possessed of great power, and receiving alternate advantages. The inhabitants of Greece and of Asia fell a sacrifice in the quarrel, either as foes, or as friends of Mithridates. Delos was involved in the general fatality, and commerce failed on every side, which was a necessary consequence, the people themselves being destroyed. The Romans, in pursuance of a system of which I have spoken elsewhere, acting as destroyers, that they might not appear as conquerors, demolished Carthage and Corinth, a practice by which they would have ruined themselves had they not subdued the world. When the kings of Pontus became masters of the Greek colonies on the Euxine Sea, they took care not to destroy what was to be the foundation of their own grandeur. 13. Of the genius of the Romans as to maritime affairs. The Romans laid no stress on anything but their land forces, who were disciplined to stand firm, to fight on one spot, and there bravely to die. They could not like the practice of seamen, who first offer to fight, then fly, then return, constantly avoid danger, often make use of stratagem, and seldom of force. This was not suitable to the genius of the Greeks, much less to that of the Romans. They destined therefore to the sea only those citizens who were not considerable enough to have a place in their legions. Their marines were commonly freedmen. At this time we have neither the same esteem for land forces nor the same contempt for those of the sea. In the former, art has decreased, in the latter, it has augmented. Now things are generally esteemed in proportion to the degree of ability requisite to discharge them. 14. Of the genius of the Romans with respect to commerce. The Romans were never distinguished by a jealousy for trade. They attacked Carthage as a rival, not as a commercial nation. They favored trading cities that were not subject to them. Thus they increased the power of Marseilles by the cession of a large territory. They were vastly afraid of barbarians, but had not least apprehension from a trading people. Their genius, their glory, their military education, and the very form of their government estranged them from commerce. In the city, they were employed only about war, elections, factions, and lawsuits; in the country, about agriculture, and as for the provinces, a severe and tyrannical government was incompatible with commerce. But their political constitution was not more opposed to trade than their law of nations. The people, says Pomponius, the civilian, with whom we have neither friendship, nor hospitality, nor alliance, are not our enemies. However, if anything belonging to us falls into their hands, they are the proprietors of it, freemen become their slaves, and they are upon the same terms with respect to us. Their civil law was not less oppressive. The law of Constantine, after having stigmatized as bastards the children of a mean rank who had been married to those of a superior station, confounds women who retail merchandise with slaves, with the mistresses of taverns, with actresses, with the daughters of those who keep public stews, or who had been condemned to fight in the amphitheatre. This had its origin in the ancient institutions of the Romans. I am no ignorant that men prepossessed with these two ideas, that commerce is of the greatest service to a state, and that the Romans had the best regulated government in the world, have believed that these people greatly honored and encouraged commerce, but the truth is, they seldom troubled their heads about it. 15. Of the commerce of the Romans with the barbarians. The Romans, having erected a vast empire in Europe, Asia, and Africa, the weakness of the people and the tyranny of their laws united all the parts of this immense body. The Roman policy was then to avoid all communication with those nations whom they had not subdued. The fear of carrying to them the art of conquering made them neglect the art of enriching themselves. They made laws to hinder all commerce with barbarians. Let nobody, said Valens and Gratian, send wine, oil, or other liquors to the barbarians, though it be only for them to taste. Let no one carry gold to them, add Gratian, Valentinian, and Theodosius. Rather, if they have any, let our subjects deprive them of it by stratagem. The exportation of iron was prohibited on pain of death. Domitian, a prince of great timidity, ordered the vines in Gaul to be pulled up, from fear, no doubt, lest their wines should draw thither the barbarians. Probus and Julian, who had no such fears, gave orders for their being planted again. I am sensible that upon the declension of the Roman Empire the barbarians obliged the Romans to establish staple towns, and to trade with them. But even this is a proof that the minds of the Romans were averse to commerce. 16. Of the commerce of the Romans with Arabia and the Indies. The trade to Arabia Felix, and that to the Indies, were the two branches, and almost the only ones, of their foreign commerce. The Arabians were possessed of immense riches, which they found in their seas and forests, and as they sold much and purchased little, they drew to themselves the gold and silver of the Romans. Augustus, being well apprised of that opulence, resolved they should be either his friends or his enemies. With this view he sent Aelius Gallus from Egypt into Arabia. This commander found the people indolent, peaceable, and unskilled in war. He fought battles, laid sieges to towns, and lost but 7 of his men by the sword, but the perfidy of his guides, long marches, the climate, want of provisions, distempers, and ill conduct, caused the ruin of his army. He was therefore obliged to be content with trading to Arabia, in the same manner as other nations, that is, with giving them gold and silver in exchange for their commodities. The Europeans trade with them still in the same manner. The caravans of Aleppo and the royal vessel of Suez carry thither immense sums. Nature had formed the Arabs for commerce, not for war, but when those quiet people came to be near neighbors to the Parthians and the Romans, they acted as auxiliaries to both nations. Aelius Gallus found them a trading people. Muhammad happened to find them trained to war. He inspired them with enthusiasm, which led them to glory and conquest. The commerce of the Romans to the Indies was very considerable. Strabo had been informed in Egypt that they employed in this navigation 120 vessels. This commerce was carried on entirely with bullion. They sent thither annually 50 millions of sesterces. Pliny says that the merchandise brought thence was sold at Rome at cent profit. He speaks, I believe, too generally. If this trade had been so vastly profitable, everybody would have been willing to engage in it, and then it would have been at an end. It will admit of a question, whether the trade to Arabia and the Indies was of any advantage to the Romans. They were obliged to export their bullion thither, though they had not, like us, the resource of America, which supplies what we send away. I am persuaded that one of the reasons of their increasing the value of their specie by establishing base coin was the scarcity of silver, owing to the continual exportation of it to the Indies, and though the commodities of this country were sold at Rome at the rate of cent, this profit of the Romans, being obtained from the Romans themselves, could not enrich the empire. It may be alleged, on the other hand, that this commerce increased the Roman navigation, and of course their power, that new merchandise augmented their inland trade, gave encouragement to the arts, and employment to the industrious, that the number of subjects multiplied in proportion to the new means of support, that this new commerce was productive of luxury, which I have proved to be as favorable to a monarchical government as fatal to a commonwealth, that this establishment was of the same date as the fall of their republic, that the luxury of Rome had become necessary, and that it was extremely proper that a city which had accumulated all the wealth of the universe should refund it by its luxury. Strabo says that the Romans carried on a far more extensive commerce with the Indies than the kings of Egypt. Butitus very extraordinary that those people who were so little acquainted with commerce should have paid more attention to that of India than the Egyptian kings, whose dominions lay so conveniently for it. The reason of this must be explained. After the death of Alexander, the kings of Egypt established a maritime commerce with the Indies, while the kings of Syria, who were possessed of the more eastern provinces, and consequently of the Indies, maintained that commerce of which we have taken notice in the 6th chapter, which was carried on partly by land, and partly by rivers, and had been further facilitated by means of the Macedonian colonies, insomuch that Europe had communication with the Indies both by Egypt and by Syria. The dismembering of the latter kingdom, whence was formed that of Bactriana, did not prove in any way prejudicial to this commerce. Marinus the Tyrian, quoted by Ptolemy, mentions the discoveries made in India by means of some Macedonian merchants, who found out new roads, which had been unknown to kings in their military expeditions. We find in Ptolemy that they went from Peter's Tower as far as Syra, and the discovery made by mercantile people of so distant a mart, situated in the northeast part of China, was a kind of prodigy. Hence, under the kings of Syria and Bactriana, merchandise was conveyed to the west from the southern parts of India, by the river Indus, the Oxus, and the Caspian Sea, while those of the more eastern and northern parts were transported from Syra, Peter's Tower, and other staples, as far as the Euphrates. Those merchants directed their route nearly by the 40th degree of north latitude, through countries situated to the west of China, more civilized at that time than at present, because they had not as yet been infested by the Tartars. Now while the Syrian Empire was extending its trade to such a distance by land, Egypt did not greatly enlarge its maritime commerce. The Parthians soon after appeared, and founded their empire, and when Egypt fell under the power of the Romans, this empire was at its height, and had received its whole extension. The Romans and Parthians were two rival nations, that fought not for dominion but for their very existence. Between the two empires deserts were formed and armies were always stationed on the frontiers, so that instead of there being any commerce, there was not so much as communication between them. Ambition, jealousy, religion, national antipathy, and difference of manners completed the separation. Thus the trade from east to west, which had formerly so many channels, was reduced to one, and Alexandria becoming the only staple, the trade to this city was immensely enlarged. We shall say but one word of their inland trade. Its principal branch was the corn brought to Rome for the subsistence of the people, but this was rather a political affair than a point of commerce. On this account the sailors were favored with some privileges, because the safety of the empire depended on their vigilance. 17. Of commerce after the destruction of the Western Empire. After the invasion of the Roman Empire, one effect of the general calamity was the destruction of commerce. The barbarous nations at first regarded it only as an opportunity for robbery, and when they had subdued the Romans, they honored it no more than agriculture, and the other professions of a conquered people. Soon was the commerce of Europe almost entirely lost. The nobility, who had everywhere the direction of affairs, were in no pain about it. The laws of the Visigoths permitted private people to occupy half the beds of great rivers, provided the other half remained free for nets and boats. There must have been very little trade in countries conquered by these barbarians. In those times were established the ridiculous rights of escheatage and shipwrecks. These men thought that, as strangers were not united to them by any civil law, they owed them on the one hand no kind of justice, and on the other no sort of pity. In the narrow bounds which nature had originally prescribed to the people of the north, all were strangers to them, and in their poverty they regarded all only as contributing to their riches. Being established, before their conquest, on the coasts of a sea of very little breadth, and full of rocks, from these very rocks they drew their subsistence. But the Romans, who made laws for all the world, had established the most humane ones with regard to shipwrecks. They suppressed the rapine of those who inhabited the coasts, and what was more still, the rapacity of their treasuries. 18. A particular regulation. The law of the Visigoths made, however, one regulation in favor of commerce. It ordained that foreign merchants should be judged, in the differences that arose among themselves, by the laws and by judges off their own nation. This was founded on an established custom among all mixed people, that every man should live under his own law, a custom of which I shall speak more at large in another place. 19. Of commerce after the decay of the Roman power in the East. The Mohammedans appeared, conquered, extended, and dispersed themselves. Egypt had particular sovereigns, these carried on the commerce of India, and being possessed of the merchandise of this country, drew to themselves the riches of all other nations. The sultans of Egypt were the most powerful princes of those times. History informs us with what a constant and well-regulated force they stopped the ardor, the fire, and the impetuosity of the Crusades. 20. How commerce broke through the barbarism of Europe, Aristotle's philosophy being carried to the West, pleased the subtle geniuses who were the virtuosi of those times of ignorance. The schoolmen were infatuated with it, and borrowed from that philosopher a great many notions. On lending upon interest, whereas its source might have been easily traced in the Gospel, in short, they condemned it absolutely and in all cases. Hence commerce, which was the profession only of mean persons, became that of knaves, for whenever a thing is forbidden, which nature permits or necessity requires, those who do it are looked upon as dishonest. Commerce was transferred to a nation covered with infamy, and soon ranked with the most shameful usury, with monopolies, with the levying of subsidies, and with all the dishonest means of acquiring wealth. The Jews, enriched by their exactions, were pillaged by the tyranny of princes, which pleased indeed, but did not ease, the people. What passed in England may serve to give us an idea of what was done in other countries. King John having imprisoned the Jews, in order to obtain their wealth, there were few who had not at least one of their eyes plucked out. Thus did that king administer justice. A certain Jew, who had a tooth pulled out every day for 7 days successively, gave 10,000 marks of silver for the 8th. Henry III extorted from Aaron, a Jew at York, 14,000 marks of silver, and 10,000 for the Queen. In those times they did by violence what is now done in Poland with some semblance of moderation. As princes could not dive into the purses of their subjects because of their privileges, they put the Jews to the torture, who were not considered as citizens. At last a custom was introduced of confiscating the effects of those Jews who embraced Christianity. This ridiculous custom is known only by the law which suppressed it. The most vain and trifling reasons were given in justification of that proceeding. It was alleged that it was proper to try them, in order to be certain that they had entirely shaken off the slavery of the devil. But it is evident that this confiscation was a species of the right of amortization, to recompense the prince, or the lords, for the taxes levied on the Jews, which ceased on their embracing Christianity. In those times, men, like lands, were regarded as property. I cannot help remarking, by the way, how this nation has been sported with from one age to another. At one time, their effects were confiscated when they were willing to become Christians, and at another, if they refused to turn Christians, they were ordered to be burned. In the meantime, commerce was seen to arise from the bosom of vexation and despair. The Jews, proscribed by turns from every country, found out the way of saving their effects. Thus they rendered their retreats forever fixed, for though princes might have been willing to get rid of their persons, yet they did not choose to get rid of their money. The Jews invented letters of exchange. Commerce, by this method, became capable of eluding violence, and of maintaining everywhere its ground, the richest merchant having none but invisible effects, which he could convey imperceptibly wherever he pleased. The theologians were obliged to limit their principles, and commerce, which they had before connected by main force with knavery, re-entered, if I may so express myself, the bosom of probity. Thus we owe to the speculations of the schoolmen all the misfortunes which accompanied the destruction of commerce, and to the avarice of princes, the establishment of a practice which puts it in some measure out of their power. From this time it became necessary that princes should govern with more prudence than they themselves could ever have imagined, for great exertions of authority were, in the event, found to be impolitic, and from experience it is manifest that nothing but the goodness and lenity of a government can make it flourish. We begin to be cured of Machiavellism, and recover from it every day. More moderation has become necessary in the councils of princes. What would formerly have been called a masterstroke in politics would be now, independent of the horror it might occasion, the greatest imprudence. Happy is it for men that they are in a situation in which, though their passions prompt them to be wicked, it is, nevertheless, to their interest to be humane and virtuous. 21. The discovery of 2 new worlds, and in what manner Europe is affected by it. The compass opened, if I may so express myself, the universe. Asia and Africa were found, of which only some borders were known, and America, of which we knew nothing. The Portuguese, sailing on the Atlantic Ocean, discovered the most southern point of Africa. They saw a vast sea, which carried them to the East Indies. Their danger upon this sea, the discovery of Mozambique, Melinda, and Calicut, have been sung by Camoens, whose poems make us feel something of the charms of the Odyssey and the magnificence of the Aeneid. The Venetians had hitherto carried on the trade of the Indies through the Turkish dominions, and pursued it in the midst of oppressions and discouragements. By the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope, and those which were made some time after, Italy was no longer the center of the trading world, it was, if I may be permitted the expression, only a corner of the universe, and is so still. The commerce even of the Levant depending now on that of the great trading nations to both the Indies, Italy even in that branch can no longer be considered as a principal. The Portuguese traded to the Indies in right of conquest. The constraining laws which the Dutch at present impose on the commerce of the little Indian princes had been established before by the Portuguese. The fortune of the House of Austria was prodigious. Charles V succeeded to the possession of Burgundy, Castile, and Aragon. He arrived afterwards at the imperial dignity, and to procure him a new kind of grandeur the globe extended itself, and there was seen a new world paying him obeisance. Christopher Columbus discovered America, and though Spain sent thither only a force so small that the least prince in Europe could have sent the same, yet it subdued two vast empires, and other great states. While the Spaniards discovered and conquered the West, the Portuguese pushed their conquests and discoveries in the East. These two nations met each other. They had recourse to Pope Alexander VI, who made the celebrated line of partition, and determined the great suit. But the other nations of Europe would not suffer them quietly to enjoy their shares. The Dutch chased the Portuguese from almost all their settlements in the East Indies, and several other nations planted colonies in America. The Spaniards considered these newly discovered countries as the subject of conquest, while others, more refined in their views, found them to be the proper subjects of commerce, and upon this principle directed their proceedings. Hence several nations have conducted themselves with so much wisdom that they have given a kind of sovereignty to companies of merchants, who, governing these far distant countries only with a view to trade, have made a great accessory power without embarrassing the principal state. The colonies they have formed are under a kind of dependence, of which there are but very few instances in all the colonies of the ancients, whether we consider them as holdings of the state itself, or of some trading company established in the state. The design of these colonies is to trade on more advantageous conditions than could otherwise be done with the neighboring people, with whom all advantages are reciprocal. It has been established that the metropolis, or mother country, alone shall trade in the colonies, and that from very good reason, because the design of settlement was the extension of commerce, not the foundation of a city or of a new empire. Thus it is still a fundamental law of Europe that all commerce with a foreign colony shall be regarded as a mere monopoly, punishable by the laws of the country, and in this case we are not to be directed by the laws and precedents of the ancients, which are not at all applicable. It is likewise acknowledged that a commerce established between the mother countries does not include a permission to trade in the colonies, for these always continue in a state of prohibition. The disadvantage of a colony that loses the liberty of commerce is visibly compensated by the protection of the mother country, who defends it by her arms, or supports it by her laws. Hence follows a third law of Europe, that when a foreign commerce with a colony is prohibited, it is not lawful to trade in those seas, except in such cases as are accepted by treaty. Nations who are, with respect to the whole globe, what individuals are in a state, are governed like the latter by the laws of nature, and by particular laws of their own making. One nation may resign to another the sea, as well as the land. The Carthaginians forbade the Romans to sail beyond certain limits, as the Greeks had obliged the king of Persia to keep as far distant from the sea coast as a horse could gallop. The great distance of our colonies is not an inconvenience that affects their safety, for if the mother country, on whom they depend for their defense, is remote, no less remote are those nations who rival the mother country, and by whom they may be afraid of being conquered. Besides, this distance is the cause that those who are established there cannot conform to the manner of living in a climate so different from their own. They are obliged therefore to draw from the mother country all the conveniences of life. The Carthaginians, to render the Sardinians and Corsicans more dependent, forbade their planting, sowing, or doing anything of the kind, under pain of death, so that they supplied them with necessaries from Africa. The Europeans have compassed the same thing, without having recourse to such severe laws. Our colonies in the Caribbean islands are under an admirable regulation in this respect. The subject of their commerce is what we neither have nor can produce, and they want what is the subject of ours. A consequence of the discovery of America was the connecting Asia and Africa with Europe. It furnished materials for a trade with that vast part of Asia known by the name of the East Indies. Silver, that metal so useful as the medium of commerce, became now as merchandise the basis of the greatest commerce in the world. In fine, the navigation to Africa became necessary in order to furnish us with men to labor in the mines, and to cultivate the lands of America. Europe has arrived at so high a degree of power that nothing in history can be compared with it, whether we consider the immensity of its expenses, the grandeur of its engagements, the number of its troops, and the regular payments even of those that are least serviceable, and which are kept only for ostentation. Father Du Halde says that the interior trade of China is much greater than that of all Europe. That might be, if our foreign trade did not augment our inland commerce. Europe carries on the trade and navigation of the other three parts of the world, as France, England, and Holland do nearly that of Europe. 22. Of the riches which Spain drew from America. If Europe has derived so many advantages from the American trade, it seems natural to imagine that Spain must have derived much greater. She drew from the newly discovered world so prodigious a quantity of gold and silver, that all we had before could not be compared with it. But, what one could never have expected, this great kingdom was everywhere baffled by its misfortunes. Philip II, who succeeded Charles V, was obliged to make the celebrated bankruptcy known to all the world. There never was a prince who suffered more from the murmurs, the insolence, and the revolt of troops constantly ill-paid. From that time the monarchy of Spain has been incessantly declining. This has been owing to an interior and physical defect in the nature of those riches, which renders them vain, a defect which increases every day. Gold and silver are either a fictitious or a representative wealth. The representative signs of wealth are extremely durable, and, in their own nature, but little subject to decay. But the more they are multiplied, the more they lose their value, because the fewer are the things which they represent. The Spaniards, after the conquest of Mexico and Peru, abandoned their natural riches, in pursuit of a representative wealth which daily degraded itself. Gold and silver were extremely scarce in Europe, and Spain, becoming all of a sudden mistress of a prodigious quantity of these metals, conceived hopes to which she had never before aspired. The wealth she found in the conquered countries, great as it was, did not, however, equal that of their mines. The Indians concealed part of it, and besides, these people, who made no other use of gold and silver than to give magnificence to the temples of their gods and to the palaces of their kings, sought not for it with an avarice like ours. In short, they had not the secret of drawing these metals from every mine, but only from those in which the separation might be made with fire. They were strangers to the manner of making use of mercury, and perhaps to mercury itself. However, it was not long before the specie of Europe was doubled. This appeared from the price of commodities, which everywhere was doubled. The Spaniards raked into the mines, scooped out mountains, invented machines to draw out water, to break the ore, and separate it, and as they sported with the lives of the Indians, they forced them to labor without mercy. The specie of Europe soon doubled, and the profit of Spain diminished in the same proportion. They had every year the same quantity of metal, which had become by 1/2 less precious. In double the time the specie still doubled, and the profit still diminished. Another half. It diminished even more than half. Let us see in what manner. To extract the gold from the mines, to give it the requisite preparations, and to import it into Europe, must be attended with some certain expense. I will suppose this to be as 1 to 64. When the specie was once doubled, and consequently became by 1/2 less precious, the expense was as 2 to 64. Thus the galloons which brought to Spain the same quantity of gold, brought a thing which really was of less value by 1/2, though the expenses attending it had been twice as high. If we proceed doubling and doubling, we shall find in this progression the cause of the impotency of the wealth of Spain. It is about 200 years since they have worked their Indian mines. I suppose the quantity of specie at present in the trading world is to that before the discovery of the Indies as 32:1, that is, it has been doubled 5 times. In 200 years more the same quantity will be to that before the discovery as 64:1, that is, it will be doubled once more. Now, at present, 50 quintals of ore yield 4, 5, and 6 ounces of gold, and when it yields only 2, the miner receives no more from it than his expenses. In 200 years, when the miner will extract only 4, this too will only defray his charges. There will then be but little profit to be drawn from the gold mines. The same reasoning will hold good of silver, except that the working of the silver mines is a little more advantageous than those of gold. But, if mines should be discovered so fruitful as to give a much greater profit, the more fruitful they may be, the sooner the profit will cease. The Portuguese in Brazil have found mines of gold so rich that they must necessarily very soon make a considerable diminution in the profits of those of Spain, as well as in their own. I have frequently heard people deplore the blindness of the court of France, who repulsed Christopher Columbus, when he made the proposal of discovering the Indies. Indeed they did, though perhaps without design, an act of the greatest wisdom. Spain has behaved like the foolish king who desired that everything he touched might be converted into gold, and who was obliged to beg of the gods to put an end to his misery. The companies and banks established in many nations have put a finishing stroke to the lowering of gold and silver as a sign of representation of riches, for by new fictions they have multiplied in such a manner the signs of wealth, that gold and silver having this office only in part have become less precious. Thus public credit serves instead of mines, and diminishes the profit which the Spaniards drew from theirs. True it is that the Dutch trade to the East Indies has increased, in some measure, the value of the Spanish merchandise, for as they carry bullion, and give it in exchange for the merchandise of the East, they ease the Spaniards of part of a commodity which in Europe abounds too much. And this trade, in which Spain seems to be only indirectly concerned, is as advantageous to that nation as to those who are directly employed in carrying it on. From what has been said we may form a judgment of the last order of the Council of Spain, which prohibits the making use of gold and silver in gildings, and other superfluities, a decree as ridiculous as it would be for the states of Holland to prohibit the consumption of spices. My reasoning does not hold good against all mines. Those of Germany and Hungary, which produce little more than the expense of working them, are extremely useful. They are found in the principal state, they employ many thousand men, who there consume their superfluous commodities, and they are properly a manufacture of the country. The mines of Germany and Hungary promote the culture of land, the working of those of Mexico and Peru destroys it. The Indies and Spain are two powers under the same master, but the Indies are the principal, while Spain is only an accessory. It is in vain for politics to attempt to bring back the Principalito the accessory, the Indies will always draw Spain to themselves. Oft merchandise, to the value of about 50 millions of livres, annually sent to the Indies, Spain furnishes only 2 millions and a half, the Indies trade for 50 millions, the Spaniards for 2.5. That must be a bad kind of riches which depends on accident, and not on the industry of a nation, on the number of its inhabitants, and on the cultivation of its lands. The King of Spain, who receives great sums from his custom house at Cadiz, is in this respect only a rich individual in a state extremely poor. Everything passes between strangers and himself, while his subjects have scarcely any share in it. This commerce is independent both of the good and bad fortune of his kingdom. Were some provinces of Castile able to give him a sum equal to that of the custom house of Cadiz, his power would be much greater, his riches would be the effect of the wealth of the country, these provinces would animate all the others, and they would be altogether more capable of supporting their respective charges. Instead of a great treasury he would have a great people. 23. A problem. It is not for me to decide the question whether, if Spain be not herself able to carry on the trade of the Indies, it would not be better to leave it open to strangers. I will only say that it is for their advantage to load this commerce with as few obstacles as politics will permit. When the merchandise which several nations send to the Indies is very dear, the inhabitants of that country give a great deal of their commodities, which are gold and silver, for very little. Of those of foreigners, the contrary to this happens when they are at a low price. It would perhaps be of use that these nations should undersell each other, to the end that the merchandise carried to the Indies might be always cheap. These are principles which deserve to be examined, without separating them, however, from other considerations, the safety of the Indies, the advantages of only one custom house, the danger of making great alterations, and the foreseen inconveniences, which are often less dangerous than those which cannot be foreseen. Book 22. Of Laws in Relation to the Use of Money. 1. The reason of the use of money. People who have little merchandise, as savages, and among civilized nations those who have only 2 or 3 species, trade by exchange. Thus the caravans of Moors that go to Timbuktu, in the heart of Africa, have no need of money, for they exchange their salt for gold. The Moor puts his salt in a heap, and the Negro his dust in another. If there is not gold enough, the Moor takes away some of his salt, or the Negro adds more gold, till both parties are agreed. But when a nation traffics with a great variety of merchandise, money becomes necessary, because a metal easily carried from place to place saves the great expenses which people would be obliged to be at if they always proceeded by exchange. As all nations have reciprocal wants, it frequently happens that one is desirous of a large quantity of the other's merchandise, when the latter will have very little of theirs, though with respect to another nation the case is directly opposite. But when nations have money, and proceed by buying and selling, those who take most merchandise pay the balance in specie. And there is this difference, that, in the case of buying, the trade carried on is in proportion to the wants of the nation that has the greatest demands, while in bartering, the trade is only according to the wants of the nation whose demands are the fewest, without which the latter would be under an impossibility of balancing its accounts. 2. Of the nature of money. Money is a sign which represents the value of all merchandise. Metal is taken for this sign, as being durable, because it is consumed but little by use, and because, without being destroyed, it is capable of many divisions. A precious metal has been chosen as a sign, as being most portable. A metal is most proper for a common measure, because it can be easily reduced to the same standard. Every state fixes upon it a particular impression, to the end that the form may correspond with the standard and the weight, and that both may be known by inspection only. The Athenians, not having the use of metals, made use of oxen, and the Romans of sheep, but one ox is not the same as another ox in the manner that one piece of metal may be the same as another. A specie is the sign of the value of merchandise, paper is the sign of the value of specie, and when it is of the right sort, it represents this value in such a manner that as to the effects produced by it there is not the least difference. In the same manner, as money is the sign and representative of a thing, everything is a sign and representative of money, and the state is in a prosperous condition when on the one hand money perfectly represents all things, and on the other all things perfectly represent money, and are reciprocally the sign of each other, that is, when they have such a relative value that we may have the one as soon as we have the other. This never happens in any other than a moderate government, nor does it always happen there. For example, if the laws favor the dishonest debtor, his effects are no longer a representative or sign of money. With regard to a despotic government, it would be a prodigy did things there represent their sign. Tyranny and distrust make every one bury their specie. Things therefore are not there the representative of money. Legislators have sometimes had the art not only to make things in their own nature the representative of specie, but to convert them even into specie, like the current coin. Caesar, when he was dictator, permitted debtors to give their lands in payment to their creditors, at the price they were worth before the Civil War. Tiberius ordered that those who desired specie should have it from the public treasury on binding over their land to double the value. Under Caesar the lands were the money which paid all debts. Under Tiberius 10,000 sesterces in land became as current money equal to 5,000 sesterces in silver. The Magna Carta of England provides against the seizing of the lands or revenues of a debtor, when his movable or personal goods are sufficient to pay, and he is willing to give them up to his creditors. Thus all the goods of an Englishman represent money. The laws of Germans constituted money a satisfaction for the injuries that were committed, and for the sufferings due to guilt. But as there was but very little specie in the country, they again constituted this money to be paid in goods or chattels. This we find appointed in a Saxon law, with certain regulations suitable to the ease and convenience of the several ranks of people. At first the law declared the value of a sou in cattle. The sou of 2 tremices answered to an ox of 12 months, or to a ewe with her lamb. That of 3 tremices was worth an ox of 16 months. With these people money became cattle, goods, and merchandise, and these again became money. Money is not only a sign of things, it is also a sign and representative of money, as we shall see in the chapter on exchange. 3. Of ideal money. There is both real and ideal money. Civilized nations generally make use of ideal money only, because they have converted their real money into ideal. At first their real money was some metal of a certain weight and standard, but soon dishonesty or want made them retrench a part of the metal from every piece of money, to which they left the same name. For example, from a lever at a pound weight they took half the silver, and still continued to call it a lever. The piece which was the 20th part of a pound of silver they continued to call a sou, though it is no more the 20th part of this pound of silver. By this method the lever is an ideal lever, and the sou an ideal sou. Thus of the other subdivisions, and so far may this be carried that what we call a lever shall be only a small part of the original lever or pound, which renders it still more ideal. It may even happen that we have no piece of money of the precise value of a lever, nor any piece exactly with a sou, then the lever and the sou will be purely ideal. They may give to any piece of money the denomination of as many livres and as many sous as they please. The variation may be continual, because it is as easy to give another name to a thing as it is difficult to change the thing itself. To take away the source of this abuse, it would be an excellent law for all countries who are desirous of making commerce flourish to ordain that none but real money should be current, and to prevent any methods from being taken to render it ideal. Nothing ought to be so exempt from variation as that which is the common measure of all. Trade is in its own nature extremely uncertain, and it is a great evil to add a new uncertainty to that which is founded on the nature of the thing. 4. Of the quantity of gold and silver. While civilized nations are the mistresses of the world, gold and silver, whether they draw it from among themselves, or fetch it from the mines, must increase every day. On the contrary, it diminishes when barbarous nations prevail. We know how great was the scarcity of these metals when the Goths and Vandals on the one side, and on the other the Saracens and Tartars, broke in like a torrent on the civilized world. 5. The same subject continued. The bullion drawn from the American mines, imported into Europe, and thence sent to the East, has greatly promoted the navigation of the European nations, for it is merchandise which Europe receives in exchange from America, and which she sends in exchange to the Indies. A prodigious quantity of gold and silver is therefore an advantage, when we consider these metals as merchandise, butitus otherwise when we consider them as a sign, because their abundance gives an alloy to their quality as a sign, which is chiefly founded on their scarcity. Before the First Punic War, copper was to silver as 960 to 1, it is at present nearly as 73½ to 1. When the proportion shall be as it was formerly, silver will better perform its office as a sign. 6. The reason why interest was lowered 1/2 after the conquest of the Indies. Garcilaso informs us that in Spain after the conquest of the Indies the interest, which was at 10%, fell to 5. This was a necessary consequence. A great quantity of specie being all of a sudden brought into Europe, much fewer persons had need of money. The price of all things increased, while the value of money diminished. The proportion was then broken, and all the old debts were discharged. We may recollect the time of the system, when everything was at a high price except specie. Those who had money after the conquest of the Indies were obliged to lower the price or hire of their merchandise, that is, in other words, their interest. From this time they were unable to bring interest to its ancient standard, because the quantity of specie brought to Europe has been annually increasing. Besides, as the public funds of some states, founded on riches procured by commerce, gave but a very small interest, it became necessary for the contracts of individuals to be regulated by these. In short, the course of exchange having rendered the conveying of specie from one country to another remarkably easy, money cannot be scarce in a place where they may be so readily supplied with it by those who have it in plenty. 7. How the price of things is fixed in the variation of the sign of riches. Money is the price of merchandise or manufactures. But how shall we fix this price? Or, in other words, by what piece of money is everything to be represented? If we compare the mass of gold and silver in the whole world with the quantity of merchandise therein contained, it is certain that every commodity or merchandise in particular may be compared to a certain portion of the entire mass of gold and silver. As the total of the one is to the total of the other, so part of the one will be to part of the other. Let us suppose that there is only one commodity or merchandise in the world, or only one to be purchased, and that this is divisible like money. A part of this merchandise will answer to a part of the mass of gold and silver, the half of the total of the one to the half of the total of the other, the 10th, the 100th, the 1000th part of the one, to the 10th, the 100th, the 1000th part of the other. But as that which constitutes property among mankind is not all at once in trade, and as the metals or money which are the sign of property are not all in trade at the same time, the price is fixed in the compound ratio of the total of things with the total of signs, and that of the total of things in trade with the total of signs in trade also, and as the things which are not in trade today may be in trade tomorrow, and the signs not now in trade may enter into trade at the same time, the establishment of the price of things fundamentally depends on the proportion of the total of things to the total of signs. Thus the prince or the magistrate can no more ascertain the value of merchandise than he can establish by a decree that the relation 1 has to 10 is equal to that of 1 to 20. Julian's lowering the price of provisions at Antioch was the cause of a most terrible famine. 8. The same subject continued. The Negroes on the coast of Africa have a sign of value without money. It is a sign merely ideal, founded on the degree of esteem which they fix in their minds for all merchandise, in proportion to the need they have of it. A certain commodity or merchandise is worth 3 makuts, another, 6 makuts, another, 10 makuts, that is, as if they said simply 3, 6, and 10. The price is formed by a comparison of all merchandise with each other. They have therefore no particular money, but each kind of merchandise is money to the other. Let us for a moment transfer to ourselves this manner of valuing things, and join it with ours, all the merchandise and goods in the world, or else all the merchandise or manufactures of a state, particularly considered as separate from all others, would be worth a certain number of makuts, and, dividing the money of this state into as many parts as there are makuts, one part of this division of money will be the sign of a makut. If we suppose the quantity of specie in a state doubled, it will be necessary to double the specie in the makut, but if in doubling the specie you double also the makut, the proportion will remain the same as before the doubling of either. If, since the discovery of the Indies, gold and silver have increased in Europe in the proportion of 1 to 20, the price of provisions and merchandise must have been enhanced in the proportion of 1 to 20. But if, on the other hand, the quantity of merchandise has increased as 1 to 2, it necessarily follows that the price of this merchandise and provisions, having been raised in proportion of 1 to 20, and fallen in proportion of 1 to 2, it necessarily follows, I say, that the proportion is only as 1 to 10. The quantity of goods and merchandise increases by an augmentation of commerce, the augmentation of commerce by an augmentation of the specie which successively arrives, and by new communications with freshly discovered countries and seas, which furnish us with new commodities and new merchandise. 9. Of the relative scarcity of gold and silver. Besides the positive plenty and scarcity of gold and silver, there is still a relative abundance and a relative scarcity of one of these metals compared with the other. The avaricious hoard up their gold and silver, for as they do not care to spend, they are fond of signs that are not subject to decay. They prefer gold to silver, because as they are always afraid of losing, they can best conceal that which takes up the least room. Gold therefore disappears when there is plenty of silver, by reason that every one has some to conceal. It appears again when silver is scarce, because they are obliged to draw it from its confinement. It is then a rule that gold is common when silver is scarce, and gold is scarce when silver is common. This lets us see the difference between their relative and their real abundance and scarcity, of which I shall presently speak more at large. 10. Of exchange. The relative abundance and scarcity of specie in different countries forms what is called the course of exchange. Exchange is a fixing of the actual and momentary value of money. Silver as a metal has value like all other merchandise, and an additional value as it is capable of becoming the sign of other merchandise. If it were no more than mere merchandise, it would lose much of its value. Silver, as money, has a value, which the prince in some respects can fix, and in others cannot. 1. The prince establishes a proportion between a quantity of silver as metal, and the same quantity as money. 2. He fixes the proportion between the several metals made use of as money. 3. He establishes the weight and standard of every piece of money. In fine. 4. He gives to every piece that ideal value of which I have spoken. I shall call the value of money in these 4 respects its positive value, because it may be fixed by law. The coin of every state has, besides this, a relative value, as it is compared with the money of other countries. This relative value is established by the exchange, and greatly depends on its positive value. It is fixed by the general opinion of the merchants, never by the decrees of the prince, because it is subject to incessant variations, and depends on 1,000 accidents. The several nations, in fixing this relative value, are chiefly guided by that which has the greatest quantity of specie. If she has as much specie as all the others together, it is then most proper for the others to regulate theirs by her standard, and the regulation between all the others will pretty nearly agree with the regulation made with this principal nation. In the actual state of the globe, Holland is the nation we are speaking of. Let us examine the course of exchange with relation to her. They have in Holland a piece of money called a florin, worth 20 sous, or 40 half sous or gros. But, to render our ideas as simple as possible, let us imagine that they have not any such piece of money in Holland as a florin, and that they have no other but the gros. A man who should have 1,000 florins should have 40,000 gros, and so of the rest. Now the exchange with Holland is determined by our knowing how many gros every piece of money in other countries is worth, and as the French commonly reckon by a crown of 3 livres, the exchange makes it necessary for them to know how many gros are contained in a crown of 3 livres. If the course of exchange is at 54, a crown of 3 livres will be worth 54 gros, if it is at 60, it will be worth 60 gros. If silver is scarce in France, a crown of 3 livres will be worth more gros, if plentiful, it will be worth less. This scarcity or plenty, whence results the mutability of the course of exchange, is not the real, but a relative, scarcity or plenty. For example, when France has greater occasion for funds in Holland than the Dutch of having funds in France, specie is said to be common in France and scarce in Holland, and vice versa. Let us suppose that the course of exchange with Holland is at 54. If France and Holland composed only one city, they would act as we do when we give change for a crown. The Frenchman would take 3 livres out of his pocket, and the Dutchman 54 gros from his. But as there is some distance between Paris and Amsterdam, it is necessary that he who for a crown of 3 livres gives me 54 gros, which he has in Holland, should give me a bill of exchange for 54 gros payable in Holland. The 54 gros is not the thing in question, but a bill for that sum. Thus, in order to judge of the scarcity or plenty of specie, we must know if there are in France more bills of 54 gros drawn upon Holland than there are crowns drawn upon France. If there are more bills from Holland than there are from France, specie is scarce in France, and common in Holland, it then becomes necessary that the exchange should rise, and that they give for my crown more than 54 gros, otherwise I will not part with it, and vice versa. Thus the various turns in the course of exchange form an account of debtor and creditor, which must be frequently settled, and which the state in debt can no more discharge by exchange than an individual can pay a debt by giving change for a piece of silver. We will suppose that there are but 3 states in the world, France, Spain, and Holland, that several individuals in Spain are indebted to France, to the value of 100,000 marks of silver, and that several individuals of France owe in Spain 110,000 marks. Now, if some circumstance both in Spain and France should cause each to withdraw his specie, what will then be the course of exchange? These 2 nations will reciprocally acquit each other of 100,000 marks, but France will still owe 10,000 marks in Spain, and the Spaniards will still have bills upon France, to the value of 10,000 marks, while France will have none at all upon Spain. But if Holland was in a contrary situation with respect to France, and in order to balance the account must pay her 10,000 marks, the French would have 2 ways of paying the Spaniards, either by giving their creditors in Spain bills for 10,000 marks upon their debtors in Holland, or else by sending specie to the value of 10,000 marks to Spain. Hence it follows that when a state has occasion to remit a sum of money to another country, it is indifferent, in the nature of the thing, whether specie be conveyed thither or they take bills of exchange. The advantage or disadvantage of these 2 methods solely depends on actual circumstances. We must inquire which will yield most grow in Holland, money carried thither in specie, or a bill upon Holland for the like sum. When money of the same standard and weight in France yields money of the same standard and weight in Holland, we say that the exchange is at par. In the actual state of specie the par is nearly at 54 gros to the crown. When the exchange is above 54 gros, we say it is high, when beneath, we say it is low. In order to know the loss and gain of a state in a particular situation of exchange, it must be considered as debtor and creditor, as buyer and seller. When the exchange is below par, it loses as a debtor, and gains as a creditor; it loses as a buyer and gains as a seller. It is obvious it loses as debtor. Suppose, for example, France owes Holland a certain number of gros. The fewer gros there are in a crown, the more crowns she has to pay. On the contrary, if France is creditor for a certain number of gros, the less number of gros there are in a crown, the more crowns she will receive. The state loses also as buyer, for there must be the same number of gros to purchase the same quantity of merchandise, and while the exchange is low, every French crown is worth fewer gros. For the same reason the state gains as a seller. I sell my merchandise in Holland for a certain number of gros, I receive then more crowns in France. When for every 50 gros I receive a crown, than I should do if I received only the same crown for every 54. The contrary to this takes place in the other state. If the Dutch are indebted a certain number of crowns to France, they will gain; if this money is owing to them, they will lose; if they sell, they lose, and if they buy, they gain. It is proper to pursue this somewhat further. When the exchange is below par, for example, if it be at 50 instead of 54, it should follow that France, on sending bills of exchange to Holland for 54,000 crowns, could buy merchandise only to the value of 50,000, and that on the other hand, the Dutch sending the value of 50,000 crowns to France might buy 54,000, which makes a difference of 8/54, that is, a loss to France of more than 1/7, so that France would be obliged to send to Holland 1/7 more in specie or merchandise than she would do were the exchange at par. And as the mischief must constantly increase, because a debt of this kind would bring the exchange still lower, France would in the end be ruined. It seems, I say, as if this should certainly follow, and yet it does not, because of the principle which I have elsewhere established, which is that states constantly lean towards a balance, in order to preserve their independency. Thus they borrow only in proportion to their ability to pay, and measure their buying by what they sell, and taking the example from above, if the exchange falls in France from 54 to 50, the Dutch who buy merchandise in France to the value of 1,000 crowns, for which they used to pay 54,000 gros, would now pay only 50,000, if the French would consent to it. But the merchandise of France will rise insensibly, and the profit will be shared between the French and the Dutch, for when a merchant can gain, he easily shares his profit, there arises then a communication of profit between the French and the Dutch. In the same manner the French, who bought merchandise of Holland for 54,000 gros, and who, when the exchange was at 54, paid for them 1,000 crowns, will be obliged to add 1/7 more in French crowns to buy the same merchandise. But the French merchant, being sensible of the loss he suffers, will take up less of the merchandise of Holland. The French and the Dutch merchant will then both be losers, the state will insensibly fall into a balance, and the lowering of the exchange will not be attended with all those inconveniences which we had reason to fear. A merchant may send his stock into a foreign country when the exchange is below par without injuring his fortune, because, when it returns, he recovers what he had lost, but a prince who sends only specie into a foreign country which never can return, is always a loser. When the merchants have great dealings in any country, the exchange there infallibly rises. This proceeds from their entering into many engagements, buying great quantities of merchandise, and drawing upon foreign countries to pay for them. A prince may amass great wealth in his dominions, and yet specie may be really scarce, and relatively common. For instance, if the state is indebted for much merchandise to a foreign country, the exchange will be low, though specie be scarce. The exchange of all places constantly tends to a certain proportion, and that in the very nature of things. If the course of exchange from Ireland to England is below par, and that of England to Holland is also under par, that of Ireland to Holland will be still lower, that is, in the compound ratio of that of Ireland to England, and that of England to Holland, for a Dutch merchant who can have his specie indirectly from Ireland, by way of England, will not choose to pay dearer by having it in the direct way. This, I say, ought naturally to be the case, but, however, it is not exactly so. There are always circumstances which vary these things, and the different profit of drawing by one place, or of drawing by another, constitutes the particular art and dexterity of the bankers, which does not belong to the present subject. When a state raises its specie, for instance, when it gives the name of 6 livres, or 2 crowns, to what was before called 3 livres, or 1 crown, this new denomination, which adds nothing real to the crown, ought not to procure a single gros more by the exchange. We ought only to have for the 2 new crowns the same number of gros which we before received for the old one. If this does not happen, it must not be imputed as an effect of the regulation itself, but to the novelty and suddenness of the affair. The exchange adheres to what is already established, and is not altered till after a certain time. When a state, instead of only raising the specie by a law, calls it in order to diminish its size, it frequently happens that during the time taken up in passing again through the mint there are 2 kinds of money, the large, which is the old, and the small, which is the new, and as the large is cried down as not to be received as money, and bills of exchange must consequently be paid in the new, one would imagine then that the exchange should be regulated by the new. If, for example, in France, the ancient crown of 3 livres, being worth in Holland 60 gros, was reduced 1/2, the new crown ought to be valued only at 30. On the other hand, it seems as if the exchange ought to be regulated by the old coin, because the banker who has specie, and receives bills, is obliged to carry the old coin to the mint in order to change it for the new, by which he must be a loser. The exchange then ought to be fixed between the value of the old coin and that of the new. The value of the old is decreased, if we may call it so, both because there is already some of the new in trade, and because the bankers cannot keep up to the rigor of the law, having an interest in letting loose the old coin from their chests, and being sometimes obliged to make payments with it. Again, the value of the new specie must rise, because the banker having this finds himself in a situation in which, as we shall immediately prove, he will reap great advantage by procuring the old. The exchange should then be fixed, as I have already said, between the new and the old coin. For then the bankers find it to their interest to send the old out of the kingdom, because by this method they procure the same advantage as they could receive from a regular exchange of the old specie, that is, a great many gros in Holland, and in return, a regular exchange a little lower, between the old and the new specie, which would bring many crowns to France. Suppose that 3 livres oft old coin yield by the actual exchange 45 gros, and that by sending this same crown to Holland they receive 60, but with a bill of 45 gros, they procure a crown of 3 livres in France, which being sent in the old specie to Holland, still yields 60 gros, thus all the old specie would be sent out of the kingdom, and the bankers would run away with the whole profit. To remedy this, new measures must be taken. The state which coined the new specie would itself be obliged to send great quantities of the old to the nation which regulates the exchange, and, by thus gaining credit there, raise the exchange pretty nearly to as many gros for a crown of 3 livres out of the country. I say to nearly the same, for while the profits are small the bankers will not be tempted to send it abroad, because of the expense of carriage and the danger of confiscation. It is fit that we should give a very clear idea of this. Mr. Bernard, or any other banker employed by the state, proposes bills upon Holland, and gives them at 1, 2, or 3 gros higher than the actual exchange. He has made a provision in a foreign country, by means of the old specie, which he has continually been sending thither, and thus he has raised the exchange to the point we have just mentioned. In the meantime, by disposing of his bills, he seizes on all the new specie, and obliges the other bankers, who have payments to make, to carry their old specie to the mint, and, as he insensibly obtains all the specie, he obliges the other bankers to give him bills of exchange at a very high price. By this means his profit in the end compensates in a great measure for the loss he suffered at the beginning. It is evident that during these transactions, the state must be in a dangerous crisis. Specie must become extremely scarce. 1. Because much the greatest part is cried down. 2. Because a part will be sent into foreign countries. 3. Because every one will lay it up, as not being willing to give that profit to the prince which he hopes to receive himself. It is dangerous to do it slowly, and dangerous also to do it in too much haste. If the supposed gain be immoderate, the inconveniences increase in proportion. We see, from what has been already said, that when the exchange is lower than the specie, a profit may be made by sending it abroad. For the same reason, when it is higher than the specie, there is profit in causing it to return. But there is a case in which profit may be made by sending the specie out of the kingdom, when the exchange is at par, that is, by sending it into a foreign country to be coined over again. When it returns, an advantage may be made of it, whether it be circulated in the country or paid for foreign bills. If a company has been erected in a state with an immense number of shares, and these shares have in a few months risen 20 or 25 times above the original purchase value, if, again, the same state established a bank, whose bills were to perform the office of money, while the legal value of these bills was prodigious, in order to answer to the legal value of the shares, this is Mr. Law's system, it would follow, from the nature of things, that these shares and these bills would vanish in the same manner as they arose. Stocks cannot suddenly be raised 20 or 25 times above their original value without giving a number of people the means of procuring immense riches in paper. Every one would endeavor to make his fortune, and as the exchange offers the most easy way of removing it from home, or conveying it whither one pleases, people would incessantly remit a part of their effects to the nation that regulates the exchange. A continual process of remittances into a foreign country must lower the exchange. Let us suppose that at the time of the system, in proportion to the standard and weight of the silver coin, the exchange was fixed at 40 gros to the crown. When a vast quantity of paper became money, they were unwilling to give more than 39 gros for a crown, and afterwards 38, 37, nc. This proceeded so far, that after a while they would give but 8 gros, and at last there was no exchange at all. The exchange ought in this case to have regulated the proportion between the specie and the paper of France. I suppose that, by the weight and standard of the silver, the crown of 3 livres in silver was worth 40 gros, and that the exchange being made in paper, the crown of 3 livres in paper was worth only 8 gros, the difference was 4/5. The crown of 3 livres in paper was then worth 4/5 less than the crown of 3 livres in silver. 11. Of the proceedings of the Romans with respect to money. How great soever the exertion of authority had been in our times, with respect to the specie of France, during the administration of 2 successive ministers, still it was vastly exceeded by the Romans, not at the time when corruption had crept into their republic, nor when they were in a state of anarchy, but when they were as much by their wisdom as their courage in the full vigor of the constitution, after having conquered the cities of Italy, and at the very time that they disputed for empire with the Carthaginians. And here I am pleased that I have an opportunity of examining more closely into this matter, that no example may be taken from what can never justly be called 1. In the first Punic War the as, which ought to be 12 ounces of copper, weighed only 2, and in the second it was no more than 1. This retrenchment answers to what we now call the raising of coin. To take half the silver from a crown of 6 livres, in order to make 2 crowns, or to raise it to the value of 12 livres, is precisely the same thing. They have left us no monument of the manner in which the Romans conducted this affair in the first Punic War, but what they did in the second is a proof of the most consummate wisdom. The Republic found herself under an impossibility of paying her debts. The as weighed 2 ounces of copper, and the denarius, valued at 10 asses, weighed 20 ounces of copper. The Republic, being willing to gain half on her creditors, made the as of an ounce of copper, and by this means paid the value of a denarius with 10 ounces. This proceeding must have given a great shock to the state. They were obliged therefore to break the force of it as well as they could. It was in itself unjust, and it was necessary to render it as little so as possible. They had in view the deliverance of the Republic with respect to the citizens. They were not therefore obliged to direct their view to the deliverance of the citizens with respect to each other. This made a second step necessary. It was ordained that the denarius, which hitherto contained but an asses, should contain 16. The result of these double operation was, that while the creditors of the Republic lost 1/2, those of individuals lost only 1/5, the price of merchandise was increased only 1/5, the real change of the money was only 1/5. The other consequences are obvious. The Romans then conducted themselves with greater prudence than we, who in our transactions involved both the public treasure and the fortunes of individuals. But this is not all. Their business was carried on amidst more favorable circumstances than ours. 12. The circumstances in which the Romans changed the value of the specie. There was formerly very little gold and silver in Italy. This country has few or no mines of gold or silver. When Rome was taken by the Gauls, they found only 1,000 weight of gold. And yet the Romans had sacked many powerful cities, and brought home their wealth. For a long time they made use of none but copper money, and it was not till after the peace with Pyrrhus that they had silver enough to coin money. They made denarii of this metal of the value of 10 asses, or 10 pounds of copper. At that time the proportion of silver was to that of copper as 1 to 960. For as the Roman denarius was valued at 10 asses, or 10 pounds of copper, it was worth 120 ounces of copper, and as the same denarius was valued only at 1/8 of an ounce of silver, this produced the above proportion. When Rome became mistress of that part of Italy which is nearest to Greece and Sicily, by degrees she found herself between 2 rich nations, the Greeks and the Carthaginians. Silver increased at Rome, and as the proportion of 1 to 960 between silver and copper could be no longer supported, she made several regulations with respect to money, which to us are unknown. However, at the beginning of the Second Punic War, the Roman denarius was worth no more than 20 ounces of copper, and thus the proportion between silver and copper was no longer but as 1 to 160. The reduction was very considerable, since the Republic gained 5/6 upon all copper money. But she did only what was necessary in the nature of things, by establishing the proportion between the metals made use of as money. The peace which terminated the First Punic War left the Romans masters of Sicily. They soon entered Sardinia, afterwards they began to know Spain, and thus the quantity of silver increased at Rome. They took measures to reduce the denarius from 20 ounces to 16, which had the effect of putting a nearer proportion between the silver and copper. Thus the proportion, which was before as 1 to 160, was now made as 1 to 128. If we examine into the conduct of the Romans, we shall never find them so great as in choosing a proper conjuncture for performing any extraordinary operation. 13. Proceedings with respect to money in the time of the emperors. In the changes made in the specie during the time of the Republic, they proceeded by diminishing it. In its wants, the state entrusted the knowledge to the people, and did not pretend to deceive them. Under the emperors, they proceeded by way of alloy. These princes, reduced to despair even by their liberalities, found themselves obliged to degrade the specie, an indirect method, which diminished the evil without seeming to touch it. They withheld a part of the gift and yet concealed the hand that did it, and, without speaking of the diminution of the pay, or of the gratuity, it was found diminished. We even still see in cabinets a kind of metals which are called plated, and are only pieces of copper covered with a thin plate of silver. This money is mentioned in a fragment of the 77th book of Dio. Didius Julian first began to debase it. We find that the coin of Caracalla had an alloy of more than half, that of Alexander Severus of 2/3. The debasing still increased, till in the time of Gallienus nothing was to be seen but copper silvered over. It is evident that such violent proceedings could not take place in the present age. A prince might deceive himself, but he could deceive nobody else. The exchange has taught the banker to draw a comparison between all the money in the world, and to establish its just value. The standard of money can be no longer a secret. Were the prince to begin to alloy his silver, everybody else would continue it, and do it for him. The specie of the true standard would go abroad first, and nothing would be sent back but base metal. If, like the Roman emperors, he debased the silver without debasing the gold would suddenly disappear, and he would be reduced to his bad silver. The exchange, as I have said in the preceding book, has deprived princes of the opportunity of showing great exertions of authority, or at least has rendered them ineffectual. 14. How the exchange is a constraint on despotic power. Russia would have descended from its despotic power, but could not. The establishment of commerce depended on that of the exchange, and the transactions were inconsistent with all its laws. In 1745 the Tsarina made a law to expel the Jews, because they remitted into foreign countries the specie of those who were banished into Siberia, as well as that of the foreigners entertained in her service. As all the subjects of the empire are slaves, they can neither go abroad themselves nor send away their effects without permission. The exchange which gives them the means of remitting their specie from one country to another is therefore entirely incompatible with the laws of Russia. Commerce itself is inconsistent with the Russian laws. The people are composed only of slaves employed in agriculture, and of slaves called ecclesiastics or gentlemen, who are the lords of those slaves. There is then nobody left for the third estate, which ought to be composed of mechanics and merchants. 15. The practice of some countries in Italy. They have made laws in some part of Italy to prevent subjects from selling their lands in order to remove their specie into foreign countries. These laws may be good, when the riches of a state are so connected with the country itself that there would be great difficulty in transferring them to another. But since, by the course of exchange, riches are in some degree independent of any particular state, and since they may with so much ease be conveyed from one country to another, that must be a bad law which will not permit persons for their own interest to dispose of their lands, while they can dispose of their money. It is a bad law, because it gives an advantage to movable effects, in prejudice to the land, because it deters strangers from settling in the country, and, in short, because it may be eluded. 16. The assistance a state may derive from bankers. The banker's business is to change, not to lend, money. If the prince makes use of them to change his specie, as he never does it but in great affairs, the least profit he can give for the remittance becomes considerable, and if they demand large profits, we may be certain that there is a fault in the administration. On the contrary, when they are employed to advance specie, their art consists in procuring the greatest profit for the use of it, without being liable to be charged with usury. 17. Of public debts. Some have imagined that it was for the advantage of a state to be indebted to itself, they thought that this multiplied riches by increasing the circulation. Those who are of this opinion have, I believe, confounded a circulating paper which represents money, or a circulating paper which is the sign of the profits that a company has or will make by commerce, with a paper which represents a debt. The first two are extremely advantageous to the state, the last can never be so, and all that we can expect from it is that individuals have a good security from the government for their money. But let us see the inconveniences which result from it. 1. If foreigners possess much paper which represents a debt, they annually draw out of the nation a considerable sum for interest. 2. In a nation that is thus perpetually in debt, the exchange must be very low. 3. The taxes raised for the payment of the interest of the debt are an injury to the manufacturers, by raising the price of the artificer's labor. 4. It takes the true revenue of the state from those who have activity and industry, to convey it to the indolent, that is, it gives facilities for labor to those who do not work, and clogs with difficulties those who do work. These are its inconveniences. I know of no advantages. 10 persons have each a yearly income of 1,000 crowns, either in land or trade. This raises to the nation, at 5%, a capital of 200,000 crowns. If these 10 persons employed one half of their income, that is, 5,000 crowns, in paying the interest of 100,000 crowns, which they had borrowed of others, that still would be only to the state as 200,000 crowns, that is, in the language of the algebraists, 200,000 crowns, 100,000 crowns plus 100,000 crowns equals 200,000. People are thrown perhaps into this error by reflecting that the paper which represents the debt of a nation is the sign of riches, for none but a rich state can support such paper without falling into decay. And if it does not fall, it is a proof that the state has other riches besides. They say that it is not an evil, because there are resources against it, and that it is an advantage, since these resources surpass the evil. 18. Of the payment of public debts. It is necessary that there should be a proportion between the state as creditor and the state as debtor. The state may be a creditor to infinity, but it can only be a debtor to a certain degree, and when it surpasses that degree the title of creditor vanishes. If the credit of the state has never received the least blemish, it may do what has been so happily practiced in one of the kingdoms of Europe, that is, it may require a great quantity of specie, and offer to reimburse every individual, at least if they will not reduce their interest. When the state borrows, the individuals fix the interest. When it pays, the interest for the future is fixed by the state. It is not sufficient to reduce the interest, it is necessary to erect a sinking fund from the advantage of the reduction, in order to pay every year a part of the capital, a proceeding so happy that its success increases every day. When the credit of the state is not entire, there is a new reason for endeavoring to form a sinking fund, because this fund being once established will soon procure the public confidence. 1. If the state is a republic, the government of which is in its own nature consistent with its entering into projects of a long duration, the capital of the sinking fund may be inconsiderable, but it is necessary in a monarchy for the capital to be much greater. 2. The regulations ought to be so ordered that all the subjects of the state may support the weight of the establishment of these funds, because they have all the weight of the establishment of the debt. Thus the creditor of the state, by the sums he contributes, pays himself. 3. There are 4 classes of men who pay the debts of the state: the proprietors of the land, those engaged in trade, the laborers and artificers, and, in fine, the annuitants either of the state or of private people. Of these 4 classes the last, in a case of necessity one would imagine, ought least to be spared, because it is a class entirely passive, while the state is supported by the active vigor of the other 3. But as it cannot be higher taxed, without destroying the public confidence, of which the state in general and these 3 classes in particular have the utmost need, as a breach in the public faith cannot be made on a certain number of subjects without seeming to be made on all, as the class of creditors is always the most exposed to the projects of ministers, and always in their eye, and under their immediate inspection, the state is obliged to give them a singular protection, that the part which is indebted may never have the least advantage over that which is the creditor. 19. Of lending upon interest. Specie is the sign of value, It is evident that he who has occasion for this sign ought to pay for the use of it, as well as for everything else that he has occasion for. All the difference is that other things may be either hired or bought, while money, which is the price of things, can only be hired, and not bought. To lend money without interest is certainly an action laudable and extremely good, but it is obvious that it is only a counsel of religion, and not a civil law. In order that trade may be successfully carried on, it is necessary that a price be fixed on the use of specie, but this should be very inconsiderable. If it be too high, the merchant who sees that it will cost him more in interest than he can gain by commerce will undertake nothing. If there is no consideration to be paid for the use of specie, nobody will lend it, and here too the merchant will undertake nothing. I am mistaken when I say nobody will lend. The affairs of society will ever make it necessary. Usury will be established, but with all the disorders with which it has been constantly attended. The laws of Muhammad confound usury with lending upon interest. Usury increases in Mohammedan countries in proportion to the severity of the prohibition. The lender indemnifies himself for the danger he undergoes of suffering the penalty. In those Eastern countries, the greater part of the people are secure in nothing. There is hardly any proportion between the actual possession of a sum and the hopes of receiving it again after having lent it. Usury, then, must be raised in proportion to the danger of insolvency. 20. Of maritime usury. The greatness of maritime usury is founded on two things: the danger of the sea, which makes it proper that those who expose their specie should not do it without considerable advantage, and the ease with which the borrower, by means of commerce, speedily accomplishes a variety of great affairs. But usury, with respect to landmen, not being founded on either of these two reasons, is either prohibited by the legislators, or, what is more rational, reduced to proper bounds. 21. Of lending by contract, and the state of usury among the Romans. Besides the loans made for the advantage of commerce, there is still a kind of lending by a civil contract, whence results interest or usury. As the people of Rome increased every day in power, the magistrates sought to insinuate themselves in their favor by enacting such laws as were most agreeable to them. They retrenched capitals, they first lowered, and at length prohibited, interest, they took away the power of confining the debtor's body. In fine, the abolition of debts was contended for whenever a tribune was disposed to render himself popular. These continual changes, whether made by the laws or by the plebiscita, naturalized usury at Rome, for the creditors, seeing the people their debtor, their legislator, and their judge, had no longer any confidence in their agreements. The people, like a debtor who has lost his credit, could only tempt them to lend by allowing an exorbitant interest, especially as the laws applied a remedy to the evil only from time to time, while the complaints of the people were continual, and constantly intimidated the creditors. This was the cause that all honest means of borrowing and lending were abolished at Rome, and that the most monstrous usury established itself in that city, notwithstanding the strict prohibition and severity of the law. This evil was a consequence of the severity of the laws against usury. Laws excessively good are the source of excessive evil. The borrower found himself under the necessity of paying for the interest of the money, and for the danger the creditor underwent of suffering. The penalty of the law. 22. The same subject continued. The primitive Romans had not any laws to regulate the rate of usury. In the contests which arose on this subject between the plebeians and the patricians, even in the sedition on the Mons Caesar, nothing was alleged, on the one hand, but justice, and on the other, the severity of contracts. They then only followed private agreements, which, I believe, were most commonly at 12% per annum. My reason is, that in the ancient language of the Romans, interest at 6% was called half usury, and interest at 3%, quarter usury. Total usury must, therefore, have been interest at 12%. But if it be asked how such great interest could be established among a people almost without commerce, I answer that this people, being very often obliged to go to war without pay, were under a frequent necessity of borrowing, and as they incessantly made happy expeditions they were commonly well able to pay. This is visible from the recital of the contests which arose on this subject. They did not then disagree concerning the avarice of creditors, but said that those who complained might have been able to pay, had they lived in a more regular manner. They then made laws which had only an influence on the present situation of affairs. They ordained, for instance, that those who enrolled themselves for the war they were engaged in should not be molested by their creditors, that those who were in prison should be set at liberty, that the most indigent should be sent into the colonies, and sometimes they opened the public treasury. The people, being eased of their present burdens, became appeased, and as they required nothing for the future, the Senate was far from providing against it. At the time when the Senate maintained the cause of usury with so much constancy, the Romans were distinguished by an extreme love of frugality, poverty, and moderation, but the constitution was such that the principal citizens alone supported all the expenses of government, while the common people paid nothing. How, then, was it possible to deprive the former of the liberty of pursuing their debtors, and at the same time to oblige them to execute their offices, and to support the Republic amidst its most pressing necessities? Tacitus says that the law of the 12 tables fixed the interest at 1%. It is evident that he was mistaken, and that he took another law, of which I am going to speak, for the law of the 12 tables. If this had been regulated in the law of the 12 tables, why did they not make use of its authority in the disputes which afterwards arose between the creditors and debtors? We find no vestige of this law upon lending at interest, and let us have ever so little knowledge of the history of Rome, we shall see that a law like this could not be the work of the decemvirs. The Licinian law, made 85 years after that of the 12 tables, was one of those temporary regulations of which we have spoken. It ordained that what had been paid for interest should be deducted from the principal, and the rest discharged by 3 equal payments. In the year of Rome 398, the tribunes Duilius and Menenius caused a law to be passed which reduced the interest to 1% per annum. It is this law which Tacitus confounds with that of the 12 tables, and this was the first ever made by the Romans to fix the rate of interest. 10 years after, this usury was reduced 1/2, and in the end entirely abolished, and if we may believe some authors whom Livy had read, this was under the consulate of C. Marcius Rutilius and Q. Servilius, in the year of Rome 413. It fared with this law as with all those in which the legislator carries things to excess, an infinite number of ways were found to elude it. They enacted, therefore, many others to confirm, correct, and temper it. Sometimes they quitted the laws to follow the common practice, at others, the common practice to follow the laws, but in this case, custom easily prevailed. When a man wanted to borrow, he found an obstacle in the very law made in his favor. This law must be evaded by the person it was made to succor, and by the person condemned. Sempronius Asellus, the praetor, having permitted the debtors to act in conformity to the laws, was slain by the creditors for attempting to revive the memory of a severity that could no longer be supported. I quit the city, in order to cast an eye on the provinces. I have somewhere else observed that the Roman provinces were exhausted by a severe and arbitrary government. But this is not all, they were also ruined by a most shocking usury. Cicero takes notice that the inhabitants of Salamis wanted to borrow a sum of money at Rome, but could not, because of the Gabinian law. We must, therefore, inquire into the nature of this law. As soon as lending upon interest was forbidden at Rome, they contrived all sort of means to elude the law, and as their allies, and the Latins, were not subject to the civil laws of the Romans, they employed a Latin, or an ally, to lend his name, and personate the creditor. The law, therefore, had only subjected the creditors to a matter of form, and the public were not relieved. The people complained of this artifice, and Marius Sempronius, tribune of the people, by the authority of the Senate, caused a plebiscitum to be enacted to this purport, that in regard to loans the laws prohibiting usury between Roman citizens should equally take place between a citizen and an ally, or a citizen and a Latin. At that time they gave the name of allies to the people of Italy properly so called, which extended as far as the Arno and the Rubicon, and was not governed in the form of a Roman province. It is an observation of Tacitus that new frauds were constantly committed, whenever any laws were passed for the preventing of usury. Finding themselves debarred from lending or borrowing in the name of an ally, they soon contrived to borrow of some inhabitant of the provinces. To remedy this abuse they were obliged to enact a new law, and Gabinius, upon the passing of that famous law, which was intended to prevent the corruption of suffrages, must naturally have reflected that the best way to attain his end was to discourage the lending upon interest. These were two objects naturally connected, for usury always increased at the time of elections, because they stood in need of money to bribe the voters. It is plain that the Gabinian law had extended the senatus consultum of Marcus Sempronius to the provinces, since the people of Salamis could not borrow money at Rome because of that very law. Brutus, under fictitious names, lent them some money at 4% a month, and obtained for that purpose 2 senatus consulta, in the former of which it was expressly mentioned that this loan should not be considered as an evasion of the law, and that the governor of Sicily should determine according to the stipulations mentioned in the bond of the Salaminians. As lending upon interest was forbidden by the Gabinian law between provincials and Roman citizens, and the latter at that time had all the money of the globe in their hands, there was a necessity for tempting them with the bait of extravagant interest, to the end that the avaricious might thus lose sight of the danger of losing their money. And as they were men of great power in Rome, who awed the magistrates and overruled the laws, they were emboldened to lend, and to extort great usury. Hence the provinces were successively ravaged by every one who had any credit in Rome, and as each governor, at entering upon his province, published his edict wherein he fixed the rate of interest in what manner he pleased, the legislature played into the hands of avarice, and the latter served the mean purposes of the legislator. But the public business must be carried on, and wherever a total inaction obtains, the state is undone. On some occasions the towns, the corporate bodies and societies, as well as private people, were under the necessity of borrowing, a necessity but too urgent, were it only to repair the ravages of armies, the rapacity of magistrates, the extortions of collectors, and the corrupt practices daily introduced, for never was there at one period so much poverty and opulence. The Senate, being possessed of the executive power, granted, through necessity, and oftentimes through favor, a permission of borrowing from Roman citizens, so as to enact decrees for that particular purpose. But even these decrees were discredited by the law, for they might give occasion to the people's insisting upon new rates of interest, which would augment the danger of losing the capital, while they made a further extension of usury. I shall ever repeat it, that mankind are governed not by extremes, but by principles of moderation. He pays least, says Ulpian, who pays latest. This decides the question whether interest be lawful, that is, whether the creditor can sell time, and the debtor buy it. Book 23. Of laws in the relation they bear to the number of inhabitants. 1. Of men and animals with respect to the multiplication of their species. Delight of humankind, and gods above, parent of Rome, propitious queen of love, for when the rising spring adorns the mead, and a new scene of nature stands displayed, when teeming buds, and cheerful greens appear, and western gales unlock the lazy year, the joyous birds thy welcome first express, whose native songs thy genial fire confess, then savage beasts bound o'er their slighted food, struck with thy darts, and tempt the raging flood. All nature is thy gift, earth, air, and sea, of all that breathes the various progeny, stung with delight, is goaded on by thee. O'er barren mountains, o'er the flowery plain, the leafy forest, and the liquid main, extends thy uncontrolled and boundless reign. Through all the living regions thou dost move, and scatterest where thou goest the kindly seeds of love. The females of brutes have an almost constant fecundity. But in the human species, the manner of thinking, the character, the passions, the humor, the caprice, the idea of preserving beauty, the pain of childbearing, and the fatigue of a too numerous family, obstruct propagation in 1,000 different ways. 2. Of marriage. The natural obligation oft father to provide for his children has established marriage, which makes known the person who ought to fulfill this obligation. The people mentioned by Pomponius Mela had no other way of discovering him but by resemblance. Among civilized nations, the father is that person on whom the laws, by the ceremony of marriage, have fixed this duty, because they find in him the man they want. Among brutes this is an obligation which the mother can generally perform, but it is much more extensive among men. Their children indeed have reason, but this comes only by slow degrees. It is not sufficient to nourish them, we must also direct them. They can already live, but they cannot govern themselves. Illicit conjunctions contribute but little to the propagation of the species. The father, who is under a natural obligation to nourish and educate his children, is not then fixed, and the mother, with whom the obligation remains, finds 1,000 obstacles from shame, remorse, the constraint of her sex, and the rigor of laws, and besides, she generally wants the means. Women who have submitted to public prostitution cannot have the convenience of educating their children. The trouble of education is incompatible with their station, and they are so corrupt that they can have no protection from the law. It follows from all this that public continence is naturally connected with the propagation of the species. 3. Of the condition of children. It is a dictate of reason that when there is a marriage, children should follow the station or condition of the father, and that when there is not, they can belong to the mother only. 4. Of families. It is almost everywhere a custom for the wife to pass into the family of the husband. The contrary is without any inconvenience established at Formosa, where the husband enters into the family of the wife. This law, which fixes the family in a succession of persons of the same sex, greatly contributes, independently oft first motives to the propagation oft human species. The family is a kind of property. A man who has children of a sex which does not perpetuate it is never satisfied if he has not those who can render it perpetual. Names, whereby men acquire an idea of a thing which one would imagine ought not to perish, are extremely proper to inspire every family with a desire of extending its duration. There are people among whom names distinguish families, there are others where they only distinguish persons, the latter have not the same advantage as the former. 5. Of the several orders of lawful wives. Laws and religion sometimes establish many kinds of civil conjunctions, and this is the case among the Mahometans, where there are several orders of wives, the children of whom are distinguished by being born in the house, by civil contracts, or even by the slavery of the mother, and the subsequent acknowledgement of the father. It would be contrary to reason that the law should stigmatize the children for what it approved in the father. All these children ought, therefore, to succeed, at least if some particular reason does not oppose it, as in Japan, where none inherit but the children of the wife given by the emperor. Their policy demands that the gifts of the emperor should not be too much divided, because they subject them to a kind of service, like that of our ancient fiefs. There are countries where a wife of the second rank enjoys nearly the same honors in a family as in our part of the world are granted to an only consort. There the children of concubines are deemed to belong to the first or principal wife. Thus it is also established in China. Filial respect, and the ceremony of deep mourning, are not due to the natural mother, but to her appointed by the law. By means of this fiction they have no bastard children, and where such a fiction does not take place, it is obvious that a law to legitimatize the children of concubines must be considered as an act of violence, as the bulk of the nation would be stigmatized by such a decree. Neither is there any regulation in those countries with regard to children born in adultery. The recluse lives of women, the locks the enclosures, and the eunuchs render all infidelity to their husbands so difficult, that the law judges it impossible. Besides, the same sword would exterminate the mother and the child. 6. Of bastards in different governments. They have therefore no such thing as bastards where polygamy is permitted. This disgrace is known only in countries in which a man is allowed to marry but one wife. Here they were obliged to stamp a mark of infamy upon concubinage, and consequently they were under a necessity of stigmatizing the issue of such unlawful conjunctions. In republics, where it is necessary that there should be the purest morals, bastards ought to be more degraded than in monarchies. The laws made against them at Rome were perhaps too severe, but as the ancient institutions laid all the citizens under a necessity of marrying, and as marriages were also softened by the permission to repudiate or make a divorce, nothing but an extreme corruption of manners could lead them to concubinage. It is observable that as the quality of a citizen was a very considerable thing in a democratic government, where it carried with it the sovereign power, they frequently made laws in respect to the state of bastards, which had less relation to the thing itself and to the honesty of marriage than to the particular constitution of the republic. Thus the people have sometimes admitted bastards into the number of citizens, in order to increase their power in opposition to the great. Thus the Athenians excluded bastards from the privilege of being citizens, that they might possess a greater share of the corn sent them by the king of Egypt. In fine, Aristotle informs us that in many cities where there was not a sufficient number of citizens, their bastards succeeded to their possessions, and that when there was a proper number, they did not inherit. 7. Of the father's consent to marriage. The consent of fathers is founded on their authority, that is, on the right of property. It is also founded on their love, on their reason, and on the uncertainty of that of their children, whom youth confines in a state of ignorance and passion in a state of ebriety. In the small republics, or singular institutions already mentioned, they might have laws which gave to magistrates that right of inspection over the marriages of the children of citizens which nature had already given to fathers. The love of the public might there equal or surpass all other love. Thus Plato would have marriages regulated by the magistrates, this the Lacedaemonian magistrates performed. But in common institutions, fathers have the disposal of their children in marriage. Their prudence in this respect is always supposed to be superior to that of a stranger. Nature gives to fathers a desire of procuring successors to their children, when they have almost lost the desire of enjoyment themselves. In the several degrees of progeniture, they see themselves insensibly advancing to a kind of immortality. But what must be done, if oppression and avarice arise to such a height as to usurp all the authority of fathers? Let us hear what Thomas Gage says in regard to the conduct of the Spaniards in the West Indies. According to the number of the sons and daughters that are marriageable, the father's tribute is raised and increased, until they provide husbands and wives for their sons and daughters, who, as soon as they are married, are charged with tribute, which, that it may increase, they will suffer none above 15 years of age to live unmarried. Nay, the set time of marriage appointed for the Indians is at 14 years for the man, and 13 for the woman, alleging that they are sooner ripe for the fruit of wedlock, and sooner ripe in knowledge and malice, and strength for work and service, than any other people. Nay, sometimes they force those to marry who are scarcely 12 and 13 years of age, if they find them well limbed and strong in body, explaining a point of one of the canons, which allow it 14 and 15 years. Nisi militia suppliat etatem. He saw a list of these taken. It was, says he, a most shameful affair. Thus in an action which ought to be the most free, the Indians are the greatest slaves. 8. The same subject continued. In England the law is frequently abused by the daughters marrying according to their own fancy without consulting their parents. This custom is, I am apt to imagine, more tolerated there than anywhere else from a consideration that as the laws have not established a monastic celibacy, the daughters have no other state to choose but that of marriage, and this they cannot refuse. In France, on the contrary, young women have always the resource of celibacy, and therefore the law which ordains that they shall wait for the consent of their fathers may be more agreeable. In this light the custom of Italy and Spain must be less rational. Convents are there established, and yet they may marry without the consent of their fathers. 9. Of young women. Young women who are conducted by marriage alone to liberty and pleasure, who have a mind which dares not think, a heart which dares not feel, eyes which dare not see, ears which dare not hear, who appear only to show themselves silly, condemned without intermission to trifles and precepts, have sufficient inducements to lead them on to marriage. It is the young men that want to be encouraged. 10. What it is that determines marriage. Wherever a place is found in which two persons can live commodiously, there they enter into marriage. Nature has a sufficient propensity to it, when unrestrained by the difficulty of subsistence. A rising people increase and multiply extremely. This is, because with them it would be a great inconvenience to live in celibacy, and none to have many children. The contrary of which is the case when a nation is formed. 11. Of the severity of government. Men who have absolutely nothing, such as beggars, have many children. This proceeds from their being in the case of a rising people, it costs the father nothing to give his heart to his offspring, who even in their infancy are the instruments of these art. These people multiply in a rich or superstitious country, because they do not support the burden of society, but are themselves the burden. But men who are poor, only because they live under a severe government, who regard their fields less as the source of their subsistence than as a cause of vexation, these men, I say, have few children, they have not even subsistence for themselves. How then can they think of dividing it? They are unable to take care of their own persons when they are sick. How then can they attend to the wants of creatures whose infancy is a continual sickness? It is pretended by some who are apt to talk of things which they have never examined that the greater the poverty of the subjects, the more numerous their families, that the more they are loaded with taxes, the more industriously they endeavor to put themselves in a station in which they will be able to pay them. 2 sophisms, which have always destroyed and will forever be the destruction of monarchies. The severity of government may be carried to such an extreme as to make the natural sentiments destructive of the natural sentiments themselves. Would the women of America have refused to bear children had their masters been less cruel? 12. Of the number of males and females in different countries. I have already observed that there are born in Europe rather more boys than girls. It has been remarked that in Japan there are born rather more girls than boys. All things compared, there must be more fruitful women in Japan than in Europe, and consequently it must be more populous. We are informed that at Bantam there are 10 girls to 1 boy. A disproportion like this must cause the number of families there to be to the number of those of other climates as 1 to 5 1/2, which is a prodigious difference. Their families may be much larger indeed, but there must be few men in circumstances sufficient to provide for so large a family. 13. Of seaport towns. In seaport towns, where men expose themselves to 1,000 dangers, and go abroad to live or die in distant climates, there are fewer men than women, and yet we see more children there than in other places. This proceeds from the greater ease with which they procure the means of subsistence. Perhaps even the oily parts of fish are more proper to furnish that matter which contributes to generation. This may be one of the causes of the infinite number of people in Japan and China, where they live almost wholly on fish. If this be the case, certain monastic rules, which oblige the monks to live on fish, must be contrary to the spirit of the legislator himself. 14. Of the productions of the earth which require a greater or less number of men. Pasture lands are but little peopled, because they find employment only for a few. Corn lands employ a great many men, and vineyards infinitely more. It has been a frequent complaint in England that the increase of pasture land diminished the inhabitants, and it has been observed in France that the prodigious number of vineyards is one of the great causes of the multitude of people. Those countries where coal pits furnish a proper substance for fuel have this advantage over others, that not having the same occasion for forests, the lands may be cultivated. In countries productive of rice, they are at vast pains in watering the land, a great number of men must therefore be employed. Besides, there is less land required to furnish subsistence for a family than in those which produce other kinds of grain. In fine, the land which is elsewhere employed in raising cattle serves immediately for the subsistence of man, and the labor which in other places is performed by cattle is there performed by men, so that the culture of the soil becomes to man an immense manufacture. 15. Of the number of inhabitants with relation to the arts. When there is an agrarian law, and the lands are equally divided, the country may be extremely well peopled, though there are but few arts, because every citizen receives from the cultivation of his land whatever is necessary for his subsistence, and all the citizens together consume all the fruits of the earth. Thus it was in some republics. In our present situation, in which lands are unequally distributed, they produce much more than those who cultivate them are able to consume. If the arts, therefore, should be neglected, and nothing minded but agriculture, the country could not be peopled. Those who cultivate, or employ others to cultivate, having corn to spare, nothing would engage them to work the following year, the fruits of the earth would not be consumed by the indolent, for these would have nothing with which they could purchase them. It is necessary, then, that the arts should be established, in order that the produce of the land may be consumed by the laborer and the artificer. In a word, it is now proper that many should cultivate much more than is necessary for their own use. For this purpose they must have a desire of enjoying superfluities, and these they can receive only from the artificer. The machines designed to abridge art are not always useful. If a piece of workmanship is of a moderate price, such as is equally agreeable to the maker and the buyer, those machines which would render the manufacture more simple, or, in other words, diminish the number of workmen, would be pernicious. And if watermills were not everywhere established, I should not have believed them so useful as is pretended, because they have deprived an infinite multitude of their employment, a vast number of persons of the use of water, and great part of the land of its fertility. 16. The concern of the legislator in the propagation of the species. Regulations on the number of citizens depend greatly on circumstances. There are countries in which nature does all, the legislator then has nothing to do. What need is there of inducing men by laws to propagation when a fruitful climate yields a sufficient number of inhabitants? Sometimes the climate is more favorable than the soil, the people multiply, and are destroyed by famine. This is the case of China. Hence a father sells his daughters and exposes his children. In Tonquin, the same causes produce the same effects, so we need not, like the Arabian travelers mentioned by Renaudot, search for the origin of this in their sentiments on the metempsychosis. For the same reason, the religion of the Isle of Formosa does not suffer the women to bring their children into the world till they are 35 years of age. The priestess, before this age, by bruising the belly procures abortion. 17. Of Greece and the number of its inhabitants. That effect which in certain countries oft east springs from physical causes was produced in Greece by the nature of the government. The Greeks were a great nation, composed of cities, each of which had a distinct government and separate laws. They had no more the spirit of conquest and ambition than those of Switzerland, Holland, and Germany have at this day. In every republic the legislator had in view the happiness of the citizens at home, and their power abroad, lest it should prove inferior to that of the neighboring cities. Thus, with the enjoyment of a small territory and great happiness, it was easy for the number of the citizens to increase to such a degree as to become burdensome. This obliged them incessantly to send out colonies, and, as the Swiss do now, to let their men out to war. Nothing was neglected that could hinder the too great multiplication of children. They had among them republics, whose constitution was very remarkable. The nations they had subdued were obliged to provide subsistence for the citizens. The Lacedaemonians were fed by the Helots, the Cretans by the Pericians, and the Thessalians by the Pianists. They were obliged to have only a certain number of freemen, that their slaves might be able to furnish them with subsistence. It is a received maxim in our days, that it is necessary to limit the number of regular troops. Now the Lacedaemonians were an army maintained by the peasants. It was proper, therefore, that this army should be limited. Without this the freemen, who had all the advantages of society, would increase beyond number, and the laborers be overloaded. The politics of the Greeks were particularly employed in regulating the number of citizens. Plato fixes them at 5,040, and he would have them stop or encourage propagation, as was most convenient, by honors, shame, and the advice of the old men. He would even regulate the number of marriages in such a manner that the republic might be recruited without being overcharged. If the laws of a country, says Aristotle, forbid the exposing of children, the number of those brought forth ought to be limited. If they have more than the number prescribed by law, he advises to make the women miscarry before the fetus be formed. The same author mentions the infamous means made use of by the Cretans to prevent their having too great a number of children, a proceeding too indecent to repeat. There are places, says Aristotle again, where the laws give the privilege of being citizens to strangers, or to bastards, or to those whose mothers only are citizens, but as soon as they have a sufficient number of people this privilege ceases. The savages of Canada burn their prisoners, but when they have empty cottages to give them, they receive them into their nation. Sir William Petty, in his calculations, supposes that a man in England is worth what he would sell for at Algiers. This can be true only with respect to England. There are countries where a man is worth nothing, there are others where he is worth less than nothing. 18. Of the state and number of people before the Romans. Italy, Sicily, Asia Minor, Gaul, and Germany were nearly in the same state as Greece, full of small nations that abounded with inhabitants. They had no need of laws to increase their number. 19. Of the depopulation of the globe. All these little republics were swallowed up in a large one, and the globe insensibly became depopulated. In order to be convinced of this, we need only consider the estate of Italy and Greece before and after the victories of the Romans. You will ask me, says Livy, where the Volsci could find soldiers to support the war, after having been so often defeated. There must have been formerly an infinite number of people in those countries, which at present would be little better than a desert, were it not for a few soldiers and Roman slaves. The oracles have ceased, says Plutarch, because the places where they spoke are destroyed. At present we can scarcely find in Greece 3,000 men fit to bear arms. I shall not describe, says Strabo, Epirus and the adjacent places, because these countries are entirely deserted. This depopulation, which began long ago, still continues, so that the Roman soldiers encamp in the houses they have abandoned. We find the cause of this in Polybius, who says that Paulus Aemilius, after his victory, destroyed 70 cities of Epirus, and carried away 150,000 slaves. 20. That the Romans were under the necessity of making laws to encourage the propagation of the species. The Romans, by destroying others, were themselves destroyed, incessantly in action, in the heat of battle, and in the most violent attempts, they wore out like a weapon kept constantly in use. I shall not here speak of the attention with which they applied themselves to procure citizens in the room of those they lost, of the associations they entered into, the privileges they bestowed, and of that immense nursery of citizens, their slaves. I shall mention what they did to recruit the number, not of their citizens, but of their men, and as these were the people in the world who knew best how to adapt their laws to their projects, an examination of their conduct in this respect cannot be a matter of indifference. 21. Of the laws of the Romans relating to the propagation of the species. The ancient laws of Rome endeavored greatly to incite the citizens to marriage. The Senate and the people made frequent regulations on this subject, as Augustus says in his speech related by Dio. Dionysius Halicarnassus cannot believe that after the death of 305 of the Fabii, exterminated by the Veians, there remained no more of these family than one single child, because the ancient law, which obliged every citizen to marry and to educate all his children, was still in force. Independently of the laws, the censors had a particular eye upon marriages, and according to the exigencies of the Republic engaged them to it by shame and by punishments. The corruption of manners that began to take place contributed vastly to disgust the citizens with marriage, which was painful to those who had no taste for the pleasures of innocence. This is the purport of that speech which Metellus Numidicus, when he was censor, made to the people: if it were possible for us to do without wives, we should deliver ourselves from this evil, but as nature has ordained that we cannot live very happily with them, nor subsist without them, we ought to have more regard to our own preservation than to transient gratifications. The corruption of manners destroyed the censorship, which was itself established to destroy the corruption of manners, for when this deprivation became general, the censor lost his power. Civil discords, triumvirates, and proscriptions weakened Rome more than any war she had hitherto engaged in. They left but few citizens, and the greatest part of them unmarried. To remedy this last evil, Caesar and Augustus re-established the censorship, and would even be censors themselves. Caesar gave rewards to those who had many children. All women under 45 years of age who had neither husband nor children were forbidden to wear jewels or to ride in litters, an excellent method thus to attack celibacy by the power of vanity. The laws of Augustus were more pressing. He imposed new penalties on such as were not married, and increased the rewards both of those who were married and of those who had children. Tacitus calls these Julian laws. To all appearance they were founded on the ancient regulations made by the Senate, the people, and the censors. The law of Augustus met with innumerable obstacles, and 34 years after it had been made the Roman knights insisted on its being abolished. He placed on one side such as were married, and on the other side those who were not. These last appeared by far the greatest number, upon which the citizens were astonished and confounded. Augustus, with the gravity of the ancient censors, addressed them in this manner: while sickness and war snatch away so many citizens, what must become of this state if marriages are no longer contracted? The city does not consist of houses, of porticos, of public places, but of inhabitants. You do not see men like those mentioned in fable starting out of the earth to take care of your affairs. Your celibacy is not owing to the desire of living alone, for none of you eats or sleeps by himself. You only seek to enjoy your irregularities undisturbed. Do you cite the example of the Vestal virgins? If you preserve not the laws of chastity, you ought to be punished like them. You are equally bad citizens, whether your example has an influence on the rest of the world, or whether it be disregarded. My only view is the perpetuity of the Republic. I have increased the penalties of those who have disobeyed, and with respect to rewards they are such as I do not know whether virtue has ever received greater. For less will 1,000 men expose life itself, and yet will not these engage you to take a wife and provide for children. He made a law, which was called after his name, Julia, and Poppaea Poppaea, from the names of the consuls for part of that year. The greatness of the evil appeared even in their being elected. Dio tells us that they were not married, and that they had no children. This decree of Augustus was properly a code of laws, and a systematic body of all the regulations that could be made on this subject. The Julian laws were incorporated in it, and received greater strength. It was so extensive in its use, and had an influence on so many things, that it formed the finest part of the civil law of the Romans. We find parts of it dispersed in the precious fragments of Ulpian, in the laws of the Digest, collected from authors who wrote on the Poppaean laws, in the historians and others who have cited them, in the Theodosian Code which abolished them, and in the works of the Fathers, who have censured them, without doubt from a laudable zeal for the things of the other life, but with very little knowledge of the affairs of this. These laws had many heads, of which we know 35. But to return to my subject as speedily as possible, I shall begin with that head which Aulus Gellius informs us was the 7th, and relates to the honors and rewards granted by that law. The Romans, who for the most part sprang from the cities of the Latins, which were Lacedaemonian colonies, and had received a part of their laws even from those cities, had, like the Lacedaemonians, such veneration for old age as to give it all honor and precedence. When the Republic wanted citizens, she granted to marriage and to the number of children the privileges which had been given to age. She granted some to marriage alone, independent of the children which might spring from it. This was called the right of husbands. She gave others to those who had any children, and larger still to those who had 3 children. These 3 things must not be confounded. These last had those privileges which married men constantly enjoyed, as, for example, a particular place in the theatre. They had those which could only be enjoyed by men who had children, and which none could deprive them of but such as had a greater number. These privileges were very extensive. The married men who had the most children were always preferred, whether in the pursuit or in the exercise of honors. The consul who had the most numerous offspring was the first who received the fasces. He had his choice of the provinces. The senator who had most children had his name written first in the catalogue of senators, and was the first in giving his opinion in the Senate. They might even stand sooner than ordinary for an office, because every child gave a dispensation of a year. If an inhabitant of Rome had 3 children, he was exempted from all troublesome offices. The freeborn women who had 3 children, and the freed women who had 4, passed out oft had perpetual tutelage in which they had been held by the ancient laws of Rome. As they had rewards, they had also penalties. Those who were not married could receive no advantage from the will of any person that was not a relative, and those who, being married, had no children, could receive only half. The Romans, says Plutarch, marry only to be heirs, and not to have them. The advantages which a man and his wife might receive from each other by will were limited by law. If they had children of each other, they might receive the whole; if not, they could receive only a tenth part of the succession on the account of marriage, and if they had any children by a former venture, as many tenths as they had children. If a husband absented himself from his wife on any other cause than the affairs of the republic, he could not inherit from her. The law gave to a surviving husband or wife 2 years to marry again, and a year and a half in case of a divorce. The fathers who would not suffer their children to marry, or refused to give their daughters a portion, were obliged to do it by the magistrates. They were not allowed to betroth when the marriage was to be deferred for more than 2 years, and as they could not marry a girl till she was 12 years old, they could not be betrothed to her till she was 10. The law would not suffer them to trifle to no purpose, and under a pretense of being betrothed, to enjoy the privileges of married men. It was contrary to law for a man of 60 to marry a woman of 50. As they had given great privileges to married men, the law would not suffer them to enter into useless marriages. For the same reason, the Calvitian Senatus Consultum declared the marriage of a woman above 50 with a man less than 60 to be unequal, so that a woman of 50 years of age could not marry without incurring the penalties of these laws. Tiberius added to the rigor oft Papian law, and prohibited men of 60 from marrying women under 50, so that a man of 60 could not marry in any case whatsoever, without incurring the penalty. But Claudius abrogated this law made under Tiberius. All these regulations were more conformable to the climate of Italy than to that of the north, where a man of 60 years of age has still a considerable degree of strength, and where women of 50 are not always past childbearing. That they might not be unnecessarily limited in the choice they were to make, Augustus permitted all the freeborn citizens who were not senators to marry freed women. The Papian law forbade the senators marrying freed women, or those who had been brought up to the stage, and from the time of Ulpian, freeborn persons were forbidden to marry women who had led a disorderly life, who had played in the theatre, or who had been condemned by a public sentence. This must have been established by a decree of the Senate. During the time of the Republic they had never made laws like these, because the censors corrected this kind of disorder as soon as it arose, or else prevented its rising. Constantine made a law in which he comprehended, in the prohibition of the Papian law, not only the senators, but even such as had a considerable rank in the state, without mentioning persons in an inferior station. This constituted the law of those times. These marriages were therefore no longer forbidden, except to the freeborn comprehended in the law of Constantine. Justinian, however, abrogated the law of Constantine, and permitted all sorts of persons to contract these marriages, and thus we have acquired so fatal a liberty. It is evident that the penalties inflicted on such as married contrary to the prohibition of the law were the same as those inflicted on persons who did not marry. These marriages did not give them any civil advantage, for the dowry was confiscated after the death of the wife. Augustus having adjudged the succession and legacies of those whom these laws had declared incapable, to the public treasury, they had the appearance rather of fiscal than of political and civil laws. The disgust they had already conceived at a burden which appeared too heavy was increased by their seeing themselves a continual prey to the avidity of the treasury. On this account, it became necessary, under Tiberius, that these laws should be softened, that Nero should lessen the rewards given out of treasury to the informers, that Trajan should put a stop to their plundering, that Severus should also moderate these laws, and that the civilians should consider them as odious, and in all their decisions deviate from the literal rigor. Besides, the emperors enervated these laws by the privileges they granted of the rights of husbands, of children, and of 3 children. More than this, they gave particular persons a dispensation from the penalties of these laws. But the regulations established for the public utility seemed incapable of admitting an alleviation. It was highly reasonable that they should grant the rights of children to the Vestals, whom religion retained in a necessary virginity, they gave, in the same manner, the privilege of married men to soldiers, because they could not marry. It was customary to exempt the emperors from the constraint of certain civil laws. Thus Augustus was freed from the constraint of the law which limited the power of enfranchising, and of that which set bounds to the right of bequeathing by testament. These were only particular cases, but, at last, dispensations were given without discretion, and the rule itself became no more than an exception. The sects of philosophers had already introduced in the empire a disposition that estranged them from business, a disposition which could not gain ground in the time of the Republic, when everybody was employed in the arts of war and peace. Hence arose an idea of perfection, as connected with a life of speculation, hence an estrangement from the cares and embarrassments of a family. The Christian religion coming after this philosophy fixed, if I may make use of the expression, the ideas which that had only prepared. Christianity stamped its character on jurisprudence, for empire has ever a connection with the priesthood. This is visible from the Theodosian Code, which is only a collection of the decrees of the Christian emperors. A panegyrist of Constantine said to that emperor, "Your laws were made only to correct vice and to regulate manners. You have stripped the ancient laws of that artifice which seemed to have no other aim than to lay snares for simplicity." It is certain that the alterations made by Constantine took their rise either from sentiments relating to the establishment of Christianity, or from ideas conceived of its perfection. From the first proceeded those laws which gave such authority to bishops, and which have been the foundation of the ecclesiastical jurisdiction, hence those laws which weakened paternal authority by depriving the father of his property in the possessions of his children. To extend a new religion, they were obliged to take away the dependence of children, who are always least attached to what is already established. The laws made with a view to Christian perfection were more particularly those by which the penalties of the Papian laws were abolished. The unmarried were equally exempted from them, with those who, being married, had no children. These laws were established, says an ecclesiastical historian, as if the multiplication of human species was an effect of our care, instead of being sensible that the number is increased or diminished according to the order of providence. Principles of religion have had an extraordinary influence on the propagation of human species. Sometimes they have promoted it, as among the Jews, the Mahometans, the Gars, and the Chinese. At others they have put a damp to it, as was the case of the Romans upon their conversion to Christianity. They everywhere incessantly preached continency, a virtue the more perfect because in its own nature it can be practiced but by very few. Constantine had not taken away the decimal laws which granted a greater extent to the donations between man and wife, in proportion to the number of their children. Theodosius, the younger, abrogated even these laws. Justinian declared all those marriages valid which had been prohibited by the Papian laws. These laws required people to marry again. Justinian granted privileges to those who did not marry again. By the ancient institutions, the natural right which everyone had to marry and beget children could not be taken away. Thus when they received a legacy, on condition of not marrying, or when a patron made his freedmen swear that he would neither marry nor beget children, the Papian law annulled both the condition and the oath. The clauses on continuing in widowhood established among us contradict the ancient law, and descend from the constitutions of the emperors, founded on ideas of perfection. There is no law that contains an express abrogation of the privileges and honors which the Romans had granted to marriages, and to a number of children. But where celibacy had the preeminence, marriage could not be held in honor, and since they could oblige the officers of the public revenue to renounce so many advantages by the abolition of the penalties, it is easy to perceive that with yet greater ease they might put a stop to the rewards. The same spiritual reason which had permitted celibacy soon imposed it even as necessary. God forbid that I should here speak against celibacy as adopted by religion, but who can be silent when it is built on libertinism, when the two sexes, corrupting each other even by the natural sensations themselves, fly from a union which ought to make them better, to live in that which always renders them worse? It is a rule drawn from nature, that the more the number of marriages is diminished, the more corrupt are those who have entered into that state. The fewer married men, the less fidelity is there in marriage, as when there are more thieves, more thefts are committed. 22. Of the exposing of children. The Roman policy was very good in respect to the exposing of children. Romulus, says Dionysius Halicarnassus, laid the citizens under an obligation to educate all their male children, and the eldest of their daughters. If the infants were deformed and monstrous, he permitted the exposing them, after having shown them to 5 of their nearest neighbors. Romulus did not suffer them to kill any infants under 3 years old, by which means he reconciled the law that gave to fathers the right over their children of life and death with that which prohibited their being exposed. We find also in Dionysius Halicarnassus that the law which obliged the citizens to marry, and to educate all their children, was in force in the 277th year of Rome. We see that custom had restrained the law of Romulus which permitted them to expose their younger daughters. We have no knowledge of what the law of the 12 tables, made in the year of Rome 301, appointed with respect to the exposing of children, except from a passage of Cicero, who, speaking of the office of tribune of the people, says that soon after its birth, like the monstrous infant of the law of the 12 tables, it was stifled. The infant that was not monstrous was therefore preserved, and the law of 12 tables made no alteration in the preceding institutions. The Germans, says Tacitus, never expose their children, among them the best manners have more force than in other places the best laws. The Romans had therefore laws against this custom, and yet they did not follow them. We find no Roman law that permitted the exposing of children. This was, without doubt, an abuse introduced towards the decline of the Republic, when luxury robbed them of their freedom, when wealth divided was called poverty, when the father believed that all was lost which he gave to his family, and when this family was distinct from his property. 23. Of the state of the world after the destruction of the Romans. The regulations made by the Romans to increase the number of their citizens had their effect while the Republic, in the full vigor of her constitution, had nothing to repair but losses she sustained by her courage, by her intrepidity, by her firmness, her love of glory and of virtue. But soon the wisest laws could not re-establish what a dying republic, what a general anarchy, what a military government, what a rigid empire, what a proud despotic power, what a feeble monarchy, what a stupid, weak, and superstitious court had successively pulled down. It might, indeed, be said that they conquered the world only to weaken it, and to deliver it up defenseless to barbarians. The Gothic nations, the Gets, the Saracens and Tartars by turns harassed them, and soon the barbarians had none to destroy but barbarians. Thus, in fabulous times, after the inundations and the deluge, there arose out of the earth armed men, who exterminated one another. 24. The changes which happened in Europe with regard to the number of the inhabitants. In the state Europe was in, one would not imagine it possible for it to be retrieved, especially when under Charlemagne it formed only one vast empire. But by the nature of government at that time it became divided into an infinite number of petty sovereignties, and as the lord or sovereign, who resided in his village or city, was neither great, rich, powerful, nor even safe but by the number of his subjects, every one employed himself with a singular attention to make his little country flourish. This succeeded in such a manner that notwithstanding the irregularities of government, the want of that knowledge which has since been acquired in commerce, and the numerous wars and disorders incessantly arising, most countries of Europe were better peopled in those clays than they are even at present. I have not time to treat fully of this subject, but I shall cite the prodigious armies engaged in the Crusades, composed of men of all countries. Puffendorf says that in the reign of Charles IX there were in France 20 millions of men. It is the perpetual reunion of many little states that has produced this diminution. Formerly, every village of France was a capital, there is at present only one large one. Every part of the state was a center of power, at present all has a relation to one center, and this center is in some measure the state itself. 25. The same subject continued. Europe, it is true, has for these 2 ages past greatly increased its navigation. This has both procured and deprived it of inhabitants. Holland sends every year a great number of mariners to the Indies, of whom not above 2/3 return, the rest either perish or settle in the Indies. The same thing must happen to every other nation concerned in that trade. We must not judge of Europe as of a particular state engaged alone in an extensive navigation. This state would increase in people, because all the neighboring nations would endeavor to have a share in this commerce, and mariners would arrive from all parts. Europe, separated from the rest of the world by religion, by vast seas and deserts, cannot be repaired in this manner. 26. Consequences. From all this we may conclude that Europe is at present in a condition to require laws to be made in favor of the propagation of the human species. The politics of the ancient Greeks incessantly complain of the inconveniences attending a republic, from the excessive number of citizens, but the politics of this age call upon us to take proper means to increase ours. 27. Of the law made in France to encourage the propagation of the species. Louis XIV appointed particular pensions to those who had 10 children, and much larger to such as had 12. Boutitis not sufficient to reward prodigies. In order to communicate a general spirit, which leads to the propagation of the species, it is necessary for us to establish, like the Romans, general rewards, or general penalties. 28. By what means we may remedy a depopulation. When a state is depopulated by particular accidents, by wars, pestilence, or famine, there are still resources left. The men who remain may preserve the spirit of industry, they may seek to repair their misfortunes, and calamity itself may make them become more industrious. This evil is almost incurable when the depopulation is prepared beforehand by interior vice and a bad government. When this is the case, men perish with an insensible and habitual disease, born in misery and weakness, in violence, or under the influence of a wicked administration, they see themselves destroyed, and frequently without perceiving the cause of their destruction. Of this we have a melancholy proof in the countries desolated by despotic power, or by the excessive advantages of the clergy over the laity. In vain shall we wait for the succor of children yet unborn to re-establish a state thus depopulated. There is not time for this. Men in their solitude are without courage or industry. With land sufficient to nourish a nation, they have scarcely enough to nourish a family. The common people have not even a property in the miseries of the country, that is, in the fallows with which it abounds. The clergy, the prince, the cities, the great men, and some of the principal citizens insensibly become proprietors of all the land which lies uncultivated, the families who are ruined have left their fields, and the laboring man is destitute. In this situation they should take the same measures throughout the whole extent of the empire which the Romans took in a part of theirs. They should practice in their distress what these observed in the midst of plenty, that is, they should distribute land to all the families who are in want, and procure them materials for clearing and cultivating it. This distribution ought to be continued so long as there is a man to receive it, and in such a manner as not to lose a moment that can be industriously employed. 29. Of hospitals. A man is not poor because he has nothing, but because he does not work. The man who without any degree of wealth has an employment is as much at his ease as he who without labor has an income of 100 crowns a year. He who has no substance, and yet has a trade, is not poorer than he who, possessing 10 acres of land, is obliged to cultivate it for his subsistence. The mechanic who gives his art as an inheritance to his children has left them a fortune, which is multiplied in proportion to their number. It is not so with him who, having 10 acres of land, divides it among his children. In trading countries, where many men have no other subsistence but from the arts, the state is frequently obliged to supply the necessities of the aged, the sick, and the orphan. A well-regulated government draws this support from the arts themselves. It gives to some such employment as they are capable of performing, others are taught to work, and this teaching of itself becomes an employment. The alms given to a naked man in the street do not fulfill the obligations of the state, which owes to every citizen a certain subsistence, a proper nourishment, convenient clothing, and a kind of life not incompatible with health. Aurangzeb, being asked why he did not build hospitals, said, "I will make my empire so rich that there shall be no need of hospitals." He ought to have said, "I will begin by rendering my empire rich, and then I will build hospitals." The riches oft state suppose great industry. Amidst numerous branches of trade it is impossible but that some must suffer, and consequently the mechanics must be in a momentary necessity. Whenever this happens, the state is obliged to lend them a ready assistance, whether it be to prevent the sufferings of the people, or to avoid a rebellion. In this case hospitals, or some equivalent regulations, are necessary to prevent this misery. But when the nation is poor, private poverty springs from the general calamity, and is, if I may so express myself, the general calamity itself. All the hospitals in the world cannot cure this private poverty. On the contrary, the spirit of indolence, which it constantly inspires, increases the general, and consequently the private, misery. Henry VIII, resolving to reform the Church of England, ruined the monks, of themselves a lazy set of people, that encouraged laziness in others, because, as they practiced hospitality, an infinite number of idle persons, gentlemen and citizens, spent their lives in running from convent to convent. He demolished even the hospitals, in which the lower people found subsistence, as the gentlemen did theirs in the monasteries. Since these changes the spirit of trade and industry has been established in England. At Rome, the hospitals place everyone at his ease except those who labor, except those who are industrious, except those who have land, except those who are engaged in trade. I have observed that wealthy nations have need of hospitals, because fortune subjects them to 1,000 accidents, but it is plain that transient assistances are much better than perpetual foundations. The evil is momentary, it is necessary, therefore, that the succor should be of the same nature, and that it be applied to particular accidents. Book 24. Of Laws in Relation to Religion Considered in Itself, and in its Doctrines. 1. Of Religion in General. As amidst several degrees of darkness we may form a judgment of those which are the least thick, and among precipices which are the least deep, so we may search among false religions for those that are most conformable to the welfare of society, for those which, though they have not the effect of leading men to the felicity of another life, may contribute most to their happiness in this. I shall examine, therefore, the several religions of the world, in relation only to the good they produce in civil society, whether I speak of that which has its root in heaven, or of those which spring from the earth. As in this work I am not a divine but a political writer, I may here advance things which are not otherwise true than as they correspond with a worldly manner of thinking, not as considered in their relation to truths of a more sublime nature. With regard to the true religion, a person of the least degree of impartiality must see that I have never pretended to make its interests submit to those of a political nature, but rather to unite them. Now, in order to unite, it is necessary that we should know them. The Christian religion, which ordains that men should love each other, would, without doubt, have every nation blessed with the best civil, the best political laws, because these, next to this religion, are the greatest good that men can give and receive. 2. A paradox of M. Bell's. M. Bell has pretended to prove that it is better to be an atheist than an idolater, that is, in other words, that it is less dangerous to have no religion at all than a bad one. I had rather, said he, it should be said of me that I had no existence than that I am a villain. This is only a sophism founded on this, that it is of no importance to the human race to believe that a certain man exists, whereas it is extremely useful for them to believe the existence of a God. From the idea of his non-existence immediately follows that of our independence, or, if we cannot conceive this idea, that of disobedience. To say that religion is not a restraining motive, because it does not always restrain, is equally absurd as to say that the civil laws are not a restraining motive. It is a false way of reasoning against religion to collect, in a large work, a long detail of the evils it has produced if we do not give at the same time an enumeration of the advantages which have flowed from it. Were I to relate all the evils that have arisen in the world from civil laws, from monarchy, and from republican government, I might tell of frightful things. Were it of no advantage for subjects to have religion, it would still be of some, if princes had it, and if they whitened with foam the only rein which can restrain those who fear not human laws. A prince who loves and fears religion is a lion, who stoops to the hand that strokes, or to the voice that appeases him. He who fears and hates religion is like the savage beast that growls and bites the chain which prevents his flying on the passenger. He who has no religion at all is that terrible animal who perceives his liberty only when he tears in pieces and when he devours. The question is not to know whether it would be better that a certain man or a certain people had no religion than to abuse what they have, but to know what is the least evil, that religion be sometimes abused, or that there be no such restraint as religion on mankind. To diminish the horror of atheism, they lay too much to the charge of idolatry. It is far from being true that when the ancients raised altars to a particular vice, they intended to show that they loved the vice. This signified, on the contrary, that they hated it. When the Lacedaemonians erected a temple to Fear, it was not to show that this warlike nation desired that he would in the midst of battle possess the hearts of the Lacedaemonians. They had deities to whom they prayed not to inspire them with guilt, and others whom they besought to shield them from it. 3. That a moderate government is most agreeable to the Christian religion, and a despotic government to the Mahometan. The Christian religion is a stranger to mere despotic power. The mildness so frequently recommended in the Gospel is incompatible with the despotic rage with which a prince punishes his subjects, and exercises himself in cruelty. As this religion forbids the plurality of wives, its princes are less confined, less concealed from their subjects, and consequently have more humanity. They are more disposed to be directed by laws, and more capable of perceiving that they cannot do whatever they please. While the Mahometan princes incessantly give or receive death, the religion of the Christians renders their princes less timid, and consequently less cruel. The prince confides in his subjects, and the subjects in the prince. How admirable the religion which, while it only seems to have in view the felicity of the other life, continues the happiness of this. It is the Christian religion that, in spite of the extent of the empire and the influence of the climate, has hindered despotic power from being established in Ethiopia, and has carried into the heart of Africa the manners and laws of Europe. The heir to the empire of Ethiopia enjoys a principality and gives to other subjects an example of love and obedience. Not far thence may we see the Mahometan shutting up the children of the king of Sennaar, at whose death the council sends to murder them, in favor of the prince who mounts the throne. Let us set before our eyes, on the one hand, the continual massacres of the kings and generals of the Greeks and Romans, and, on the other, the destruction of people and cities by those famous conquerors Timur Beg and Yengiz Khan, who ravaged Asia, and we shall see that we owe to Christianity, in government, a certain political law, and in war, a certain law of nations benefits which human nature can never sufficiently acknowledge. It is owing to this law of nations that among us victory leaves these great advantages to the conquered: life, liberty, laws, wealth, and always religion, when the conqueror is not blind to his own interest. We may truly say that the people of Europe are not at present more disunited than the people and the armies, or even the armies among themselves were, under the Roman Empire when it had become a despotic and military government. On the one hand, the armies engaged in war against each other, and, on the other, they pillaged the cities, and divided or confiscated the lands. 4. Consequences from the character of the Christian religion, and that of the Mahometan. From the characters of the Christian and Mahometan religions, we ought, without any further examination, to embrace the one and reject the other, for it is much easier to prove that religion ought to humanize the manners of men, than that any particular religion is true. It is a misfortune to human nature when religion is given by a conqueror. The Mahometan religion, which speaks only by the sword, acts still upon men with that destructive spirit with which it was founded. The history of Sabaco, one of the pastoral kings of Egypt, is very extraordinary. The tutelar god of Thebes, appearing to him in a dream, ordered him to put to death all the priests of Egypt. He judged that the gods were displeased at his being on the throne, since they commanded him to commit an action contrary to their ordinary pleasure, and therefore he retired into Ethiopia. 5. That the Catholic religion is most agreeable to a monarchy, and the Protestant to a republic. When a religion is introduced and fixed in a state, it is commonly such as is most suitable to the plan of government there established, for those who receive it, and those who are the cause of its being received, have scarcely any other idea of policy than that of the state in which they were born. When the Christian religion 2 centuries ago became unhappily divided into Catholic and Protestant, the people of the North embraced the Protestant, and those of the South adhered still to the Catholic. The reason is plain: the people of the North have, and will forever have, a spirit of liberty and independence, which the people of the South have not, and therefore a religion which has no visible head is more agreeable to the independence of the climate than that which has one. In the countries themselves where the Protestant religion became established, the revolutions were made pursuant to the several plans of political government. Luther, having great princes on his side, would never have been able to make them relish an ecclesiastical authority that had no exterior preeminence, while Calvin, having to do with people who lived under republican governments, or with obscure citizens in monarchies, might very well avoid establishing dignities and preferments. Each of these two religions was believed to be perfect, the Calvinist judging his most conformable to what Christ had said, and the Lutheran to what the apostles had practiced. 6. Another of M. Bell's paradoxes. M. Bell, after having abused all religions, endeavors to sully Christianity. He boldly asserts that true Christians cannot form a government of any duration. Why not? Citizens of this profession, being infinitely enlightened with respect to the various duties of life, and having the warmest zeal to fulfill them, must be perfectly sensible of the rights of natural defense. The more they believe themselves indebted to religion, the more they would think due to their country. The principles of Christianity, deeply engraved on the heart, would be infinitely more powerful than the false honor of monarchies, than the humane virtues of republics, or the servile fear of despotic states. It is astonishing that this great man should not be able to distinguish between the orders for the establishment of Christianity and Christianity itself, and that he should be liable to be charged with not knowing the spirit of his own religion. When the legislator, instead of laws, has given counsels, this is because he knew that if these counsels were ordained as laws, they would be contrary to the spirit of the laws themselves. 7. Of the laws of perfection in religion. Human laws, made to direct the will, ought to give precepts, and not counsels. Religion, made to influence the heart, should give many counsels, and few precepts. When, for instance, it gives rules, not for what is good, but for what is better, not to direct to what is right, but to what is perfect, it is expedient that these should be counsels, and not laws, for perfection can have no relation to the universality of men or things. Besides, if these were laws, there would be a necessity for an infinite number of others, to make people observe the first. Celibacy was advised by Christianity. When they made it a law in respect to a certain order of men, it became necessary to make new ones every day, in order to oblige those men to observe it. The legislator wearied himself, and he wearied society to make men execute by precept what those who love perfection would have executed as counsel. 8. Of the connection between the moral laws and those of religion. In a country so unfortunate as to have a religion that God has not revealed, it is necessary for it to be agreeable to morality, because even a false religion is the best security we can have of the probity of men. The principal points of religion of the inhabitants of Pegu are, not to commit murder, not to steal, to avoid uncleanliness, not to give the least uneasiness to their neighbor, but to do him, on the contrary, all the good in their power. With these rules they think they should be saved in any religion whatsoever. Hence it proceeds that those people, though poor and proud, behave with gentleness and compassion to the unhappy. 9. Of the Essenes. The Essenes made a vow to observe justice to mankind, to do no ill to any person, upon whatsoever account, to keep faith with all the world, to hate injustice, to command with modesty, always to side with truth, and to fly from all unlawful gain. 10. Of the sect of Stoics. The several sects of philosophy among the ancients were a species of religion. Never were any principles more worthy of human nature, and more proper to form the good man, than those of the Stoics, and if I could for a moment cease to think that I am a Christian, I should not be able to hinder myself from ranking the destruction of the sect of Zeno among the misfortunes that have befallen the human race. It carried to excess only those things in which there is true greatness, the contempt of pleasure and of pain. It was this sect alone that made citizens, this alone that made great men, this alone great emperors. Laying aside for a moment revealed truths, let us search through all nature, and we shall not find a nobler object than the Antoninus's, even Julian himself. Julian, a commendation thus wrested from me will not render me an accomplice of his apostasy. No, there has not been a prince since his reign more worthy to govern mankind. While the Stoics looked upon riches, human grandeur, grief, disquietudes, and pleasures as vanity, they were entirely employed in laboring for the happiness of mankind, and in exercising the duties of society. It seems as if they regarded that sacred spirit, which they believed to dwell within them, as a kind of favorable providence watchful over the human race. Born for society, they all believed that it was their destiny to labor for it, with so much the less fatigue. Their rewards were all within themselves. Happy by their philosophy alone, it seemed as if only the happiness of others could increase theirs. 11. Of contemplation. Men being made to preserve, to nourish, to clothe themselves, and do all the actions of society, religion ought not to give them too contemplative a life. The Mahometans become speculative by habit, they pray 5 times a day, and each time they are obliged to cast behind them everything which has any concern with this world. This forms them for speculation. Add to this that indifference for all things which is inspired by the doctrine of unalterable fate. If other causes besides these concur to disengage their affections, for instance, if the severity of the government, if the laws concerning the property of land, give them a precarious spirit, all is lost. The religion of the Gaurs formerly rendered Persia a flourishing kingdom, it corrected the bad effects of despotic power. The same empire is now destroyed by the Mahometan religion. 12. Of penances. Penances ought to be joined with the idea of labor, not with that of idleness, with the idea of good, not with that of supereminence, with the idea of frugality, not with that of avarice. 13. Of inexpiable crimes. It appears from a passage of the books of the pontiffs, quoted by Cicero, that they had among the Romans inexpiable crimes, and it is on this that Zosimus founds the narration so proper to blacken the motives of Constantine's conversion, and Julian, that bitter raillery on this conversion in his Caesars. The pagan religion indeed, which prohibited only some of the grosser crimes, and which stopped the hand but meddled not with the heart, might have crimes that were inexpiable, but a religion which bridles all the passions, which is not more jealous of actions than of thoughts and desires, which holds us not by a few chains but by an infinite number of threads, which, leaving human justice aside, establishes another kind of justice, which is so ordered as to lead us continually from repentance to love, and from love to repentance, which puts between the judge and the criminal a greater mediator, between the just and the mediator a great judge. A religion like this ought not to have inexpiable crimes. But while it gives fear and hope to all, it makes us sufficiently sensible that though there is no crime in its own nature inexpiable, yet a whole criminal life may be so, that it is extremely dangerous to affront mercy by new crimes and new expiations, that an uneasiness on account of ancient debts, from which we are never entirely free, ought to make us afraid of contracting new ones, of filling up the measure, and going even to that point where paternal goodness is limited. 14. In what manner religion has an influence on civil laws. As both religion and the civil laws ought to have a peculiar tendency to render men good citizens, it is evident that when one of these deviates from this end, the tendency of the other ought to be strengthened. The less severity there is in religion, the more there ought to be in the civil laws. Thus the reigning religion of Japan, having few doctrines, and proposing neither future rewards nor punishments, the laws to supply these defects have been made with the spirit of severity, and are executed with an extraordinary punctuality. When the doctrine of necessity is established by religion, the penalties of the laws ought to be more severe, and the magistrate more vigilant, to the end that men who would otherwise become abandoned might be determined by these motives, but it is quite otherwise where religion has established the doctrine of liberty. From the inactivity of the soul springs the Mahometan doctrine of predestination, and from this doctrine of predestination springs the inactivity of the soul. This, they say, is in the decrees of God, they must therefore indulge their repose. In a case like this, the magistrate ought to waken by the laws those who are lulled asleep by religion. When religion condemns things which the civil laws ought to permit, there is danger lest the civil laws, on the other hand, should permit what religion ought to condemn. Either of these is a constant proof of a want of true ideas of that harmony and proportion which ought to subsist between both. Thus the Tartars under Yengiz Khan, among whom it was a sin and even a capital crime to put a knife in the fire, to lean against a whip, to strike a horse with his bridle, to break one bone with another, did not believe it to be any sin to break their word, to seize upon another man's goods, to do an injury to a person, or to commit murder. In a word, laws which render that necessary which is only indifferent have this inconvenience, that they make those things indifferent which are absolutely necessary. The people of Formosa believe that there is a kind of hell, but it is to punish those who at certain seasons have not gone naked, who have dressed in calico and not in silk, who have presumed to look for oysters, or who have undertaken any business without consulting the song of birds, while drunkenness and debauchery are not regarded as crimes. They believe even that the debauches of their children are agreeable to their gods. When religion absolves the mind by a thing merely accidental, it loses its greatest influence on mankind. The people of India believe that the waters of the Ganges have a sanctifying virtue. Those who die on its banks are imagined to be exempted from the torments of the other life, and to be entitled to dwell in a region full of delights, and for this reason the ashes of the dead are sent from the most distant places to be thrown into this river. Little then does it signify whether they had lived virtuously or not, so they be but thrown into the Ganges. The idea of a place of rewards has a necessary connection with the idea of the abodes of misery, and when they hope for the former without fearing the latter, the civil laws have no longer any influence. Men who think themselves sure of the rewards of the other life are above the power of the legislator, they look upon death with too much contempt. How shall the man be restrained by laws who believes that the greatest pain the magistrate can inflict will end in a moment to begin his happiness? 15. How false religions are sometimes corrected by the civil laws. Simplicity, superstition, or a respect for antiquity have sometimes established mysteries or ceremonies shocking to modesty. Of this the world has furnished numerous examples. Aristotle says that in this case the law permits the fathers of families to repair to the temple to celebrate these mysteries for their wives and children. How admirable the civil law which in spite of religion preserves the manners untainted. Augustus excluded the youth of either sex from assisting at any nocturnal ceremony, unless accompanied by a more aged relative, and when he revived the Lupercalia, he would not allow the young men to run naked. 16. How the laws of religion correct the inconveniences of a political constitution. On the other hand, religion may support a state when the laws themselves are incapable of doing it. Thus when a kingdom is frequently agitated by civil wars, religion may do much by obliging one part of the state to remain always quiet. Among the Greeks, the Eleans, as priests of Apollo, lived always in peace. In Japan, the city of Miyako enjoys a constant peace, as being a holy city. Religion supports this regulation, and that empire, which seems to be alone upon earth, and which neither has nor will have any dependence on foreigners, has always in its own bosom a trade which war cannot ruin. In kingdoms where wars are not entered upon by a general consent, and where the laws have not pointed out any means either of terminating or preventing them, religion establishes times of peace, or cessation from hostilities, that the people may be able to sow their corn and perform those other labors which are absolutely necessary for the subsistence of the state. Every year all hostility ceases between the Arabian tribes for 4 months. The least disturbance would then be an impiety. In former times, when every lord in France declared war or peace, religion granted a truce, which was to take place at certain seasons. 17. The same subject continued. When a state has many causes for hatred, religion ought to produce many ways of reconciliation. The Arabs, a people addicted to robbery, are frequently guilty of doing injury and injustice. Muhammad enacted this law: if anyone forgives the blood of his brother, he may pursue the malefactor for damages and interest, but he who shall injure the wicked, after having received satisfaction, shall, in the day of judgment, suffer the most grievous torments. The Germans inherited the hatred and enmity of their near relatives, but these were not eternal. Homicide was expiated by giving a certain number of cattle, and all the family received satisfaction, a thing extremely useful, says Tacitus, because enmities are most dangerous among a free people. I believe, indeed, that their ministers of religion, who were held by them in so much credit, were concerned in these reconciliations. Among the inhabitants of Malacca, where no form of reconciliation is established, he who has committed murder, certain of being assassinated by the relatives or friends of the deceased, abandons himself to fury and wounds or kills all he meets. 18. How the laws of religion have the effect of civil laws. The first Greeks were small nations, frequently dispersed, pirates at sea, unjust on land, without government and without laws. The mighty actions of Hercules and Theseus let us see the state of that rising people. What could religion do more to inspire them with horror against murder? It declared that the man who had been murdered was enraged against the assassin, that he would possess his mind with terror and trouble, and oblige him to yield to him the places he had frequented when alive. They could not touch the criminal, nor converse with him, without being defiled. The murderer was to be expelled from the city, and an expiation made for the crime. 19. That it is not so much the truth or falsity of a doctrine which renders it useful or pernicious to men in civil government, as the use or abuse of it. The most true and holy doctrines may be attended with the very worst consequences when they are not connected with the principles of society, and on the contrary, doctrines the most false may be attended with excellent consequences when contrived so as to be connected with these principles. The religion of Confucius disowns the immortality of the soul, and the sect of Zeno did not believe it. These two sects have drawn from their bad principles consequences, not just indeed, but most admirable as to their influence on society. Those of the religion of Tao, and of Fo, believe the immortality of the soul, but from this sacred doctrine they draw the most frightful consequences. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul falsely understood has, almost in every part of the globe and in every age, engaged women, slaves, subjects, friends, to murder themselves, that they might go and serve in the other world the object of their respect or love in this. Thus it was in the West Indies, thus it was among the Danes, thus it is at present in Japan, in Macassar, and many other places. These customs do not so directly proceed from the doctrine of the immortality of the soul as from that of the resurrection of the body, whence they have drawn this consequence, that after death the same individual will have the same wants, the same sentiments, the same passions. In this point of view, the doctrine of the immortality of the soul has a prodigious effect on mankind, because the idea of only a simple change of habitation is more within the reach of the human understanding, and more adapted to flatter the heart, than the idea of a new modification. It is not enough for religion to establish a doctrine, it must also direct its influence. This the Christian religion performs in the most admirable manner, particularly with regard to the doctrines of which we have been speaking. It makes us hope for a state which is the object of our belief, not for a state which we have already experienced or known. Thus every article, even the resurrection of the body, leads us to spiritual ideas. 20. The same subject continued. The sacred books of the ancient Persians say, if you would be holy, instruct your children, because all the good actions which they perform will be imputed to you. They advise them to marry betimes, because children at the day of judgment will be as a bridge, over which those who have none cannot pass. These doctrines were false, but extremely useful. 21. Of the metempsychosis. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul is divided into three branches: that of pure immortality, that of a simple change of habitation, and that of a metempsychosis, that is, the system of the Christians, that of the Scythians, and that of the Indians. We have just been speaking of the first two, and I shall say of the last that as it has been well or ill explained, it has had good or bad effects. As it inspires men with a certain horror against bloodshed, very few murders are committed in the Indies, and though they seldom punish with death, yet they enjoy a perfect tranquility. On the other hand, women burn themselves at the death of their husbands, thus it is only the innocent who suffer a violent death. 22. That it is dangerous for religion to inspire an aversion for things in themselves indifferent. A kind of honor established in the Indies by the prejudices of religion has made the several tribes conceive an aversion against each other. This honor is founded entirely on religion. These family distinctions form no civil distinctions. There are Indians who would think themselves dishonored by eating with their king. These sorts of distinctions are connected with a certain aversion for other men, very different from those sentiments which naturally arise from difference of rank, which among us comprehends a love for inferiors. The laws of religion should never inspire an aversion to anything but vice, and above all they should never estrange man from a love and tenderness for his own species. The Mahometan and Indian religions embrace an infinite number of people. The Indians hate the Mahometans because they eat cows, the Mahometans detest the Indians because they eat hogs. 23. Of festivals. When religion appoints a cessation from labor, it ought to have a greater regard to the necessities of mankind than to the grandeur of the being it designs to honor. Athens was subject to great inconveniences from the excessive number of its festivals. These powerful people, to whose decision all the cities of Greece came to submit their quarrels, could not have time to dispatch such a multiplicity of affairs. When Constantine ordained that the people should rest on the Sabbath, he made this decree for the cities, and not for the inhabitants of the open country. He was sensible that labor in the cities was useful, but in the fields necessary. For the same reason, in a country supported by commerce, the number of festivals ought to be relative to this very commerce. Protestant and Catholic countries are situated in such a manner that there is more need of labor in the former than in the latter. The suppression of festivals is therefore more suitable to Protestant than to Catholic countries. Dampier observes that the diversions of different nations vary greatly, according to the climate. As hot climates produce a quantity of delicate fruits, the barbarians easily find necessaries, and therefore spend much time in diversions. The Indians of colder countries have not so much leisure, being obliged to fish and hunt continually, hence they have less music, dancing and festivals. If a new religion should be established among these people, it ought to have regard to this in the institution of festivals. 24. Of the local laws of religion. There are many local laws in various religions, and when Montezuma with so much obstinacy insisted that the religion of the Spaniards was good for their country, and his for Mexico, he did not assert an absurdity, because, in fact, legislators could never help having a regard to what nature had established before them. The opinion of the metempsychosis is adapted to the climate of the Indies. An excessive heat burns up all the country, they can breed but very few cattle, they are always in danger of wanting them for tillage, their black cattle multiply but indifferently, and they are subject to many distempers. A law of religion which preserves them is therefore more suitable to the policy of the country. While the meadows are scorched, rice and pulse, by the assistance of water, are brought to perfection. A law of religion which permits only this kind of nourishment must therefore be extremely useful to men in those climates. The flesh of cattle in that country is insipid, but the milk and butter which they receive from them serve for a part of their subsistence. Therefore the law which prohibits the eating and killing of cows is in the Indies not unreasonable. Athens contained a prodigious multitude of people, but its territory was barren. It was therefore a religious maxim with this people that those who offered some small presents to the gods honored them more than those who sacrificed an ox. 25. The inconvenience of transplanting a religion from one country to another. It follows hence that there are frequently many inconveniences attending the transplanting a religion from one country to any other. The hog, says M. de Boulainvilliers, must be very scarce in Arabia, where there are almost no woods, and hardly anything fit for the nourishment of these animals. Besides, the saltness of the water and food renders the people most susceptible of cutaneous disorders. This local law could not be good in other countries, where the hog is almost a universal, and in some sort a necessary, nourishment. I shall here make a reflection. Sanctorius has observed that pork transpires but little, and that this kind of meat greatly binders the transpiration of other food. He has found that this diminution amounts to a third. Besides, it is known that the want of transpiration forms or increases the disorders of the skin. The feeding on pork ought rather to be prohibited in climates where the people are subject to these disorders, as in Palestine, Arabia, Egypt, and Libya. 26. The same subject continued. Sir John Chardin says that there is not a navigable river in Persia, except the Kur, which is at the extremity of the empire. The ancient law of the Gars which prohibited sailing on rivers was not therefore attended with any inconvenience in this country, though it would have ruined the trade of another. Frequent bathings are extremely useful in hot climates. On this account they are ordained in the Mahometan law and in the Indian religion. In the Indies it is a most meritorious act to pray to God in the running stream, but how could these things be performed in other climates? When a religion adapted to the climate of one country clashes too much with the climate of another, it cannot be there established, and whenever it has been introduced it has been afterwards discarded. It seems to all human appearance as if the climate had prescribed the bounds of the Christian and the Mahometan religions. It follows hence, that it is almost always proper for a religion to have particular doctrines, and a general worship. In laws concerning the practice of religious worship there ought to be but few particulars. For instance, they should command mortification in general and not a certain kind of mortification. Christianity is full of good sense, abstinence is of divine institution, but a particular kind of abstinence is ordained by human authority and therefore may be changed. Book 25. Of Laws in Relation to the Establishment of Religion and its External Polity. 1. Of Religious Sentiments. The pious man and the atheist always talk of religion, the one speaks of what he loves, and the other of what he fears. 2. Of the motives of attachment to different religions. The different religions of the world do not give to those who profess them equal motives of attachment. This depends greatly on the manner in which they agree with the turn of thought and perceptions of mankind. We are extremely addicted to idolatry, and yet have no great inclination for the religion of idolaters. We are not very fond of spiritual ideas, and yet are most attached to those religions which teach us to adore a spiritual being. This proceeds from the satisfaction we find in ourselves at having been so intelligent as to choose a religion which raises the deity from that baseness in which he had been placed by others. We look upon idolatry as the religion of an ignorant people, and the religion which has a spiritual being for its object as that of the most enlightened nations. When with a doctrine that gives us the idea of a spiritual supreme being we can still join those of a sensible nature and admit them into our worship, we contract a greater attachment to religion, because those motives which we have just mentioned are added to our natural inclinations for the objects of sense. Thus the Catholics, who have more of these kind of worship than the Protestants, are more attached to their religion than the Protestants are to theirs, and more zealous for its propagation. When the people of Ephesus were informed that the fathers of the council had declared they might call the Virgin Mary the Mother of God, they were transported with joy. They kissed the hands of the bishops, they embraced their knees, and the whole city resounded with acclamations. When an intellectual religion superads a choice made by the deity, and a preference for those who profess it over those who do not, this greatly attaches us to religion. The Mahometans would not be such good Mussulmans if, on the one hand, there were not idolatrous nations who make them imagine themselves the champions of the unity of God, and on the other Christians, to make them believe that they are the objects of his preference. A religion burdened with many ceremonies attaches us to it more strongly than that which has a fewer number. We have an extreme propensity to things in which we are continually employed, witness the obstinate prejudices of the Mahometans and the Jews, and the readiness with which barbarous and savage nations change their religion, who, as they are employed entirely in hunting or war, have but few religious ceremonies. Men are extremely inclined to the passions of hope and fear. A religion, therefore, that had neither a heaven nor a hell could hardly please them. This is proved by the ease with which foreign religions have been established in Japan, and the zeal and fondness with which they were received. In order to raise an attachment to religion it is necessary that it should inculcate pure morals. Men who are knaves by retail are extremely honest in the gross, they love morality. And were I not treating of so grave a subject, I should say that this appears remarkably evident in our theatres. We are sure of pleasing the people by sentiments avowed by morality, we are sure of shocking them by those it disapproves. When external worship is attended with great magnificence, it flatters our minds and strongly attaches us to religion. The riches of temples and those of the clergy greatly affect us. Thus even the misery of the people is a motive that renders them fond of a religion which has served as a pretext to those who were the cause of their misery. 3. Of temples. Almost all civilized nations dwell in houses, hence naturally arose the idea of building a house for God in which they might adore and seek Him, amidst all their hopes and fears. And, indeed, nothing is more comfortable to mankind than a place in which they may find the deity peculiarly present, and where they may assemble together to confess their weakness and tell their griefs. But this natural idea never occurred to any but such as cultivated the land. Those who have no houses for themselves were never known to build temples. This was the cause that made Genghis Khan discover such a prodigious contempt for mosques. This prince examined the Mahometans, he approved of all their doctrines, except that of the necessity of going to Mecca. He could not comprehend why God might not be everywhere adored. As the Tartars did not dwell in houses, they could have no idea of temples. Those people who have no temples have but a small attachment to their own religion. This is the reason why the Tartars have in all times given so great a toleration, why the barbarous nations, who conquered the Roman Empire, did not hesitate a moment to embrace Christianity, why the savages of America have so little fondness for their own religion, why, since our missionaries have built churches in Paraguay, the natives of that country have become so zealous for ours. As the deity is the refuge of the unhappy, and none are more unhappy than criminals, men have been naturally led to think temples an asylum for those wretches. This idea appeared still more natural to the Greeks, where murderers, chased from their city in the presence of men, seemed to have no houses but the temples, nor other protectors than the gods. At first these were only designed for involuntary homicides, but when the people made them a sanctuary for those who had committed great crimes, they fell into a gross contradiction. If they had offended men, they had much greater reason to believe they had offended the gods. These asylums multiplied in Greece. The temples, says Tacitus, were filled with insolvent debtors and wicked slaves. The magistrate found it difficult to exercise his office. The people protected the crimes of men as the ceremonies of the gods. At length the Senate was obliged to retrench a great number of them. The laws of Moses were perfectly wise. The man who involuntarily killed another was innocent, but he was obliged to be taken away from before the eyes of the relatives of the deceased. Moses therefore appointed an asylum for such unfortunate people. The perpetrators of great crimes deserved not a place of safety, and they had none. The Jews had only a portable tabernacle, which continually changed its place. This excluded the idea of a sanctuary. It is true that they had afterwards a temple, but the criminals who would resort thither from all parts might disturb the divine service. If persons who had committed manslaughter had been driven out of the country, as was customary among the Greeks, they had reason to fear that they would worship strange gods. All these considerations made them establish cities of safety, where they might stay till the death of the high priest. 4. Of the ministers of religion. The first men, says Porphyry, sacrificed only vegetables. In a worship so simple, every one might be priest in his own family. The natural desire of pleasing the deity multiplied ceremonies. Hence it followed that men employed in agriculture became incapable of observing them all and of filling up the number. Particular places were consecrated to the gods. It then became necessary that they should have ministers to take care of them, in the same manner as every citizen took care of his house and domestic affairs. Hence the people who have no priests are commonly barbarians. Such were formerly the Pedalians, and such are still the Wolguski. Men consecrated to the deity ought to be honored, especially among people who have formed an idea of a personal purity necessary to approach the places most agreeable to the gods, and for the performance of particular ceremonies. The worship of the gods requiring a continual application, most nations were led to consider the clergy as a separate body. Thus, among the Egyptians, the Jews, and the Persians, they consecrated to the deity certain families who performed and perpetuated the service. There have been even religions which have not only estranged ecclesiastics from business, but have also taken away the embarrassments of a family, and this is the practice of the principal branch of Christianity. I shall not here treat of the consequences of the law of celibacy. It is evident that it may become hurtful in proportion as the body of the clergy may be too numerous, and, in consequence of this, that of the laity too small. By the nature of the human understanding we love in religion everything which carries the idea of difficulty, as in point of morality we have a speculative fondness for everything which bears the character of severity. Celibacy has been most agreeable to those nations to whom it seemed least adapted, and with whom it might be attended with the most fatal consequences. In the southern countries of Europe, where, by the nature of the climate, the law of celibacy is more difficult to observe, it has been retained. In those of the north, where the passions are less lively, it has been banished. Further, in countries where there are but few inhabitants it has been admitted, in those that are vastly populous it has been rejected. It is obvious that these reflections relate only to the too great extension of celibacy, and not to celibacy itself. 5. Of the bounds which the laws ought to prescribe to the riches of the clergy. As particular families may be extinct, their wealth cannot be a perpetual inheritance. The clergy is a family which cannot be extinct, wealth is therefore fixed to it forever, and cannot go out of it. Particular families may increase, it is necessary then that their wealth should also increase. The clergy is a family which ought not to increase, their wealth ought then to be limited. We have retained the regulations of the Levitical laws as to the possessions of the clergy, except those relating to the bounds of these possessions. Indeed, among us we must ever be ignorant of the limit beyond which any religious community can no longer be permitted to acquire. These endless acquisitions appear to the people so unreasonable that he who should speak in their defense would be regarded as an idiot. The civil laws find sometimes many difficulties in altering established abuses, because they are connected with things worthy of respect. In this case an indirect proceeding would be a greater proof of the wisdom of the legislator than another which struck directly at the thing itself. Instead of prohibiting the acquisitions of the clergy, we should seek to give them a distaste for them, to leave them the right and to take away the deed. In some countries of Europe, a respect for the privileges of the nobility has established in their favor a right of indemnity over immovable goods acquired in mortmain. The interest of the prince has in the same case made him exact a right of amortization. In Castile, where no such right prevails, the clergy have seized upon everything. In Aragon, where there is some right of amortization, they have obtained less. In France, where this right and that of indemnity are established, they have acquired less still, and it may be said that the prosperity of this kingdom is in a great measure owing to the exercise of these two rights. If possible, then, increase these rights, and put a stop to the mortmain. Render the ancient and necessary patrimony of the clergy sacred and inviolable, let it be fixed and eternal like that body itself, but let new inheritances be out of their power. Permit them to break the rule when the rule has become an abuse, suffer the abuse when it enters into the rule. They still remember in Rome a certain memorial sent thither on some disputes with the clergy, in which was this maxim: the clergy ought to contribute to the expenses of the state, let the Old Testament say what it will. They concluded from this passage that the author of this memorial was better versed in the language of the tax gatherers than in that of religion. 6. Of monasteries. The least degree of common sense will let us see that bodies designed for a perpetual continuance should not be allowed to sell their funds for life, nor to borrow for life, unless we want them to be heirs to all those who have no relatives and to those who do not choose to have any. These men play against the people, but they hold the bank themselves. 7. Of the luxury of superstition. Those are guilty of impiety towards the gods, says Plato, who deny their existence, or who, while they believe it, maintain that they do not interfere with what is done below, or, in fine, who think that they can easily appease them by sacrifices, 3 opinions equally pernicious. Plato has here said all that the clearest light of nature has ever been able to say in point of religion. The magnificence of external worship has a principal connection with the institution of the state. In good republics, they have curbed not only the luxury of vanity, but even that of superstition. They have introduced frugal laws into religion. Of this number are many of the laws of Solon, many of those of Plato on funerals, adopted by Cicero, and, in fine, some of the laws of Numa on sacrifices. Birds, says Cicero, and paintings begun and finished in a day are gifts the most divine. We offer common things, says a Spartan, that we may always have it in our power to honor the gods. The desire of man to pay his worship to the deity is very different from the magnificence of this worship. Let us not offer our treasures to him if we are not proud of showing that we esteem what he would have us despise. What must the gods think of the gifts of the impious, said the admirable Plato, when a good man would blush to receive presents from a villain. Religion ought not, under the pretense of gifts, to draw from the people what the necessity of the state has left them, but as Plato says, the chaste and the pious ought to offer gifts which resemble themselves. Nor is it proper for religion to encourage expensive funerals. What is there more natural than to take away the difference of fortune in a circumstance and in the very moment which equals all fortunes? 8. Of the pontificate. When religion has many ministers, it is natural for them to have a chief and for a sovereign pontiff to be established. In monarchies, where the several orders of the state cannot be kept too distinct, and where all powers ought not to be lodged in the same person, it is proper that the pontificate be distinct from the empire. The same necessity is not to be met with in a despotic government, the nature of which is to unite all the different powers in the same person. But in this case it may happen that the prince may regard religion as he does the laws themselves, as dependent on his own will. To prevent this inconvenience, there ought to be monuments of religion, for instance, sacred books which fix and establish it. The king of Persia is the chief of the religion, but this religion is regulated by the Quran. The emperor of China is the sovereign pontiff, but there are books in the hands of everybody to which he himself must conform. In vain a certain emperor attempted to abolish them, they triumphed over tyranny. 9. Of toleration in point of religion. We are here politicians, and not divines, but the divines themselves must allow, that there is a great difference between tolerating and approving a religion. When the legislator has believed it a duty to permit the exercise of many religions, it is necessary that he should enforce also a toleration among these religions themselves. It is a principle that every religion which is persecuted becomes itself persecuting, for as soon as by some accidental turn it arises from persecution, it attacks the religion which persecuted it, not as religion, but as tyranny. It is necessary, then, that the laws require from the several religions, not only that they shall not embroil the state, but that they shall not raise disturbances among themselves. A citizen does not fulfill the laws by not disturbing the government. It is requisite that he should not trouble any citizen whomsoever. 10. The same subject continued. As there are scarcely any but persecuting religions that have an extraordinary zeal for being established in other places, because a religion that can tolerate others seldom thinks of its own propagation, it must therefore be a very good civil law, when the state is already satisfied with the established religion, not to suffer the establishment of another. This is then a fundamental principle of the political laws in regard to religion, that when the state is at liberty to receive or to reject a new religion it ought to be rejected, when it is received it ought to be tolerated. 11. Of changing a religion. A prince who undertakes to destroy or to change the established religion of his kingdom must greatly expose himself. If his government be despotic, he runs a much greater risk of seeing a revolution arise from such a proceeding than from any tyranny whatsoever, and a revolution is not an uncommon thing in such states. The reason of these is that a state cannot change its religion, manners, and customs in an instant, and with the same rapidity as the prince publishes the ordinance which establishes a new religion. Besides, the ancient religion is connected with the constitution of the kingdom and the new one is not, the former agrees with the climate and very often the new one is opposed to it. Moreover, the citizens become disgusted with their laws, and look upon the government already established with contempt. They conceive a jealousy against the two religions, instead of a firm belief in one. In a word, these innovations give to the state, at least for some time, both bad citizens and bad believers. 12. Of penal laws. Penal laws ought to be avoided in respect to religion. They imprint fear, it is true, but as religion has also penal laws which inspire the same passion, the one is effaced by the other, and between these two different kinds of fear the mind becomes hardened. The threatenings of religion are so terrible, and its promises so great, that when they actuate the mind, whatever efforts the magistrate may use to oblige us to renounce it, he seems to leave us nothing when he deprives us of the exercise of our religion, and to bereave us of nothing when we are allowed to profess it. It is not, therefore, by filling the soul with the idea of this great object, by hastening her approach to that critical moment in which it ought to be of the highest importance, that religion can be most successfully attacked. A more certain way is to tempt her by favors, by the conveniences of life, by hopes of fortune, not by that which revives, but by that which extinguishes the sense of her duty, not by that which shocks her, but by that which throws her into indifference at the time when other passions actuate the mind, and those which religion inspires are hushed into silence. As a general rule, in changing a religion, the invitations should be much stronger than the penalties. The temper of the human mind has appeared even in the nature of punishments. If we take a survey of the persecutions in Japan, we shall find that they were more shocked at cruel torments than at long sufferings, which rather weary than affright, which are the more difficult to surmount, from their appearing less difficult. In a word, history sufficiently informs us that penal laws have never had any other effect than to destroy. 13. A most humble remonstrance to the inquisitors of Spain and Portugal. A Jewess of 10 years of age, who was burned at Lisbon at the last auto de fe, gave occasion to the following little piece, the most idle, I believe, that ever was written. When we attempt to prove things so evident, we are sure never to convince. The author declares, that though a Jew he has a respect for the Christian religion, and that he should be glad to take away from the princes who are not Christians, a plausible pretense for persecuting this religion. You complain, says he to the inquisitors, that the Emperor of Japan caused all the Christians in his dominions to be burned by a slow fire. But he will answer, we treat you who do not believe like us, as you yourselves treat those who do not believe like you. You can only complain of your weakness, which has hindered you from exterminating us, and which has enabled us to exterminate you. But it must be confessed that you are much more cruel than this emperor. You put us to death who believe only what you believe, because we do not believe all that you believe. We follow a religion which you yourselves know to have been formerly dear to God. We think that God loves it still, and you think that he loves it no more, and because you judge thus, you make those suffer by sword and fire who hold an error so pardonable as to believe that God still loves what he once loved. If you are cruel to us, you are much more so to our children. You cause them to be burned because they follow the inspirations given them by those whom the law of nature and the laws of all nations teach them to regard as gods. You deprive yourselves of the advantage you have over the Mahometans, with respect to the manner in which their religion was established. When they boast of the number of their believers, you tell them that they have obtained them by violence, and that they have extended their religion by the sword. Why then do you establish yours by fire? When you would bring us over to you, we object to a source from which you glory to have descended. You reply to us, that though your religion is new, it is divine, and you prove it from its growing amidst the persecutions of pagans, and when watered by the blood of your martyrs, but at present you play the part of the Diocletians, and make us take yours. We conjure you, not by the mighty God whom both you and we serve, but by that Christ, who, you tell us, took upon him a human form, to propose himself as an example for you to follow. We conjure you to behave to us as he himself would behave were he upon earth. You would have us become Christians, and you will not be so yourselves. But if you will not be Christians, be at least men, treat us as you would, if, having only the weak light of justice which nature bestows, you had not a religion to conduct, and a revelation to enlighten you. If heaven has had so great a love for you as to make you see the truth, you have received a singular favor, but is it for children who have received the inheritance of their father, to hate those who have not? If you have this truth, hide it not from us by the manner in which you propose it. The characteristic of truth is its triumph over hearts and minds, and not that impotency which you confess when you would force us to receive it by tortures. If you were wise, you would not put us to death for no other reason than because we are unwilling to deceive you. If your Christ is the Son of God, we hope he will reward us for being so unwilling to profane his mysteries, and we believe that the God whom both you and we serve will not punish us for having suffered death for a religion which he formerly gave us, only because we believe that he still continues to give it. You live in an age in which the light of nature shines more brightly than it has ever done, in which philosophy has enlightened human understanding, in which the morality of your gospel has been better known, in which the respective rights of mankind with regard to each other and the empire which one conscience has over another are best understood. If you do not therefore shake off your ancient prejudices, which, whilst unregarded, mingle with your passions, it must be confessed that you are incorrigible, incapable of any degree of light or instruction, and a nation must be very unhappy that gives authority to such men. Would you have us frankly tell you our thoughts? You consider us rather as your enemies than as the enemies of your religion, for if you loved your religion you would not suffer it to be corrupted by such gross ignorance. It is necessary that we should warn you of one thing, that is, if anyone in times to come shall dare to assert that in the age in which we live, the people of Europe were civilized, you will be cited to prove that they were barbarians, and the idea they will have of you will be such as will dishonor your age and spread hatred over all your contemporaries. 14. Why the Christian religion is so odious in Japan. We have already mentioned the perverse temper of the people of Japan. The magistrates considered the firmness which Christianity inspires, when they attempted to make the people renounce their faith, as in itself most dangerous. They fancied that it increased their obstinacy. The law of Japan punishes severely the least disobedience. The people were ordered to renounce the Christian religion, they did not renounce it, this was disobedience, the magistrates punished this crime, and the continuance in disobedience seemed to deserve another punishment. Punishments among the Japanese are considered as the revenge of an insult done to the prince. The songs of triumph sung by our martyrs appeared as an outrage against him. The title of martyr provoked the magistrates, in their opinion it signified rebel, they did all in their power to prevent their obtaining it. Then it was that their minds were exasperated, and a horrid struggle was seen between the tribunals that condemned and the accused who suffered, between the civil laws and those of religion. 15. Of the propagation of religion. All the people of the East, except the Mahometans, believe all religions in themselves indifferent. They fear the establishment of another religion no otherwise than as a change in government. Among the Japanese, where there are many sects, and where the state has had for so long a time an ecclesiastical superior, they never dispute on religion. It is the same with the people of Siam. The Kalmucks do more, they make it a point of conscience to tolerate every species of religion. At Calicut it is a maxim of the state that every religion is good. But it does not follow hence, that a religion brought from a far distant country, and quite different in climate, laws, manners, and customs, will have all the success to which its holiness might entitle it. This is more particularly true in great despotic empires. Here strangers are tolerated at first, because there is no attention given to what does not seem to strike at the authority of the prince. As they are extremely ignorant, a European may render himself agreeable by the knowledge he communicates. This is very well in the beginning. But as soon as he has any success, when disputes arise and when men who have some interest become informed of it, as their empire, by its very nature, above all things requires tranquility, and as the least disturbance may overturn it, they proscribe the new religion and those who preach it. Disputes between the preachers breaking out, they begin to entertain a distaste for a religion on which even those who propose it are not agreed. Book 26. Of laws in relation to the order of things which they determine. 1. Idea of this book. Men are governed by several kinds of laws, by the law of nature, by the divine law, which is that of religion, by ecclesiastical, otherwise called canon law, which is that of religious polity, by the law of nations, which may be considered as the civil law of the whole globe, in which sense every nation is a citizen, by the general political law, which relates to that human wisdom whence all societies derive their origin, by the particular political law, the object of which is each society, by the law of conquest founded on this, that one nation has been willing and able, or has had a right to offer violence to another, by the civil law of every society, by which a citizen may defend his possessions and his life against the attacks of any other citizen, in fine, by domestic law, which proceeds from a society's being divided into several families, all which have need of a particular government. There are therefore different orders of laws, and the sublimity of human reason consists in perfectly knowing to which of these orders the things that are to be determined ought to have a principal relation, and not to throw into confusion those principles which should govern mankind. 2. Of laws divine and human. We ought not to decide by divine laws what should be decided by human laws, nor determine by human what should be determined by divine laws. These two sorts of laws differ in their origin, in their object, and in their nature. It is universally acknowledged, that human laws are, in their own nature, different from those of religion. This is an important principle, but this principle is itself subject to others, which must be inquired into. 1. It is in the nature of human laws to be subject to all the accidents which can happen, and to vary in proportion as the will of man changes. On the contrary, by the nature of the laws of religion, they are never to vary. Human laws appoint for some good, those of religion for the best. Good may have another object, because there are many kinds of good, but the best is but one, it cannot therefore change. We may alter laws, because they are reputed no more than good, but the institutions of religion are always supposed to be the best. 2. There are kingdoms in which the laws are of no value as they depend only on the capricious and fickle humor of the sovereign. If in these kingdoms the laws of religion were of the same nature as the human institutions, the laws of religion too would be of no value. It is, however, necessary to the society that it should have something fixed, and it is religion that has this stability. 3. The influence of religion proceeds from its being believed, that of human laws from their being feared. Antiquity accords with religion, because we have frequently a firmer belief in things in proportion to their distance, for we have no ideas annexed to them drawn from those times which can contradict them. Human laws, on the contrary, receive advantage from their novelty, which implies the actual and particular attention of the legislator to put them in execution. 3. Of civil laws contrary to the law of nature. If a slave, says Plato, defends himself, and kills a freeman, he ought to be treated as a parricide. This is a civil law which punishes self-defense, though dictated by nature. The law of Henry VIII which condemned a man without being confronted by witnesses was contrary to self-defense. In order to pass sentence of condemnation, it is necessary that the witnesses should know whether the man against whom they make their deposition is he whom they accuse, and that this man be at liberty to say, "I am not the person you mean." The law passed during the same reign, which condemned every woman, who, having carried on a criminal commerce did not declare it to the king before she married him, violated the regard due to natural modesty. It is as unreasonable to oblige a woman to make this declaration, as to oblige a man not to attempt the defense of his own life. The law of Henry II which condemned the woman to death who lost her child, in case she did not make known her pregnancy to the magistrate, was not less contrary to self-defense. It would have been sufficient to oblige her to inform one of her nearest relatives, who might watch over the preservation of the infant. What other information could she give in this situation, so torturing to natural modesty? Education has heightened the notion of preserving that modesty, and in those critical moments scarcely has she any idea remaining of the loss of life. There has been much talk of a law in England which permitted girls 7 years old to choose a husband. This law was shocking in two ways. It had no regard to the time when nature gives maturity to the understanding, nor to that in which she gives maturity to the body. Among the Romans, a father might oblige his daughter to repudiate her husband, though he himself had consented to the marriage. But it is contrary to nature for a divorce to be in the power of a third person. A divorce can be agreeable to nature only when it is by consent of the two parties, or at least of one of them, but when neither consents it is a monstrous separation. In short, the power of divorce can be given only to those who feel the inconveniences of marriage, and who are sensible of the moment when it is for their interest to make them cease. 4. The same subject continued. Gundibald, King of Burgundy, decreed that if the wife or son of a person guilty of robbery did not reveal the crime, they were to become slaves. This was contrary to nature, a wife to inform against her husband, a son to accuse his father. To avenge one criminal action they ordained another still more criminal. The law of recession thus permits the children of the adulteress, or those of her husband, to accuse her, and to put the slaves of the house to the torture. How iniquitous the law which, to preserve a purity of morals overturns nature, the origin, the source of all morality. With pleasure we behold in our theatres a young hero express as much horror against the discovery of his mother-in-law's guilt, as against the guilt itself. In his surprise, though accused, judged, condemned, proscribed, and covered with infamy, he scarcely dares to reflect on the abominable blood whence Phaedra sprang. He abandons the most tender object, all that is most dear, all that lies nearest his heart, all that can fill him with rage, to deliver himself up to the unmerited vengeance of the gods. It is nature's voice, the sweetest of all sounds, that inspires us with this pleasure. 5. Cases in which we may judge by the principles of the civil law in limiting the principles of the law of nature. An Athenian law obliged children to provide for their fathers when fallen into poverty. It accepted those who were born of a courtesan, those whose chastity had been infamously prostituted by their father, and those to whom he had not given any means of gaining a livelihood. The law considered that, in the first case, the father being uncertain, he had rendered the natural obligation precarious, that in the second, he had sullied the life he had given, and done the greatest injury he could do to his children in depriving them of their reputation, that in the third, he had rendered insupportable a life which had no means of subsistence. The law suspended the natural obligation of children because the father had violated his. It looked upon the father and the son as no more than two citizens, and determined in respect to them only from civil and political views, ever considering that a good republic ought to have a particular regard to manners. I am apt to think that Solon's law was a wise regulation in the first two cases, whether that in which nature has left the son in ignorance with regard to his father, or that in which she even seems to ordain he should not own him, but it cannot be approved with respect to the third, where the father had only violated a civil institution. 6. That the order of succession or inheritance depends on the principles of political or civil law, and not on those of the law of nature. The Vocanian law ordained that no woman should be left heiress to an estate, not even if she had an only child. Never was there a law, says St. Augustine, more unjust. A formula of Marculfus treats that custom as impious which deprives daughters of the right of succeeding to the estate of their fathers. Justinian gives the appellation of barbarous to the right which the males had formerly of succeeding in prejudice to the daughters. These notions proceeded from their having considered the right of children to succeed to their fathers' possessions as a consequence of the law of nature, which it is not. The law of nature ordains that fathers shall provide for their children, but it does not oblige them to make them their heirs. The division of property, the laws of this division, and the succession after the death of the person who has had this division can be regulated only by the community, and consequently by political or civil laws. True it is that a political or civil order frequently demands that children should succeed to their father's estate, but it does not always make this necessary. There may be some reasons given why the laws of our fiefs appoint that the eldest of the males, or the nearest relatives of the male side, should have all, and the females nothing, and why, by the laws of the Lombards, the sisters, the natural children, the other relatives, and, in their default, the treasury might share the inheritance with the daughters. It was regulated in some of the dynasties of China that the brothers of the emperor should succeed to the throne, and that the children should not. If they were willing that the prince should have a certain degree of experience, if they feared his being too young, and if it had become necessary to prevent eunuchs from placing children successively on the throne, they might very justly establish a like order of succession, and when some writers have treated these brothers as usurpers, they have judged only by ideas received from the laws of their own countries. According to the custom of Numidia, Desalces, brother of Gala, succeeded to the kingdom, not Massinissa, his son. And even to this day, among the Arabs in Barbary, where each village has its chief, they adhere to this ancient custom, by choosing the uncle, or some other relative to succeed. There are monarchies merely elective, and since it is evident that the order of succession ought to be derived from the political or civil laws, it is for these to decide in what cases it is agreeable to reason that the succession be granted to children, and in what cases it ought to be given to others. In countries where polygamy is established, the prince has many children, and the number of them is much greater in some of these countries than in others. There are states where it is impossible for the people to maintain the children of the king. They might therefore make it a law that the crown shall devolve, not on the king's children, but on those of his sister. A prodigious number of children would expose the state to the most dreadful civil wars. The order of succession which gives the crown to the children of the sister, the number of whom is not larger than those of a prince who has only one wife, must prevent these inconveniences. There are people among whom reasons of state, or some maxims of religion, have made it necessary that the crown should be always fixed in a certain family. Hence, in India, proceeds the jealousy of their tribes, and the fear of losing the descent. They have there conceived that never to want princes of the blood royal, they ought to take the children of the eldest sister of the king. A general maxim, it is an obligation of the law of nature to provide for our children, but to make them our successors is an obligation of the civil or political law. Hence are derived the different regulations with respect to bastards in the different countries of the world. These are according to the civil or political laws of each country. 7. That we ought not to decide by the precepts of religion what belongs only to the law of nature. The Abbassides have a most severe Lent of 50 days, which weakens them to such a degree that for a long time they are incapable of business. The Turks do not fail to attack them after their Lent. Religion ought, in favor of the natural right of self-defense, to set bounds to these customs. The Jews were obliged to keep the Sabbath, but it was an instance of great stupidity in this nation not to defend themselves when their enemies chose to attack them on this day. Cambyses, laying siege to Pelusium, set in the first rank a great number of those animals which the Egyptians regarded as sacred. The consequence was that the soldiers of the garrison durst not molest them. Who does not see that self-defense is a duty superior to every precept? 8. That we ought not to regulate by the principles of the canon law things which should be regulated by those of the civil law. By the civil law of the Romans, he who took a thing privately from a sacred place was punished only for the guilt of theft. By the canon law, he was punished for the crime of sacrilege. The canon law takes cognizance of the place, the civil laws of the fact. But to attend only to the place is neither to reflect on the nature and definition of a theft, nor on the nature and definition of sacrilege. As the husband may demand a separation by reason of the infidelity of his wife, the wife might formerly demand it on account of the infidelity of the husband. This custom, contrary to a regulation made in the Roman laws, was introduced into the ecclesiastic court, where nothing was regarded but the maxims of canon law, and indeed, if we consider marriage as a thing merely spiritual, and as relating only to the things of another life, the violation is in both cases the same, but the political and civil laws of almost all nations have, with reason, made a distinction between them. They have required from the women a degree of reserve and continency which they have not exacted from the men, because in women, a violation of chastity supposes a renunciation of all virtue, because women, by violating the laws of marriage, quit the state of their natural dependence, because nature has marked the infidelity of women with certain signs, and, in fine, because the children of the wife born in adultery necessarily belong and are an expense to the husband, while the children produced by the adultery of the husband are not the wife's, nor are an expense to the wife. 9. That things which ought to be regulated by the principles of civil law can seldom be regulated by those of religion. The laws of religion have a greater sublimity, the civil laws a greater extent. The laws of perfection drawn from religion have more in view the goodness of the person that observes them than of the society in which they are observed. The civil laws, on the contrary, have more in view the moral goodness of men in general than that of individuals. Thus, venerable as those ideas are which immediately spring from religion, they ought not always to serve as a first principle to the civil laws, because these have another, the general welfare of society. The Romans made regulations among themselves to preserve the morals of their women. These were political institutions. Upon the establishment of monarchy they made civil laws on this head, and formed them on the principles of their civil government. When the Christian religion became predominant, the new laws that were then made had less relation to the general rectitude of morals than to the holiness of marriage. They had less regard to the union of the two sexes in a civil than in a spiritual state. At first, by the Roman law, a husband, who brought back his wife into his house after she had been found guilty of adultery, was punished as an accomplice in her debauch. Justinian, from other principles, ordained that during the space of 2 years he might go and take her again out of the monastery. Formerly, when a woman, whose husband was gone to war, heard no longer any tidings of him, she might easily marry again, because she had in her hands the power of making a divorce. The law of Constantine obliged the woman to wait 4 years, after which she might send the bill of divorce to the general, and, if her husband returned, he could not then charge her with adultery. But Justinian decreed that, let the time be never so long after the departure of her husband, she should not marry unless, by the deposition and oath of the general, she could prove the death of her husband. Justinian had in view the indissolubility of marriage, but we may safely say that he had it too much in view. He demanded a positive proof when a negative one was sufficient. He required a thing extremely difficult to give, an account of the fate of a man at a great distance, and exposed to so many accidents. He presumed a crime, that is, a desertion of the husband, when it was so natural to presume his death. He injured the commonwealth by obliging women to live out of marriage. He injured individuals by exposing them to 1,000 dangers. The law of Justinian, which ranked among the causes of divorce the consent of the husband and wife to enter into a monastery, was entirely opposite to the principles of the civil laws. It is natural that the causes of divorce should have their origin in certain impediments which could not be foreseen before marriage, but this desire of preserving chastity might be foreseen, since it is in ourselves. This law favors inconstancy in a state which is by its very nature perpetual. It shook the fundamental principle of divorce, which permits the dissolution of one marriage only from the hope of another. In short, if we view it in a religious light, it is no more than giving victims to God without a sacrifice. 10. In what case we ought to follow the civil law which permits, and not the law of religion which forbids. When a religion which prohibits polygamy is introduced into a country where it is permitted, we cannot believe, speaking only as a politician, that the laws of the country ought to suffer a man who has many wives to embrace this religion, unless the magistrate or the husband should indemnify them, by restoring them in some way or other to their civil state. Without this their condition would be deplorable. No sooner would they obey the laws than they would find themselves deprived of the greatest advantages of society. 11. That human courts of justice should not be regulated by the maxims of those tribunals which relate to the other life. The tribunal of the Inquisition, formed by the Christian monks on the idea of the tribunal of penitence, is contrary to all good policy. It has everywhere met with a general dislike, and must have sunk under the oppositions it met with, if those who were resolved to establish it had not drawn advantages even from these oppositions. This tribunal is insupportable in all governments. In monarchies, it only makes informers and traitors. In republics, it only forms dishonest men. In a despotic state, it is as destructive as the government itself. 12. The same subject continued. It is one abuse of this tribunal that, of 2 persons accused of the same crime, he who denies is condemned to die, and he who confesses avoids the punishment. This has its source in monastic ideas, where he who denies seems in a state of impenitence and damnation, and he who confesses, in a state of repentance and salvation. But a distinction of this kind can have no relation to human tribunals. Human justice, which sees only the actions, has but one compact with men, namely, that of innocence. Divine justice, which sees the thoughts, has two, that of innocence and repentance. 13. In what cases, with regard to marriage, we ought to follow the laws of religion, and in what cases we should follow the civil laws. It has happened in all ages and countries, that religion has been blended with marriages. When certain things have been considered as impure or unlawful, and had nevertheless become necessary, they were obliged to call in religion to legitimate in the one case, and to reprove in others. On the other hand, as marriage is of all human actions that in which society is most interested, it became proper that this should be regulated by the civil laws. Everything which relates to the nature of marriage, its form, the manner of contracting it, the fruitfulness it occasions, which has made all nations consider it as the object of a particular benediction, a benediction which, not being always annexed to it, is supposed to depend on certain superior graces, all this is within the resort of religion. The consequences of this union with regard to property, the reciprocal advantages, everything which has a relation to the new family, to that from which it sprang, and to that which is expected to arise, all this relates to the civil laws. As one of the great objects of marriage is to take away that uncertainty which attends unlawful conjunctions, religion here stamps its seal, and the civil laws join theirs to it, to the end that it may be as authentic as possible. Thus, besides the conditions required by religion to make a marriage valid, the civil laws may still exact others. The civil laws receive this power from there being additional obligations, and not contradictory ones. The law of religion insists upon certain ceremonies, the civil laws on the consent of fathers. In this case, they demand something more than that of religion, but they demand nothing contrary to it. It follows hence, that the religious law must decide whether the bond be indissoluble or not, for if the laws of religion had made the bond indissoluble, and the civil laws had declared it might be broken, they would be contradictory to each other. Sometimes the regulations made by the civil laws with respect to marriage are not absolutely necessary, such are those established by the laws, which, instead of annulling the marriage, only punish those who contract it. Among the Romans, the Papian law declared those marriages illegal which had been prohibited, and yet only subjected them to a penalty, but a senatus consultum, made at the instance of the Emperor Marcus Antoninus, declared them void. There then no longer subsisted any such thing as a marriage, wife, dowry, or husband. The civil laws determine according to circumstances, sometimes they are most attentive to repair the evil, at others, to prevent it. 14. In what instances marriages between relatives shall be regulated by the laws of nature, and in what instances by the civil laws. With regard to the prohibition of marriage between relatives, it is a thing extremely delicate to fix exactly the point at which the laws of nature stop and where the civil laws begin. For this purpose we must establish some principles. The marriage of son with the mother confounds the state of things. The son ought to have an unlimited respect for his mother, the wife an unlimited respect for her husband, therefore the marriage of the mother to her son would subvert the natural state of both. Besides, nature has forwarded in women the time in which they are able to have children, but has retarded it in men, and, for the same reason, women sooner lose this ability and men later. If the marriage between the mother and the son were permitted, it would almost always be the case that when the husband was capable of entering into the views of nature, the wife would be incapable. The marriage between the father and the daughter is contrary to nature, as well as the other, but it is not less contrary, because it has not these two obstacles. Thus the Tartars, who may marry their daughters, never marry their mothers, as we see in the accounts we have of that nation. It has ever been the natural duty of fathers to watch over the chastity of their children. Entrusted with the care of their education, they are obliged to preserve the body in the greatest perfection, and the mind from the least corruption, to encourage whatever has a tendency to inspire them with virtuous desires, and to nourish a becoming tenderness. Fathers, always employed in preserving the morals of their children, must have a natural aversion to everything that can render them corrupt. Marriage, you will say, is not a corruption, but before marriage they must speak, they must make their persons beloved, they must seduce, it is this seduction which ought to inspire us with horror. There should be therefore an insurmountable barrier between those who ought to give the education, and those who are to receive it, in order to prevent every kind of corruption, even though the motive be lawful. Why do fathers so carefully deprive those who are to marry their daughters of their company and familiarity? The horror that arises against the incest of the brother with the sister should proceed from the same source. The desire of fathers and mothers to preserve the morals of their children and families untainted is sufficient to inspire their offspring with a detestation of everything that can lead to the union of the two sexes. The prohibition of marriage between cousins german has the same origin. In the early ages, that is, in the times of innocence, in the ages when luxury was unknown, it was customary for children upon their marriage not to remove from their parents, but settle in the same house. As a small habitation was at that time sufficient for a large family, the children of two brothers, or cousins german, were considered both by others and themselves as brothers. The estrangement then between the brothers and sisters as to marriage subsisted also between the cousins german. These principles are so strong and no natural that they have had their influence almost over all the earth, independently of any communication. It was not the Romans who taught the inhabitants of Formosa that the marriage of relatives of the fourth degree was incestuous, it was not the Romans that communicated this sentiment to the Arabs, it was not they who taught it to the inhabitants of the Maldivian islands. But if some nations have not rejected marriages between fathers and children, sisters and brothers, we have seen in the first book, that intelligent beings do not always follow the law of nature. Who could have imagined it? Religious ideas have frequently made men fall into these mistakes. If the Assyrians and the Persians married their mothers, the first were influenced by a religious respect for Semiramis, and the second did it because the religion of Zoroaster gave a preference to these marriages. If the Egyptians married their sisters, it proceeded from the wildness of the Egyptian religion, which consecrated these marriages in honor of Isis. As the spirit of religion leads us to attempt whatever is great and difficult, we cannot infer that a thing is natural from its being consecrated by a false religion. The principle which informs us that marriages between fathers and children, between brothers and sisters, are prohibited in order to preserve natural modesty in families will help us to the discovery of those marriages that are forbidden by the law of nature, and of those which can be so only by the civil law. As children dwell, or are supposed to dwell in their father's house, and consequently the son-in-law with the mother-in-law, the father-in-law with the daughter-in-law, or wife's daughter, the marriage between them is forbidden by the law of nature. In this case the resemblance has the same effect as the reality, because it springs from the same cause. The civil law neither can, nor ought to permit these marriages. There are nations, as we have already observed, among whom cousins german are considered as brothers, because they commonly dwell in the same house. There are others where this custom is not known. Among the first the marriage of cousins german ought to be regarded as contrary to nature, not so among the others. But the laws of nature cannot be local. Therefore, when these marriages are forbidden or permitted, they are, according to the circumstances, permitted or forbidden by a civil law. It is not a necessary custom for the brother-in-law and the sister-in-law to dwell in the same house. The marriage between them is not then prohibited to preserve chastity in the family, and the law which forbids or permits it is not a law of nature, but a civil law, regulated by circumstances and dependent on the customs of each country. These are cases in which the laws depend on the morals, or customs of the inhabitants. The civil laws forbid marriages when by the customs received in a certain country they are found to be in the same circumstances as those forbidden by the law of nature, and they permit them when this is not the case. The prohibitions of the laws of nature are invariable, because the thing on which they depend is invariable. The father, the mother, and the children necessarily dwell in the same house. But the prohibitions of the civil laws are accidental because they depend on an accidental circumstance, cousins german and others dwelling in the house by accident. This explains why the laws of Moses, those of the Egyptians, and of many other nations permitted the marriage of the brother-in-law with the sister-in-law, whilst these very marriages were disallowed by other nations. In the Indies they have a very natural reason for admitting this sort of marriages. The uncle is there considered as the father and is obliged to maintain and educate his nephew as if he were his own child. This proceeds from the disposition of this people, which is good-natured and full of humanity. This law or this custom has produced another: if a husband has lost his wife, he does not fail to marry her sister, which is extremely natural, for his new consort becomes the mother of her sister's children, and not a cruel stepmother. 15. That we should not regulate by the principles of political law those things which depend on the principles of civil law. As men have given up their natural independence to live under political laws, they have given up the natural community of goods to live under civil laws. By the first, they acquired liberty; by the second, property. We should not decide by the laws of liberty, which, as we have already said, is only the government of the community, what ought to be decided by the laws concerning property. It is a paralogism to say that the good of the individual should give way to that oft public. This can never take place, except when the government of the community, or, in other words, the liberty of the subject is concerned. This does not affect such cases as relate to private property, because the public good consists in every one's having his property, which was given him by the civil laws, invariably preserved. Cicero maintains that the agrarian laws were unjust, because the community was established with no other view than that every one might be able to preserve his property. Let us, therefore, lay down a certain maxim, that whenever the public good happens to be the matter in question, it is not for the advantage of the public to deprive an individual of his property, or even to retrench the least part of it by a law, or a political regulation. In this case we should follow the rigor of the civil law, which is the palladium of property. Thus when the public has occasion for the estate of an individual, it ought never to act by the rigor of political law. It is here that the civil law ought to triumph, which, with the eyes of a mother, regards every individual as the whole community. If the political magistrate would erect a public edifice, or make a new road, he must indemnify those who are injured by it. The public is in this respect like an individual who treats with an individual. It is fully enough that it can oblige a citizen to sell his inheritance, and that it can strip him of this great privilege which he holds from the civil law, the not being forced to alienate his possessions. After the nations which subverted the Roman Empire had abused their very conquests, the spirit of liberty called them back to that of equity. They exercised the most barbarous laws with moderation, and if any one should doubt the truth of this, he need only read Beaumanoir's admirable work on jurisprudence, written in the 12th century. They mended the highways in his time as we do at present. He says, that when a highway could not be repaired, they made a new one as near the old as possible, but indemnified the proprietors at the expense of those who reaped any advantage from the road. They determined at that time by the civil law; in our days, we determine by the law of politics. 16. That we ought not to decide by the rules of the civil law when it is proper to decide by those of the political law. Most difficulties on this subject may be easily solved by not confounding the rules derived from property with those which spring from liberty. Is the domain of a state or government alienable, or is it not? This question ought to be decided by the political law, and not by the civil. It ought not to be decided by the civil law, because it is as necessary that there should be domains for the subsistence of a state, as that the state should have civil laws to regulate the disposal of property. If then they alienate the domain, the state will be forced to make a new fund for another. But this expedient overturns the political government, because, by the nature of the thing, for every domain that shall be established, the subject will always be obliged to pay more, and the sovereign to receive less. In a word, the domain is necessary, and the alienation is not. The order of succession is, in monarchies, founded on the welfare of the state. This makes it necessary that such an order should be fixed to avoid the misfortunes, which I have said must arise in a despotic kingdom, where all is uncertain, because all is arbitrary. The order of succession is not fixed for the sake of the reigning family, but because it is the interest of the state that it should have a reigning family. The law which regulates the succession of individuals is a civil law, whose view is the interest of individuals. That which regulates the succession to monarchy is a political law, which has in view the welfare and preservation of the kingdom. It follows hence, that when the political law has established an order of succession in government, and this order is at an end, it is absurd to reclaim the succession in virtue of the civil law of any nation whatsoever. One particular society does not make laws for another society. The civil laws of the Romans are no more applicable than any other civil laws. They themselves did not make use of them when they proceeded against kings, and the maxims by which they judged kings are so abominable that they ought never to be revived. It follows also hence, that when the political law has obliged a family to renounce the succession, it is absurd to insist upon the restitutions drawn from the civil law. Restitutions are in the law, and may be good against those who live in the law, but they are not proper for such as have been raised up for the law, and who live for the law. It is ridiculous to pretend to decide the rights of kingdoms, of nations, and of the whole globe by the same maxims on which, to make use of an expression of Cicero, we should determine the right of a gutter between individuals. 17. The same subject continued. Ostracism ought to be examined by the rules of politics, and not by those of the civil law, and so far is this custom from rendering a popular government odious, that it is, on the contrary, extremely well adapted to prove its lenity. We should be sensible of this ourselves, if, while banishment is always considered among us as a penalty, we are able to separate the idea of ostracism from that of punishment. Aristotle tells us, it is universally allowed, that this practice has something in it both humane and popular. If in those times and places where this sentence was executed they found nothing in it that appeared odious, is it for us who see things at such a distance to think otherwise than the accuser, the judges, and the accused themselves? And if we consider that this judgment of the people loaded the person with glory on whom it was passed, that when at Athens it fell upon a man without merit, from that very moment they ceased to use it, we shall find that numbers of people have obtained a false idea of it, for it was an admirable law that could prevent the ill consequences which the glory of a citizen might produce by loading him with new glory. 18. That it is necessary to inquire whether the laws which seem contradictory are of the same class. At Rome the husband was permitted to lend his wife to another. Plutarch tells us this in express terms. We know that Cato lent his wife to Hortensius, and Cato was not a man to violate the laws of his country. On the other hand, a husband who suffered his wife to be debauched, who did not bring her to justice, or who took her again after her condemnation was punished. These laws seem to contradict each other, and yet are not contradictory. The law which permitted a Roman to lend his wife was visibly a Lacedaemonian institution, established with a view of giving the republic children of a good species, if I may be allowed the term. The other had in view the preservation of morals. The first was a law of politics, the second a civil law. 19. That we should not decide those things by the civil law which ought to be decided by domestic laws. The law of the Visigoths enjoins that the slaves of the house shall be obliged to bind the man and woman they surprise in adultery, and to present them to the husband and to the judge, a terrible law, which puts into the hands of such mean persons, the care of public, domestic, and private vengeance. This law can be nowhere proper but in the seraglios of the East, where the slave who has the charge of the enclosure is deemed an accomplice upon the discovery of the least infidelity. He seizes the criminals, not so much with a view to bring them to justice, as to do justice to himself, and to obtain a scrutiny into the circumstances of the action, in order to remove the suspicion of his negligence. But, in countries where women are not guarded, it is ridiculous to subject those who govern the family to the inquisition of their slaves. This inquisition may, in certain cases, be at the most a particular domestic regulation, but never a civil law. 20. That we ought not to decide by the principles of the civil laws those things which belong to the law of nations. Liberty consists principally in not being forced to do a thing, where the laws do not oblige. People are in this state only as they are governed by civil laws, and because they live under those civil laws, they are free. It follows hence, that princes who live not among themselves under civil laws are not free, they are governed by force, they may continually force, or be forced. Hence it follows that treaties made by force are as obligatory as those made by free consent. When we, who live under civil laws, are, contrary to law, constrained to enter into a contract, we may, by the assistance of the law, recover from the effects of violence, but a prince, who is always in that state in which he forces, or is forced, cannot complain of a treaty which he has been compelled to sign. This would be to complain of his natural state. It would seem as if he would be a prince with respect to other princes, and as if other princes should be subjects with respect to him, that is, it would be contrary to the nature of things. 21. That we should not decide by political laws things which belong to the law of nations. Political laws demand that every man be subject to the natural and civil courts of the country where he resides, and to the censure of the sovereign. The law of nations requires that princes shall send ambassadors, and a reason drawn from the nature of things does not permit these ambassadors to depend either on the sovereign to whom they are sent, or on his tribunals. They are the voice of the prince who sends them, and this voice ought to be free. No obstacle should hinder the execution of their office. They may frequently offend, because they speak for a man entirely independent. They might be wrongfully accused, if they were liable to be punished for crimes. If they could be arrested for debts, these might be forged. Thus a prince, who has naturally a bold and enterprising spirit, would speak by the mouth of a man who had everything to fear. We must then be guided, with respect to ambassadors, by reasons drawn from the law of nations, and not by those derived from political law. But if they make an ill use of their representative character, a stop may be put to it by sending them back. They may even be accused before their master, who becomes either their judge or their accomplice. 22. The unhappy state of the Inca Atahualpa. The principles we have just been establishing were cruelly violated by the Spaniards. The Inca Atahualpa could not be tried by the law of nations. They tried him by political and civil laws. They accused him for putting to death some of his own subjects, for having many wives and to fill up the measure of their stupidity, they condemned him, not by the political and civil laws of his own country, but by the political and civil laws of theirs. 23. That when, by some circumstance, the political law becomes destructive to the state, we ought to decide by such a political law as will preserve it, which sometimes becomes a law of nations. When that political law which has established in the kingdom a certain order of succession becomes destructive to the body politic for whose sake it was established, there is not the least room to doubt but another political law may be made to change this order, and so far would this law be from opposing the first that it would in the main be entirely conformable to it, since both would depend on this principle, that the safety of the people is the supreme law. I have said that a great state becoming accessory to another is itself weakened, and even weakens the principle. We know that it is for the interest of the state to have the supreme magistrate within itself, that the public revenues be well administered, and that its specie be not sent abroad to enrich another country. It is of importance that he who is to govern has not imbibed foreign maxims. These are less agreeable than those already established. Besides, men have an extravagant fondness for their own laws and customs. These constitute the happiness of every community, and, as we learn from the histories of all nations, are rarely changed without violent commotions and a great effusion of blood. It follows hence, that if a great state has for its heir the possessor of a great state, the former may reasonably exclude him, because a change in the order of succession must be of service to both countries. Thus a law of Russia, made in the beginning of the reign of Elizabeth, most wisely excluded from the possession of the crown every heir who possessed another monarchy. Thus the law of Portugal disqualifies every stranger who lays claim to the crown by right of blood. But if a nation may exclude, it may with greater reason be allowed a right to oblige a prince to renounce. If the people fear that a certain marriage will be attended with such consequences as shall rob the nation of its independence, or dismember some of its provinces, it may very justly oblige the contractors and their descendants to renounce all right over them, while he who renounces, and those to whose prejudice he renounces, have the less reason to complain, as the state might originally have made a law to exclude them. 24. That the regulations of the police are of a different class from other civil laws. There are criminals whom the magistrate punishes, there are others whom he reproves. The former are subject to the power of the law, the latter to his authority. Those are cut off from society, these they oblige to live according to the rules of society. In the exercise of the police, it is rather the magistrate who punishes, than the law. In the sentence passed on crimes, it is rather the law which punishes, than the magistrate. The business of the police consists in affairs which arise every instant, and are commonly of a trifling nature. There is then but little need of formalities. The actions of the police are quick, they are exercised over things which return every day, it would be therefore improper for it to inflict severe punishments. It is continually employed about minute particulars, great examples are therefore not designed for its purpose. It is governed rather by regulations than laws, those who are subject to its jurisdiction are incessantly under the eye of the magistrate, it is therefore his fault if they fall into excess. Thus we ought not to confound a flagrant violation of the laws, with the simple breach of the police, these things are of a different order. Hence it follows, that the laws of an Italian republic, where bearing firearms is punished as a capital crime and where it is not more fatal to make an ill use of them than to carry them, is not agreeable to the nature of things. It follows, moreover, that the applauded action of that emperor who caused a baker to be impaled whom he found guilty of a fraud, was the action of a sultan who knew not how to be just without committing an outrage on justice. 25. That we should not follow the general disposition of the civil law, in things which ought to be subject to particular rules drawn from their own nature. Is it a good law that all civil obligations passed between sailors in a ship in the course of a voyage should be null? Francis Pirard tells us that, in his time, it was not observed by the Portuguese, though it was by the French. Men who are together only for a short time, who have no wants, since they are provided for by the prince, who have only one object in view, that of their voyage, who are no longer in society, but are only the inhabitants of a ship, ought not to contract obligations that were never introduced but to support the burden of civil society. In the same spirit was the law of the Rhodians, made at a time when they always followed the coasts. It ordained that those who during a tempest stayed in a vessel should have ship and cargo, and those who quitted it should have nothing. Book 27. 1. Of the origin and revolutions of the Roman laws on successions. This affair derives its establishment from the most distant antiquity, and to penetrate to its foundation, permit me to search among the first laws of the Romans for what, I believe, nobody yet has been so happy as to discover. We know that Romulus divided the land of his little kingdom among his subjects, it seems to me that hence the laws of Rome on successions were derived. The law of the division of lands made it necessary that the property of one family should not pass into another, hence it followed that there were but two orders of heirs established by law, the children and all the descendants that lived under the power of the father, whom they called sui herides, or his natural heirs, and, in their default, the nearest relatives on the male side, whom they called agnati. It followed likewise, that the relatives on the female side, whom they called cognati, ought not to succeed, they would have conveyed the estate into another family, which was not allowed. Thence also it followed that the children ought not to succeed to the mother, nor the mother to her children, for this might carry the estate of one family into another. Thus we see them excluded by the law of the 12 tables, it called none to the succession but the agnati, and there was no agnation between the son and the mother. But it was indifferent whether the suis hers, or, in default of such, the nearest by agnation, was male or female, because, as the relatives on the mother's side could not succeed, though a woman who was an heiress should happen to marry, yet estate always returned into the family whence it came. On this account, the law of the 12 tables does not distinguish, whether the person who succeeded was male or female. This was the cause that, though the grandchildren by the son succeeded to the grandfather, the grandchildren by the daughter did not succeed, for, to prevent the estate from passing into another family, the agnati were preferred to them. Hence the daughter, and not her children, succeeded to the father. Thus among the primitive Romans, the women succeeded, when this was agreeable to the law of the division of lands, and they did not succeed, when this might suffer by it. Such were the laws of succession among the primitive Romans, and as these had a natural dependence on the constitution, and were derived from the division of lands, it is easy to perceive that they had not a foreign origin, and were not of the number of those brought into the republic by the deputies sent into the cities of Greece. Dionysius Halicarnassus tells us that Servius Tullius, finding the laws of Romulus and Numa on the division of lands abolished, restored them, and made new ones to give the old a greater weight. We cannot therefore doubt but that the laws we have been speaking of, made in consequence of this division, were the work of these 3 Roman legislators. The order of succession having been established in consequence of a political law, no citizen was allowed to break in upon it by his private will, that is, in the first ages of Rome he had not the power of making a testament. Yet it would have been hard to deprive him, in his last moments, of the friendly commerce of kind and beneficent actions. They therefore found a method of reconciling, in this respect, the laws with the desires of the individual. He was permitted to dispose of his substance in an assembly of the people, and thus every testament was, in some sort, an act of the legislative power. The law of the 12 tables permitted the person who made his will to choose which citizen he pleased for his heir. The reason that induced the Roman laws so strictly to restrain the number of those who might succeed ab instato was the law of division of lands, and the reason why they extended so widely the power of the testator was that, as the father might sell his children, he might with greater reason deprive them of his substance. These were therefore different effects, since they flowed from different principles, and such is, in this respect, the spirit of the Roman laws. The ancient laws of Athens did not suffer a citizen to make a will. Solon permitted it, with an exception to those who had children, and the legislators of Rome, filled with the idea of paternal power, allowed the making a will even to the prejudice of their children. It must be confessed that the ancient laws of Athens were more consistent than those of Rome. The indefinite permission of making a will which had been granted to the Romans, ruined little by little the political regulation on the division of lands. It was the principal thing that introduced the fatal difference between riches and poverty. Many shares were united in the same person, some citizens had too much, and a multitude of others had nothing. Thus the people being continually deprived of their shares were incessantly calling out for a new distribution of lands. They demanded it in an age when the frugality, the parsimony, and the poverty of the Romans were their distinguishing characteristics, as well as at a time when their luxury had become still more astonishing. Testaments being properly a law made in the assembly of the people, those who were in the army were thereby deprived of a testamentary power. The people therefore gave the soldiers the privilege of making before their companions the dispositions which should have been made before them. The great assembly of the people met but twice a year. Besides, both the people and the affairs brought before them were increased. They therefore judged it convenient to permit all the citizens to make their will before some Roman citizens of ripe age, who were to represent the body of the people. They took 5 citizens, in whose presence the inheritor purchased his family, that is, his inheritance, of the testator. Another citizen brought a pair of scales to weigh the value, for the Romans, as yet, had no money. To all appearance these 5 citizens were to represent the 5 classes of the people, and they set no value on the 6th, as being composed of men who had no property. We ought not to say, with Justinian, that these scales were merely imaginary. They became, indeed, imaginary in time, but were not so originally. Most of the laws, which afterwards regulated wills, were built on the reality of these scales. We find sufficient proof of this in the fragments of Ulpian. The deaf, the dumb, the prodigal, could not make a will. The deaf, because he could not hear the words oft buyer oft inheritance; the dumb, because he could not pronounce the terms of nomination; the prodigal, because as he was excluded from the management of all affairs, he could not sell his inheritance. I omit any further examples. Wills being made in the assembly of the people were rather the acts of political than of civil laws, a public rather than a private right, whence it followed that the father, while his son was under his authority, could not give him leave to make a will. Among most nations, wills are not subject to greater formalities than ordinary contracts, because both the one and the other are only expressions of the will of him who makes the contract, and both are equally a private right. But among the Romans, where testaments were derived from the public law, they were attended with much greater formalities than other affairs, and this is still the case in those provinces of France which are governed by the Roman law. Testaments being, as I have said, a law of the people, they ought to be made with the force of a command, and in such terms as are called direct and imperative. Hence a rule was formed, that they could neither give nor transmit an inheritance without making use of the imperative words, whence it followed, that they might very justly in certain cases make a substitution, and ordain that the inheritance should pass to another heir, but that they could never make a fiduciary bequest, that is, charge anyone in terms of entreaty to restore an inheritance, or a part of it, to another. When the father neither instituted his son his heir, nor disinherited him, the will was annulled, but it was valid, though he did not disinherit his daughter, nor institute her his heiress. The reason is plain: when he neither instituted nor disinherited his son, he did an injury to his grandson, who might have succeeded ab instato to his father, but in neither instituting nor disinheriting his daughter, he did no injury to his daughter's children, who could not succeed ab instato to their mother, because they were neither sui herides, nor agnati. The laws of ancient Romans concerning successions, being formed with the same spirit which dictated the division of lands, did not sufficiently restrain the riches of women, thus a door was left open to luxury, which is always inseparable from this sort of opulence. Between the Second and Third Punic War, they began to perceive the evil and made the Vocanian law, but as they were induced to this by the most important considerations, as but few monuments have reached us that take notice of this law, and as it has hitherto been spoken of in a most confused manner, I shall endeavor to clear it up. Cicero has preserved a fragment, which forbids the instituting a woman an heiress, whether she was married or unmarried. The Epitome of Livy, where he speaks of this law, says no more. It appears from Cicero and St. Augustine that the daughter, though an only child, was comprehended in the prohibition. Cato, the elder, contributed all in his power to get this law passed. Aulus Gellius cites a fragment of a speech, which he made on this occasion. By preventing the succession of women, his intent was to take away the source of luxury, as by undertaking the defense of the Oppian law, he intended to put a stop to luxury itself. In the Institutes of Justinian and Theophilus, mention is made of a chapter of the Vocanian law which limits the power of bequeathing. In reading these authors, everybody would imagine that this chapter was made to prevent the inheritance from being so exhausted by legacies as to render it unworthy of the heir's acceptance. But this was not the spirit of the Vocanian law. We have just seen that they had in view the hindering women from inheriting an estate. The article of this law, which set bounds to the power of bequeathing, entered into this view, for if people had been possessed of the liberty to bequeath as much as they pleased, the women might have received as legacies what they could not receive by succession. The Vocanian law was made to hinder the women from growing too wealthy. For this end it was necessary to deprive them of large inheritances, and not of such as were incapable of supporting luxury. The law fixed a certain sum to be given to the women whom it deprived of the succession. Cicero, from whom we have this particular, does not tell us what was the sum, but by Dio we are informed it was 100,000 sesterces. The Vocanian law was made to regulate opulence, not to lay a restraint upon poverty. Hence Cicero informs us that it related only to those whose names were registered in the censors' books. This furnished a pretense for eluding the law. It is well known that the Romans were extremely fond of set forms, and we have already taken notice that it was the spirit of the Republic to follow the letter of the law. There were fathers who would not give in their names to be enrolled by the censors, because they would have it in their power to leave the succession to a daughter, and the praetors determined that this was no violation of the Vocanian law since it was not contrary to the letter of it. One Onius Asellus had appointed his daughter his sole heir and executrix. He had a right to make this disposition, says Cicero. He was not restrained by the Vocanian law, since he was not included in the census. Verse, during the time of his praetorship, had deprived Onius' daughter of the succession, and Cicero maintains that Verse had been bribed. Otherwise he would not have annulled a disposition which all the other praetors had confirmed. What kind of citizens then must those have been, who were not registered in the census in which all the freemen of Rome were included? According to the institution of Servius Tullius, mentioned by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, every citizen not enrolled in the census became a slave. Even Cicero himself observes that such a man forfeited his liberty, and the same thing is affirmed by Zonaras. There must have been therefore a difference between not being in the census according to the spirit of the Vocanian law, and not being in it according to the spirit of Servius Tullius institutions. They whose names were not registered in the first 5 classes, in which the inhabitants ranked in proportion to their fortunes, were not comprised in the census according to the spirit of the Vocanian law. They who were not enrolled in one of these 6 classes, or who were not ranked by the censors among such as were called aerarii, were not included in the census according to the spirit of Servius institutions. Such was the force of nature, that to elude the Vocanian law fathers submitted to the disgrace of being confounded in the 6th class with the proletarii and caput sensi, or perhaps to have their names entered in the Caerites tabulae. We have elsewhere observed that the Roman laws did not admit of fiduciary bequests. The hopes of evading the Vocanian law were the cause of their being introduced. They instituted an heir qualified by the law, and they begged he would resign the succession to a person whom the law had excluded. This new method of disposition was productive of very different effects. Some resigned the inheritance, and the conduct of Sextus Pejucus on an occasion of this nature was very remarkable. A considerable succession was left him, and nobody living knew that he was desired to resign it to another, when he waited upon the widow of the testator and made over to her the whole fortune belonging to her late husband. Others kept possession of the inheritance, and here the example of P. Sextilius Rufus is also famous, having been made use of by Cicero in his disputations against the Epicureans. In my younger days, says he, I was desired by Sextilius to accompany him to his friends, in order to know whether he ought to restore the inheritance of Quintus Fadius Gallus to his daughter Fadia. There were several young people present, with others of more maturity and judgment, and not one of them was of opinion that he should give more to Fadia than the lady was entitled to by the Vocanian law. In consequence of this, Sextilius kept possession of a fine estate, of which he would not have retained a single sestertius had he preferred justice to utility. It is possible, added he, that you would have resigned the inheritance, nay, it is possible that Epicurus himself would have resigned it, but you would not have acted according to your own principles. Here I shall pause a little to reflect. It is a misfortune inherent in humanity that legislators should be sometimes obliged to enact laws repugnant to the dictates of nature. Such was the Vocanian law. The reason is, the legislature considers the society rather than the citizen, and the citizen rather than the man. The law sacrificed both the citizen and the man, and directed its views to the prosperity of the republic. Suppose a person made a fiduciary bequest in favor of his daughter, the law paid no regard to the sentiments of nature in the father, nor to the filial piety of the daughter. All it had an eye to was the person to whom the bequest was made in trust, and who on such occasion found himself in a terrible dilemma. If he restored the estate, he was a bad citizen; if he kept it, he was a bad man. None but good-natured people thought of eluding the law, and they could pitch upon none but honest men to help them to elude it, for a trust of this kind requires a triumph over avarice and inordinate pleasure, which none but honest men are likely to obtain. Perhaps in this light to look upon them as bad citizens would have savored too much of severity. It is not impossible but that the legislator carried his point in a great measure, since his law was of such a nature as obliged none but honest men to elude it. At the time when the Vocanian law was passed, the Romans still preserved some remains of their ancient purity of manners. Their conscience was sometimes engaged in favor of the law, and they were made to swear they would observe it, so that honesty in some measure was set in opposition against itself. But latterly their morals were corrupted to such a degree that the fiduciary bequests must have had less efficacy to elude the Vocanian law, than that very legislator had to enforce its observance. The civil wars were the destruction of an infinite number of citizens. Under Augustus, Rome was almost deserted; it was necessary to repeople it. They made the Poppian laws, which omitted nothing that could encourage the citizens to marry and procreate children. One of the principal means was to increase, in favor of those who gave in to the views of the law, the hopes of being heirs, and to diminish the expectations of those who refused, and as the Vocanian law had rendered women incapable of succeeding, the Poppian law, in certain cases, dispensed with this prohibition. Women, especially those who had children, were rendered capable of receiving in virtue of their husbands, they even might, when they had children, receive in virtue of the will of strangers. All this was in direct opposition to the regulations of the Vocanian law, and yet it is remarkable that the spirit of this law was not entirely abandoned. For example, the Papian law, which permitted a man who had one child to receive an entire inheritance by the will of a stranger, granted the same favor to the wife only when she had 3 children. It must be remarked that the Papian law did not render the women who had 3 children capable of succeeding except in virtue of the will of strangers, and that with respect to the succession of relatives, it left the ancient laws, and particularly the Vocanian, in all their force. But this did not long subsist. Rome, corrupted by the riches of every nation, had changed her manners. The putting a stop to the luxury of women was no longer minded. Aulus Gellius, who lived under Adrian, tells us, that in his time the Vocanian law was almost abolished, it was buried under the opulence of the city. Thus we find in the sentences of Paulus, who lived under Niger, and in the fragments of Ulpian, who was in the time of Alexander Severus, that the sisters on the father's side might succeed, and that none but the relatives of a more distant degree were in the case of those prohibited by the Vocanian law. The ancient laws of Rome began to be thought severe. The praetors were no longer moved except by reasons of equity, moderation, and decorum. We have seen, that by the ancient laws of Rome mothers had no share in the inheritance of their children. The Vocanian law afforded a new reason for their exclusion. But the Emperor Claudius gave the mother the succession of her children as a consolation for her loss. The Tertullian Senatus Consultum, made under Adrian, gave it them when they had 3 children if free women, or 4 if they were freed women. It is evident, that this decree of the Senate was only an extension of the Papian law, which in the same case had granted to women the inheritance left them by strangers. At length Justinian favored them with the succession independently of the number of their children. The same causes which had debilitated the law against the succession of women subverted that, by degrees, which had limited the succession of the relatives on the woman's side. These laws were extremely conformable to the spirit of a good republic, where they ought to have such an influence as to prevent this sex from rendering either the possession, or the expectation of wealth, an instrument of luxury. On the contrary, the luxury of a monarchy rendering marriage expensive and costly, it ought to be there encouraged, both by the riches which women may bestow, and by the hope of the inheritances it is in their power to procure. Thus when monarchy was established at Rome, the whole system of successions was changed. The praetors called the relatives of the woman's side in default of those of the male side, though by the ancient laws, the relatives on the woman's side were never called. The Orfician Senatus Consultum called children to the succession of their mother, and the emperors Valentinian, Theodosius, and Arcadius called the grandchildren by the daughter to the succession of the grandfather. In short, the Emperor Justinian left not the least vestige of the ancient right of successions. He established 3 orders of heirs, the descendants, the ascendants, and the collaterals, without any distinction between the males and females, between the relatives on the woman's side, and those on the male side, and abrogated all laws of this kind, which were still in force. He believed that he followed nature, even in deviating from what he called the embarrassments of the ancient jurisprudence.